Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidil Anbiya'i wal Mursaleen. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa atba'ihi ajma'in. It's good to be back with you all for our now annual Al-Ghazali weekend. And it's our custom to taste a few drops from the ocean of the Ihya al-Din, which is regarded, at least by the scholars of Islam, as the greatest work of our greatest scholar. And since Islam is the greatest of the monotheisms, that makes it a very important book indeed. And one of the things we might be doing as we ponder the book is to see exactly why it should have been given this unique accolade. This is a Ghazali retreat, which means not just that we sit and scratch out a few notes during not terribly frequent lectures, but that inshallah we will be living the kind of life which Imam Al-Ghazali rahmatullahi alayh would have wished us to adhere to in a place such as this. This is not a vacation site, this is not a resort. This is a place where inshallah in the middle of this blessed month, and with this inshallah blessed Muslim company, and breathing the perfumed air of the memory of the great Imam, we can inshallah achieve more than just writing notes for a few lectures and then sitting around in the sun and watching the clock. Inshallah we will make this a time of ibadah. The mosque is open at night for those who wish to use it. We should all have the intention of having a wird of Quran every day, inshallah, at least a juz. We should remember the additional supererogatory prayers, particularly Salat al-Duha, and generally make the masjid the focus not just of the lectures and the prayers, but of our entire existence here, inshallah, so that we truly benefit. This is the first lecture, so inshallah I intend to say a few things about why the Imam should have been of such enduring impact and significance, and to ask the perhaps obvious question of whether somebody who was ahead of the pack in his very distant medieval times, 9 centuries ago, should necessarily be the Muslim who we look to first when we try to articulate our faithful response to the obviously very different challenges of modernity. That is to say, are those factors which made him great in the late Abbasid period the same kind of factors which apply to us today? Or should we be looking for a different exemplar, a different lens through which to view the prophetic heritage? It's a noted fact that even in the ranks of non-Muslims who pay more than a passing interest to Islamic civilization, that Imam Al-Ghazali rahmatullahi alayh emerges as probably the most attractive figure from the scores, millions probably, of medieval scholars that our civilization produced. That on the groaning shelves of the manuscript libraries, which encompass the largest single body of pre-modern literature, no other civilization, even the Chinese, could compare with us for sheer intellectual productivity, that Imam Al-Ghazali's works seem to leap out as being somehow significant and to speak to the contemporary condition. There are certain judgments that classical Islam made about who was best, who was most helpful, who was most religiously authentic, that still seem to be valid today. We respected Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi, Qaddasallahu sirrahu, over all of our other classical poets, and he still seems to be the one who speaks to us in our time. And with Imam Al-Ghazali rahmatullahi alayh, we find the Muslim intellectual as Montgomery Watt of Edinburgh University called him in the title of one of his books, to be somebody who does seem to have valuable insight to offer us in our rather different time, but bearing in mind the fact that certain constants in the human condition cannot change. The human physicality, the human mind is still the same human mind. We're still the same species, Homo sapiens, that we were then. And the list of vices and virtues is effectively constant in the ethical history of humanity. Let's just recall what makes Imam Al-Ghazali himself, and that is his status as a seeker. And ours is an age in which people like to characterize themselves as seekers. Everybody is a seeker. Perhaps that's because nobody's actually found anything very much. Modernity is about an endless journey to a destination that nobody seems to think about. Does science have a final point? Does modern ethics have a final point beyond which there will be nothing? It's all somehow fashion. Fashion will never finally come to a conclusion as to what human beings should wear. It just changes and changes. And there's something about our modernity that is defined by endlessness. It just goes on and it doesn't even operate in cycles frequently. It just is a process rather than a civilization as traditionally understood. And this has to do with the fact that modernity, unlike pre-modern civilizations, has never settled on a consensual definition of the good life and has presumed, without being able to offer any evidence, and it can't because it's speaking about the future, of which it necessarily knows nothing and over which it has no control, that the golden age of humanity will be in the future rather than constituting something that existed in a sainted past. All pre-modern civilizations really assumed that there was an age of goodness in the past, the apostolic age, or the age of the church fathers in Christianity, the golden age in Hinduism, and we are now in the iron age, the age of darkness and the solidification of forms, the age of the great emperors in the Chinese legend, and the Yellow Emperor who began the entire process of dynastic history in China, the age of the Buddha, and for the Muslims, of course, the age of Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his Sahaba. These are the traditional narratives by which human civilizations have always measured themselves. There is a process of periodically interrupted and even partially reversible entropy that defines how we see ourselves in the timetable of history. We are going downhill, and that is, after all, what common sense suggests. After all, the natural movement of things is to go downhill. The nature of matter is entropic. But modernity, however, proposes something rather brave and rather strange, which is that it picks up presumably on a certain version of a particularly Christian idea of moving up towards a millennium, and universalizes that to propose the possibility of something resembling a utopia in this world, deliverable through human reason alone. And the 20th century's great political ideologies were largely the consequence, in very different ways, of that key assumption, which has its roots in the Enlightenment. That is to say that amongst nationalists, the assumption was that the future would be in the hands of the strong, so that the process of evolution, which they took to be anti-entropic, things seem to be moving towards more complex forms, and hence humanity, defined biologically as part of that, must be becoming better, and that has to define itself in the segments of humanity that natural selection favors, so the Aryan races will prevail. Others, however, thought that it was to do with something more universal and ethicizing, to do with a class struggle, and to do with a movement towards a classless and even cashless society, a kind of utopia of free individuals formed loosely and consensually into communes. None of those dreams survived when forced to deal with the realities of the world and human nature. And in fact, they turned, in every case, into nightmares. But it nonetheless is the case that our modernity, liberal secular modernity, the capitalist consumer society in which we all live, has maintained much of that presumption. That is to say, that the basic model of the world, in terms of matter, is towards dissolution. Eventually, the universe, we are told, will peter out with a few last red giant stars, and then there will be an equal distribution of energy across the cosmos, and everything will be in darkness. But on the biological level, the idea is that there is the emergence of species, the emergence of intelligence, the emergence of ethics, and hence we are, in some sense, genuinely capable of perfection. And this characteristically modern, strange idea derived from science, this illegitimate extension of the theory of natural selection into the human and into the social form, does dictate much of the assumptions of modernity. That is to say, there is progress. We have to be getting better. There must be more equality. There must be more rights. There must be more opportunity. There must be more choice. There must be more products. There must be more freedom. And on those definitions, the assumption is that things are indeed all moving without the absence of a mysterious metaphysical hand in the right direction, and that we are marching into a kingdom of light. The reality is, of course, that the religions, having millennia of wisdom on their side, are skeptical about any such project. Human beings may be improving in their techniques and in their ability to master the physical world and even their own biologies through genetic technology, which is now moving past the first faltering stages of adaptation and towards the possibility of real mastery over our physical forms. That with the concurrent development of technique and at the same time the static nature of the capacities of human consciousness and human intelligence, that there is an increasing mismatch, so that technique becomes more and more significant and our ethical lives struggle to keep up. Whenever there is a new piece of legislation planned, the mental equipment and the ethical register which we have to deal with the human implications of that transformation remain the same. And so we struggle, for instance, now with the idea of transhumanism. This is one of the big new philosophical debates in our civilization. To what extent is it ethical for us genetically to edit our species in order to remove hereditary diseases, for instance? Or to what extent is it ethical to edit our species in order to enhance the intelligence of our children or their longevity? All of these are possibilities in the laboratory now, and the ethics still struggles to catch up, because ethics is part of the human consciousness and it is a finite thing. It cannot be enhanced by science or by technology. So this is, in a sense, the paradox of our condition. Our tools are dragging us forward, but we are necessarily, as Homo sapiens, the same. Of course, some will argue that transhumanism will itself allow us to leave behind our status as Homo sapiens, and we will be able to adapt ourselves to be more intelligent, possibly more ethical. But that remains in the realm of science fiction. So this is our strange reality, and it would certainly have looked very strange to Imam Al-Ghazali and to those in his time. But let's just move back in time. Imagine that we're in H.G. Wells's time machine and we've set the dial for the 5th century of the Islamic calendar, and we emerge blinking into the strong sunlight of Baghdad as Imam Al-Ghazali is teaching and looking around at a world very different from our own. The possibilities of consumerism are there. It's a mercantile society. Baghdad is the city of Sinbad the Sailor and the 1001 Nights. It's a materially brilliant civilization. The Silk Road is taking people and goods and finance all the way to China. There is commerce with Byzantium, commerce with Egypt, commerce with India. It's the center of the world. It is the world's economic core. It is the center of the world's first effective globalization, which was that brought about by Islamic civilization. Imam Al-Ghazali is right there. So we might want to ask ourselves the question as to whether he is a useful figure for ourselves because he is somebody who is already in the midst of globalization. He's in the most cosmopolitan city in the world. Baghdad has Christians, it has Jews, it has Zoroastrians, it has Buddhists, it has atheists, it has Neoplatonists, it has magicians, it has Hanbalis. Everything you could imagine is there already. Is that a prefiguring of our current multicultural cosmopolitan existence? Is he a useful religious thinker for those who live in religiously plural environments? There may well turn out to be some mileage in that. Similarly, Imam Al-Ghazali is living in a time when there is a set of very complex arguments underway between proponents of aql and proponents of naql. That is to say, mind and revealed knowledge. Now, the Orientalist heritage, which has defined the way in which we see so much of Imam Al-Ghazali, has tended to overstress that. Because Orientalism itself is based in a certain 18th century turn in German scholarship that liked to see theology as something of the past, rooted in superstitious, non-publicly verifiable truth claims, and that therefore there is always a tension between aql and naql, between what the mind can determine through its unaided operations and through what an alleged or real revelatory heritage can supply. And this has again been a key feature of our modernity. The idea that there's a trade-off, a zero-sum game, a tension, even a war between reason and revelation. And much, one might even say most, of Western disquisitions on the writings of Imam Al-Ghazali has tended to situate him on that imaginary battleground. However, it is the case that more recent scholarship on Imam Al-Ghazali has moved beyond that rather simplistic Enlightenment idea. The idea that the mind can take us forward away from medieval superstition and into a zone of reason and human consummation, that has, perhaps partly because of the catastrophes brought about by intellectualizing atheistic ideologies in the 20th century, there is a certain crisis of consciousness related to our postmodern condition that's a little bit cynical and skeptical about the capacity of the mind, unaided, to discern ethical truth. We're not sure whether there can be such a thing, ultimately, even as a secular ethic. John Gray, the philosopher at the London School of Economics, recently published a book called Straw Dogs, in which he, as an atheist philosopher, argues against the possibility that there can really be a coherent secular ethic. What we're living in is the afterglow of the Christian Middle Ages, internalized by Kant, but ultimately still rooted in that which is beyond the capacity of reason to know. Ethics come from elsewhere. Kant struggled with this. He found it to be a certainty within himself, the moral law within himself. And he was convinced that it was ultimately a sign of transcendence. But from the modern scientific perspective, ethics are simply something that human societies conjure up in order better to improve their chances of survival. They're not intrinsic, they're merely pragmatic. So we're living in that peculiar time when indeed there is a tension. This is the current culture war between Richard Dawkins and Alistair McGrath, and those battles which are being fought very virulently nowadays on a rather strange playing field where science is infinitely more capable in developing techniques than it was in the Middle Ages. In the time of Imam Al-Ghazali, for instance, is using the books of Avicenna and the physics of Avicenna in particular, which denoted a pre-modern cosmology, a pre-modern conception of the nature of matter and of causality. We've moved beyond that now. But the science still has no clue how to answer the most fundamental thing that Imam Al-Ghazali was worried about, which was the nature of the self. All of this stuff in the cosmos, Aristotle saw particles interacting in a particular way. Einstein saw them interacting in a very different way. In a sense, it doesn't matter. What matters is the human subject that is engaged in those observations. Human beings do not change, but what is it? What is this percipient entity? What is this I, this self within myself that is perceiving, that is analyzing, that is seeking to understand, that is Aristotle, that is Einstein? What is that? And that, the mystery of consciousness, is something which modern science cannot even begin to answer. Recently, the BBC screened a science program on the nature of consciousness, and really, even though the presumably atheistic presenter did the best she could, and even at one point she had a human brain in front of her in the studio and was slicing it up with a knife, the reality is that the self, the I, the human subject, is too deep a mystery for them to have any scientific or mathematical way of encompassing. Because in a sense, it's not out there in the world which the scientist is looking at, it's the scientist himself, and hence in a different category of observation and proof. So here again, we find that there is a constant. Imam Al-Ghazali, rahmatullahi alayh, is very conscious of himself, and he engages in muraqabah to the ultimate degree, wondering what he is, analyzing his inner states. He is a psychologist par excellence. And the psychological and ethical depth of the Ihya is to a considerable extent the consequence of Imam Al-Ghazali's own capacity for self-knowledge. To some extent, his knowledge of the egos, the souls, the selves, the spirits of his disciples and those whom he had encountered, he had a sharp eye, but primarily when we see Imam Al-Ghazali engaging in a particularly nice ethical distinction or psychological insight in the Ihya, and inshallah we'll be moving through a few of these in the days to come, we find that it is the result of his self-knowledge. Here again, there seems to be a disparity between the past and the present. The French philosopher Foucault, in one of his seminars at the Sorbonne, spoke about spirituality in terms of the defining capacity of modernity to seek truth without having regard to self-knowledge. He said that the Western philosophical tradition began with the slogan that was written over the entrance at Delphi's oracle, "Know thyself," and pointed out that self-knowledge, self-scrutiny, some form of ritual and ethical purification was always regarded as the first step in any traditional religious or mystical or philosophical system, except nowadays, when the idea of self-purgation, reflection, self-knowledge, ethical excellence as a precondition for enrolling in a philosophy degree in a Western university is kind of unimaginable. The modern mind is detached from its ethical context. One recalls Bertrand Russell trying to seduce women well into his 80s. There's a disconnection. The traditional model was human excellence, and hence a disciplined and luminous soul which could then do philosophy. The modern idea has no notion of that and assumes that if you can write a brilliant monograph on causality, then it doesn't matter what a mess your personal life might be. And this, again, is something that Foucault identifies as one of the key features of modernity. The lack of a propedeutic, the lack of a prologue of self-correction, self-knowledge. And this, again, it seems, is something that Imam Al-Ghazali has a lot to tell us about. Because he was somebody who was looking out on an intellectual world, particularly in Baghdad, a rich city, a city where a lot of people had leisure, a city of great libraries, a city of translation, where the Greek legacy was very much a force to be reckoned with. Now, we need to set aside the Orientalist idea that the Greek legacy is about reason. ratio in some simplistic way. Because the ancient Greeks themselves did believe in a supernatural realm. They were primarily metaphysicians. They did believe in a non-material soul. They did believe, although not in the monotheistic way, in personal survival after death. Their world was much closer to the world of faith than to the world of contemporary atheistic science and reason, for reason's sake. But still, it was a world that was challenging many. We need to remember that Imam Al-Ghazali was a man of passion and of polemic. He was concerned with his own salvation, but he was also a person who felt immense empathy for the Ummah. No doubt something that was grounded in his early training as a jurist and in his own experience of the political instabilities of the time and the subversion of the Sunni political order by the Ismailis. To understand his unease about his age, on the face of it, a brilliant golden age, Baghdad, the biggest city in the world, the Muslims regnant east and west, no significant threats on the horizon. Even the Crusaders hadn't really made themselves felt yet, and they were a local phenomenon. The Mongols aren't going to turn up for a long time. This is truly a golden age. But still, his soul-searching had to do with an awareness that politically the Islamic world was in a state of severe fracture and subversion. The Ismaili movement, which was politically enthroned in Cairo thanks to the Fatimid dynasty. They're the ones who established, really, the University of Al-Azhar. Had fractured into two. One of the sides of the Ismailis remained in a fairly cautious and politically conservative relationship to the Fatimid caliphs in Cairo. But the others were free radicals, rooted in bunkers or castles in inaccessible corners of the Iranian plateau for the most part, and some in Syria, whence they would sally forth intellectually and, as it were, terroristically in order to subvert Sunni Islam. And Imam Al-Ghazali was concerned with the terroristical side of Ismaili operations because some of his colleagues and even his patron, the Seljuk Wazir Nizam al-Mulk, were actually assassinated by the Ismailis in their suicide operations. But his real concern was with their da'wah. Why was it that Muslims should subscribe to this strange idea? Well, he recognized the force of their argument. In a time of confusion and turmoil, when there are so many different, even Sunni perceptions, when Baghdad is surrounded by 12 Shi'i countryside, where you have Neoplatonist speculations on all hands, where you have the Mu'tazilite movement, still significant because Nizam al-Mulk's predecessor, the Wazir al-Kunduri, had himself been a Hanafi Mu'tazili. This world of conflicting arguments, confusion, perhaps again something that reminds us of our present situation, was addressed by the Ismailis with the simple claim that if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Arhamar Rahimin, the most merciful of the merciful, then he cannot have left his ummah, the ummah of the chosen one, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, without guidance. It's inconceivable. And therefore there must be a marja. There must be somebody for whom our taqleed is not only possible but obligatory. And that is the boundary between true Islam and the mess of the competing sects. So there has to be an infallible imam and a living imam of the age to whom all the Muslims must be invited. And anybody who obstructs that is standing in the way of the light and must be physically eliminated. And this idea, this simple idea, which was rooted in certain movements in Aristotelian logic, the Ismailis liked logic, and they tried to prove logically that it was necessary that there should be an Imam of the age, was a real threat, and probably one that worried Imam Al-Ghazali more than the threat which we more often hear about, which was the threat from Arab philosophy. But that latter threat still was substantial, and although some of Ghazali's books are written in refutation of the Ismailis, his book Fada'ih al-Batiniyah, the scandals of the Batinites are these esoteric, non-Fatimid Ismailis, and his book Al-Qistas al-Mustaqim, in which characteristically he seeks to use the weapon of logic in order to deflate the claims of the Imamites or the Ta'alimites. There is also the question of the Arab philosophers who in some ways, in some circles, are actually connected, usually through Neoplatonism, to the Ismailis. Now, it's very important that we understand this correctly, because the issue of the relationship between reason and revelation is a really important one. We find in the Quran a doctrine of radical and really unmediated revelation. That the Holy Quran is the integral, uncreated even, speech of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it contains directives which are the basis for the Muslim moral and religious life. But on the other hand, the Quran unmistakably, and here I think we can say that it's almost unique amongst world scriptures, contains injunctions to use the mind. لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ لَعَلَّهُمْ يَعْقِلُونَ أُولُو الْأَلْبَابِ. Phrases that clearly indicate the reasoning faculty in human beings. إِنَّ فِي خَلْقِ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَاخْتِلَافِ اللَّيْلِ وَالنَّهَارِ لَآيَاتٍ لِأُولِي الْأَلْبَابِ. In the way that the heavens and the earth have been created, and the succession of night and day are signs for people of understanding. الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض. Those who remember Allah standing, sitting and on their sides, and think about the way in which the heavens and the earth have been created. Again and again we find the Quran urging its initial hearers, the Quraysh, to use their minds, to think. You don't find that in, say, the New Testament. You don't find that in the Diamond Sutra of the Buddhists. It's something that does seem to be an important part of Islam's self-understanding at its initial moment. So on the one hand, knowledge decisively given through tawqif in revelation. But on the other hand, that same revelation urges us again and again, it's clearly important, to use our minds. So the question then arises as to whether the mind can work things out without revelation, or whether the function of the mind, aql, is simply to try and understand things better that have been stated in revelation. And the famous early conflicts between the Mu'tazilites and the Ash'arites to some extent are the result of that almost inevitable argument. What is reason for? It's important, but if it can work everything out, then why should revelation have come in the first place? Now, it's in the context of that the enormous influence of Greek philosophy makes its impact felt. Because the ancient Greeks, although they believed in the one, the good, and they were very big on ethics, and their ethical system is, in many ways, a towering achievement, they didn't have a doctrine of revelation. They had ideas of inspiration. You could be inspired in a dream. And indeed, the idea of the imaginative faculty in human beings as a point of reliable access to the transcendent world is an important principle, particularly in Plato. It comes up in some of his early dialogues. but no idea of a religious revealed text. This is something that is Semitic, Mosaic. So the Greek heritage emerges in Islamic civilization and finds its way into it in ways that continue to shape the standard curriculum of the madrasas to this day, particularly in things such as logic, in the context of an argument that was a little bit uncomfortable. To what extent could one learn from the ancient Greeks if they thought that they had nothing to learn from revelation? Wasn't that the opposite of what a Muslim should be looking for? Why learn from those ancient Greeks who, after all, in their personal religious lives were worshipping Saturn and Jupiter and Dionysus and something that looked more like the paganism of ancient Arabia than Abrahamic Tawheed? And thus began an argument that was resolved ultimately in a characteristically Islamic and very beautiful way in our civilization, which is that just as the Sirat Mustaqim urged by the Fatiha means that we differentiate when we look at the Ahl al-Kitab. So we say of the Ahl al-Kitab, okay, they've done many wrong things, لا تغلوا في دينكم, do not go to excess in your religion, انتهوا خير لكم, cease, it is better for you, don't say 3. Still, ليسوا سواء, they are not the same, they are not equal. من أهل الكتاب أمة قائمة يتلون آيات الله آناء الليل, etc. They are not the same. Part of the genius of Quranic revelation is that on the one hand it has this strong emphasis on truth and falsehood. جاء الحق وزهق الباطل. The truth has come, falsehood has fled away. Nothing could be more emphatic in its insistence on the unique value of truth than the text of Al-Quran al-Karim. But on the other hand, it does not lump those who are from another perspective into a single, essentialized, reified camp. ليسوا سواء. They are not all the same. It differentiates between good Ahl al-Kitab and bad Ahl al-Kitab. Similarly, with the intellectual legacy of ancient Greece, there were some Muslims, including some on the Hanbali wing of things, who thought, well, the Holy Prophet ﷺ didn't use syllogisms, so we shouldn't. Logic must be haram, because the Sahaba didn't do logic. We don't need it. مَا فَرَّطْنَا فِي الْكِتَابِ مِنْ شَيْءٍ. The Quran says we've left nothing out of the book. So why on earth look to those pagan Greeks? And again, fast forward to our contemporary situation, when we look at modern thought, modern ideas, there are certain amongst us, particularly some of our Salafi brethren, who would say, the Quran is complete, why borrow from anything else? That has always been a perspective, but it is no coincidence that it's always been a minority perspective. That is not where most of the Ummah historically has gone. Literalism of the Hanbali type, I speak of certain types of Hanbalism, has always been the smallest choice for Sunni fuqaha. It's the smallest of the 4 madhabs. It's the smallest of the schools of Aqidah. A certain type of non-Muslim polemic would say that has to be what Islam is. It's just Semitic literalism. But in fact, that is not where we have gone for the most part. That is not where our minds, consciences, hearts have chosen to inhabit. So there has been that perspective. And the Mu'tazilite movement to some extent emerges as a kind of reaction against that, worrying what happens when you deal literally with some of the verses in the Quran that says Allah istawa ala al-arsh, settled upon his throne, that he has a hand, yadullahi fawqa aydihim, and so on, that he has a face. What does it mean to interpret those literally? A literal interpretation has to be a physical interpretation. Does that mean that Allah has physical form? Is he therefore finite? That's the Mormon belief. Mormons believe that God has a physical form. is a particular height, and he looks a particular way, and he has long golden hair, and he flies around the universe at incredible speeds. That's a literalist reading of some of those biblical anthropomorphisms. But of course, most religious believers aren't going to go there. So there has to be some interpretation, and the interpretation has to be based on reason. Where else are you going to get interpretation from? Interpretation is a rational act. So it was evident to the great majority of the scholars in early Islam that a straightforward literalism, naql and no aql, was not the way forward for the ummah, and it would lead to the absurdities of the Mormon God if you took it too seriously, or an audible creak as God sits on the throne. That is maybe something that a 4-year-old might imagine to be true of the deity, but it's not coherent. So the tradition of using the mind certainly predates the introduction of the Greek legacy into our civilization, because it's in the Quran that haply they may reflect, لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ, and because it's necessary if you're going to really and responsibly interpret the descriptions of deity given in Revelation. But what happened when the Caliph al-Ma'mun created his academy, his Bayt al-Hikmah in Baghdad in the glory days of the early Abbasid period, was that an immense amount of stuff was now being translated into rather good and attractive Arabic, including almost all of Aristotle and much of Plato, apparently not the Republic, but most of Plato's dialogues, and a lot of other things as well. And suddenly, in the bookshops of Baghdad, you had, as well as books of hadith and books of tafsir, you had the Nicomachean Ethics in rather nice Arabic, and if you have a mind, it's interesting stuff. So to understand the historic development of Islamic civilization, to understand why the textbooks in the madrasas to this day look the way they do, you have to understand that period and the way in which this Quranic dictum of laysu sawa, they're not all the same, was applied to the way in which the Muslims should deal with the Greek heritage. And Imam Al-Ghazali is the one who explains this process of filtration better than anybody. It's already been going on in Sunni circles, and certainly his own teacher, Imam al-Haramain Abul Ma'ali al-Juwayni, who was his great teacher in Kalam and in Fiqh in Nishapur, wrote the great Kitab al-Burhan, wrote the Kitab al-Irshad, some great works of what we nowadays describe as philosophical theology, which incorporate significant patterns of thought, particularly from Aristotle, into an Islamic matrix. And Imam Al-Ghazali, in his autobiography, Al-Munqidh min al-Dalal, explains what's going on here. He quotes the hadith, Al-Hikmatu dalatul mu'min. Wisdom is the lost animal of the believer. Wherever he finds it, he has the most right to it. Something like mathematics, or meteorology, or physics, or logic, or certain turns in metaphysics developed by the ancient Greeks. It doesn't ultimately matter who developed them if they're useful for the deen. If it's useful to have logic, because you can then do things with fiqh that you couldn't do before more precisely, then you incorporate them. But it has to be done by an expert, because that tradition is complex and could be misunderstood, and is, in many of its underlying assumptions, not monotheistic, as Muslims would understand it. So he says that just as the skilled money changer, sitting in the bazaar, can put his hand into a bag of coins and tell what's real gold from what is a forgery, so also the real scholar of Islam, looking at a non-Muslim heritage, has so much knowledge and wisdom and firasa, inward sight, that he can tell what's valuable for the Muslims and what isn't. And this indeed is what he does. So he writes a number of books, and we still haven't quite got our head around what exactly he's doing with some of them, but it seems that the earliest is his Maqasid al-Falasifa, the intentions of the philosophers. which is essentially a paraphrase of one of the great works of Abu Ali ibn Sina, called the Danishname Ala'i, which was written for one of Ibn Sina's patrons as a kind of quite extended compendium of the amalgam of Platonic and Aristotelian philosophy that had been absorbed into the region by the time the Arab conquest took place. And Imam Al-Ghazali is shortening this and turning it into a kind of manual, and actually it's a very brilliant manual, and it's translated into Latin by somebody called Dominicus Giundisalvi, and it becomes taught throughout the medieval Christian world. Here in Spain and in Italy, even in England, Ghazali's texts are being used, but essentially he's understood as being somebody who's following the system of Ibn Sina, of Avicenna, because essentially that's what this is. It's just a summary of the Danishname Ala'i in a particularly crisp Arabic. But that's not the whole story. Now, it used to be thought that the Maqasid al-Falasifa was a kind of introduction or a sort of statement of the works of the philosophers that Imam Al-Ghazali would then treat as a target in his critique of them. But if you actually look at the Maqasid and you look at the critique, which is his book Tahafut al-Falasifa, you see that actually they don't match very well. And he takes certain positions in one that isn't really refuted by the other. It's not really a kind of Aunt Sally, which he's then going to attack. So whatever the relationship of the books might be, Imam Al-Ghazali writes what, certainly in terms of Western historians of philosophy, is his most significant book, which is his Tahafut al-Falasifa, which means the incoherence or the internal contradiction of the Falasifa, by whom he really means Ibn Sina. There have been earlier Falasifa. Al-Kindi was the first well-known one, and then Al-Farabi. Al-Kindi, more or less in the Mu'tazilite camp, more or less a member of the ulama, recognizably Islamic in his worldview, quite selective in what he's borrowing. Al-Farabi, who brings in a lot more of Plato, adopts a system that is troubling to the ulama, because, for instance, Plato doesn't believe that the world is created. He says the world has always existed. It's a necessary emanation of the nature of God, because God's being is so superabundant, replete, overflowing. His perfection has to overflow into what is not him, that therefore the world must always have existed. And so from that perspective, the Platonic perspective, there's no creation. So that was already scandalous in the eyes of the ulama, because Allah is Khaliqu kulli shay, the creator of all things. But what we're not getting, even in Farabi's time, is the sense that this is reason against revelation, aql against naql. Instead, it's two profoundly religious worldviews, in this case the Platonic and the Kalam worldview, colliding. Now, Imam Al-Ghazali in his Tahafut is largely aiming at Ibn Sina, and a number of Muslim scholars, most recently Yahya Michel, have written about the Avicennan pandemic, like a sudden plague that takes over in the Islamic world when Avicenna writes and in ways that are extremely attractive and very brilliant and very persuasive, that seem to reconcile the differences between Plato and Aristotle and create a complete worldview that's also recognizable in Islamic worldview. Ibn Sina regarded himself as Muslim and used to go to the mosque to pray for guidance when he couldn't work out a philosophical problem, wayward in many aspects of his life, but still a member of the Ummah of Islam as he understood it. And this very brilliant system was subversive, and Imam Al-Ghazali, again with his concern for the Ummah, was anxious about the spread of this system. And particularly his greatest, Ibn Sina's greatest work, Kitab al-Shifa, the metaphysical sections from the Shifa. And so, in this book, Imam Al-Ghazali, just as he has been worried by the Ismailis and refutes them using logic, he refutes some of the positions of some of the philosophers. He doesn't say he's refuting the philosophers. He doesn't say he's against the philosophy altogether. He says very clearly in his introduction he's against the positions that some of them have adopted. And the book takes the form of 20 chapters, in each of which he develops his critique of a particular view of the Arab philosophers. And his preferred style of exposition is not simply to knock them on the head with a well-chosen ayah from the Qur'an, because these are people who believe that the Qur'an is to be interpreted on the basis of reason. Reason is objective, and if the Qur'an doesn't work for us, we have to reinterpret it until it does. They believe in asalat al-aql, the first principle is reason, then comes revelation. So you can't use a Qur'anic dalil against them. Instead, you have to beat them at their own game by using reason. You have to use this big technique, ultimately from Aristotle, that Imam Al-Ghazali calls burhan. And each of these 20 chapters is a very subtle, difficult collocation of arguments, sometimes several arguments in a single chapter. And he says that on 17 of these issues, you have to call them mubtadi'. They're involved in heretical innovation. But on 3 issues, wajib takfiruhum, you have to consider them to be non-Muslims. And these 3 issues are, as with Farabi, the uncreatedness of the world, and then the corollary of that, which is that the world must go on forever. So there isn't really the possibility for at the end of time and the last judgment and heaven and hell. The world continues to be the emanation of the divine forever. And the third of these masail was God's knowledge of particulars. And this comes originally from Plato. Plato thought that the one, God if you like, in order to be internally undifferentiated and perfect, can't have within himself the knowledge of all of the little things in the world, because that would divide him up in some way. And therefore, in his internal simplicity, there is no knowledge of the details that happen in the world. And of course this doesn't square with the God of the Qur'an, and therefore Imam Al-Ghazali says if you follow that, and Ibn Sina does seem to follow that, then you cannot be considered to be a Muslim, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Allamul Ghuyub, He is Al-Alim, Allah is the knower, Al-Latif, Al-Khabir, the subtle, the all-aware. You can't, however much you want to stretch things, make that coincide with the Platonic idea of a God who doesn't even will the world to come into being. He's just there, emanating, not really knowing anything. That's a bridge, that's a gulf that cannot be bridged. So he produces this book, which probably is one of the greatest monuments of human intellectual history. It's quite brilliant. It doesn't really have a precedent, particularly in the ulama's literature, arguing against the falasifa. And what's significant about it is the way in which it demonstrates that by this time in our theology, using reason, using logic, using things like essence, attribute, substance, all of these Aristotelian categories is fine. It's not a problem. If it helps you to come to grips with the debate and win the debate on behalf of Sunni Islam, where other methods will not succeed, then it even becomes obligatory to do this. So subsequently in our history, and this follows really from Juwayni, from Ghazali, and particularly from Fakhruddin Razi, who comes a couple of generations later, and writes those books which then become the basis for the madrasa texts that are used to this day. Al-Muhassal, one of his great summary works of Kalam, becomes the basis for almost all of the later Kalam works, Taftazani and the commentaries. That we find that it's this willingness of the Ummah to say, Laysu sawa, they're not all the same, that has allowed us to learn from these principles of rationality and to find ways in which they can be used to vindicate rather than sideline revelation. And that's the genius of Imam Al-Ghazali. If you read his books, you find 100% a passionate Muslim thinker. This isn't somebody who's trying to please the masses, but he has his own private philosophical hobby. Certainly not. There were people like that, but not Imam Al-Ghazali. Every page of the Ihya is absolutely packed with sincerity. Now, one of the things that the Imam does in the Tahafut, in this, and it was really hugely important for our civilization text, is he asks why it is that some people are attracted to certain ideas rather than others. And this is something nowadays philosophers would call it theory choice. If there is what Muslims traditionally refer to as takaful al-adillah, there's kind of arguments in favor of something, arguments against something. It's all finely balanced. Generally, great intellectual arguments that last for centuries are finely balanced. If they weren't, they wouldn't last for centuries. Free will, predestination, creation, emanation, causality, non-causality. Is evil intrinsic, or is evil something that is just a cultural construction or determined by revelation? These go on for a very long time because they're subtle and they're difficult. And Imam Al-Ghazali has some very interesting reflections on why people should reach for certain interpretations rather than others. And this again, I think, has tremendous contemporary relevance. If you read Richard Dawkins and then you read Alistair McGrath or whoever, and you try to see what's the balance, you're trying to be fair-minded and objective. Imam Al-Ghazali would say that invariably in such cases people are swayed by what they wish to believe and therefore by the state of their souls. The ego is very big in informing people's philosophical choices, and that nowadays is likely to be particularly the case where there's no inauguration into philosophy through self-discipline, as there was, say, in the philosophical schools at Athens and Alexandria. There was an initiation and certain practices and certain ways of self-discipline, which included things like sports. You had to be an integrated, balanced, disciplined person. That's all gone now. Imam Al-Ghazali spends some time in the Tahafut talking about the egos of those who are following Avicenna's system. He says they're really intoxicated by the weird names of the ancient Greeks and of the funny jargon that they've invented. And this again rings true in the contemporary academic context. People think it's cool to use all kinds of fancy philosophical jargon. It makes them feel up to date. It makes them feel they're in with the in crowd. It makes them feel superior. It's the ego. And very often nowadays, when people opt for a particular worldview, for instance, a new atheism, by no means clear at all, rationally, that the physical constants in the universe that determine the rules whereby a proton spins around the nucleus of every single atom in the world at a particular velocity, and it's not too fast or it would disintegrate, it's not too low or it would collapse. All these finely tuned physical constants, by no means clear that such a finely tuned universe could just have popped into existence from primeval nothingness. It's not an obvious, logical, rational assumption to make. But in the context of the rampant modern ego that wishes to be, in a Promethean way, independent of tradition and religion, it is kind of cool to believe that. It is an ego trip, because after all, it's the nafs that wants to be independent. Innal insana la yatgha an ra'ahu istaghna. Human beings transgress the bounds. They wish to see themselves independent. This is the Iblis that refused the commandment to bow down to Adam alayhi salam. Ana khayrun min, I am better than you. And he comes up with his own philosophical justification. Oh, you created him of clay, you created me of fire. So he produces a syllogism, and his theory choice is in favor of reason rather than revelation, even though revelation is taking place in front of him. He's being commanded by God himself, who's present, but still his ego says, istakbar, he's proud, and therefore he descends, he falls, and that's the beginning of it. And Imam Al-Ghazali and Rumi also make something of this story. Reason, of course, a divine gift, and it's what makes us better than the cows in the fields, but reason, when employed by an unrefined ego, is a catastrophe. And that's the beginning of the story of the fall and of the human predicament. Before the garden, the fruit, all of that, there is the fall of Iblis. And why does he fall? Because of this use of reason, because of this logic, this syllogism that is cracking, because of his aba wastakbara. He refused and was proud. The Quran itself is subtly diagnosing this fundamental problem with rationality and philosophy. It's saying it's the ego tends to use it. It's not some kind of neutral thing in midair. It's pushed along by the one who's doing the reasoning, and very often the one who's pushing it along is a big ego. Particularly if he's a modern philosophy professor, they tend to have egos the size of planets very often. How are they going to make balanced choices? Inevitably they go for what is cool, what is fashionable, the latest intellectual fashion, what looks good on the pages of the best journals. The egos crave that, and therefore their theory choice tends to follow. And Imam Al-Ghazali in his Tahafut says, well, look at all these people, these young Muslims nowadays who are intoxicated by this terminology in Greek philosophy. It's the ego. And that's where the Ihya comes in. Because the Ihya really is Imam Al-Ghazali's explanation of how you have to sort yourself out before you can be making any of those choices. You have to do all of this before you can get into this stuff of who's right and Plotinus and Aristotle and all of that. Before you venture into those very difficult areas of takafu al-adilla, make sure that the I, the self, that is moving your use of reason is under control. Paradisal rather than infernal, angelic rather than diabolical. And I think it's important to recognize this. Imam Al-Ghazali recognized the point that the Ismailis were making, that others were making, was that there's takafu al-adilla. It's hard, the arguments go on. Do we really have free will? Or is that getting in the way of the divine omnipotence? These are finely balanced, difficult issues. The Ismailis thought you could resolve them just by saying, follow the infallible Imam, he'll tell you what's right. Imam Al-Ghazali is saying, we don't believe in infallible Imams. There's so many rival Imams, who knows which is the one to follow. But instead, what you need to do is activate the fitrah, overcome the ego, and then ponder the Quran and use reason, and then you'll come to this position, which is the position of the consensus of the Sunni scholars anyway. And hence the closeness of the science of tasawwuf with Sunni Islam. Not with Mu'tazilite Islam, not really with Shi'i Islam, certainly not with Khariji Islam, but with Sunni Islam, tasawwuf is a core discipline. Because the true and the non-egotistic reading of the Quran and the Hadith comes about when the ego is chained up. That's when we have a better understanding. Just as in Ramadan, we have a better understanding of Islam and we see its wisdom more because the sufidati shayateen, the shaitans, are chained up. And during the day, when we're not immediately thinking of another trip to the cafe, we're kind of detached. We see things more rationally, more objectively. The passions don't get in the way. So the Ihya al-Ulum is, you could say, Imam Al-Ghazali's contribution most substantially to Islamic intellectuality, in that he says no intellectuality will work unless you have a nafs al-mutma'inna, the soul which is at peace. the reason which is within us, which is this extraordinary, miraculous thing that can make moral choices, that can determine things that could be possible about the divine nature, that can determine the nature of the law, that can do all of the extraordinary things human beings can do. All of that depends on the nature of the self. But the first thing we need to do is to make sure that the I, the self, the inmost human subject, is balanced and not in the grip of its lower possibilities. And he talks about this a lot. The Ihya is basically a book on spiritual psychology, but if you read the translation of the book of the Wonders of the Heart, Kitab Ajaib al-Qalb, you'll see the language that he uses of the human being as being like a kingdom, and the kingdom is assailed by enemies. And those enemies are the vices and the passions which wish to bring us down into a kind of base state, and might even want to take over from the king in the heart. But in order to defeat those enemies, we need junud, we need soldiers. And those soldiers are the virtues, those soldiers are self-discipline, the soldiers are knowledge. And with those soldiers we can defend ourselves and become integrated human beings who can then begin the process of becoming responsible and complete Muslims. So the Ihya, when you see that, you can see the nature of its internal structure. It begins with the book of knowledge. That's no coincidence. And it has a lot in it about the dangers of egotistic knowledge. Kitab Dhamm al-Ghurur, towards the end of the Ihya, is really important. A whole book condemning egotism in scholarship. And he'd seen this, and he'd experienced it in himself, of course. His spiritual crisis was not just about worrying whether he was showing off in his teaching and therefore would guide others to paradise, but himself would go to hell. But it was also a crisis in his human subjectivity. He thought, there's so much egotism in me, that how do I know I'm doing my philosophy and my kalam and my fiqh correctly? Because the interpretation is coming from a man of ego. So there was a kind of double crisis at that point. And then the book ends, of course, with Kitab Dhikr al-Maut, the book of remembrance of death, the obvious place to take it. But also a significant place in that where you hung out your colours in the intellectual and theological debates in his world tended to be the question of al-ma'ad. Ibn Sina had written on this, because ma'ad, when you talked about the place of return and what happens after death, you immediately had to unveil yourself as either a Neoplatonist or as a Quranic believer. You couldn't really combine the two in that. And so if you wish to come through the process of religious exploration to a place that is sound, and the place that is sound is the faithful understanding of the data about what happens after death supplied in Revelation, in the Quranic revelation, you have to go through all of these other things like tawbah and mahabba and rida and sabr. That's the way to get that. So the conclusion is on a point that is a kind of watchword for orthodoxy, and that's significant as well. So the Ihya Ulumuddin is Imam Al-Ghazali's challenge to ourselves. He is saying, well, you can be like Iblis, or you can be like the angels. You can be like Muhammad, you can be like Abu Lahab, in some contingent relative way. You can be way up, you can be way down. Human beings are fi ahsani taqweem, thumma radadnahu asfala safilin. Human beings can be the noblest, the detached, selfless, hospitable, loving, beautiful human being is the finest thing in creation. But the human being who is the disgusting briber, the pimp, the mass murderer, the egotist, the selfish person, that's the lowest thing in creation, lower than anything you'll find in the animal world. And that's the spectrum of which human beings are capable. And if you want to go up rather than go down, which is important, you need to sort yourself out. Riyadatun nafs, disciplining the self. Tahdhibul akhlaq, refining the traits of character. Mu'alajat amrad al-qalb, curing the sicknesses of the heart. Sort that out, sort what's inwardly out, and your outward practice of religion will be sorted, because the ikhlas will ensure that you will be keen to know what's right and to practice it. And you'll be right with others as well in your mu'amala. And there's much in the ihya which is about marriage, about travel, about business ethics. It's not just for people living in caves, far from it. It's a social mysticism. And that, of course, is the nature of the religion. Ad-dinu mu'amala, religion is in transaction, engagement with others. So he's saying if you take this journey, then you'll be able to begin to get your theology right. Then you'll be a self-aware, self-possessed, restrained, compassionate human being who can weigh alternative interpretations in something like an objective way. But if you're in the grip of your passions and your egotism, it's not going to work. So this is something that I think has been underestimated, and perhaps we'll stop at this point, in the work of Imam Al-Ghazali, that he's not somebody who one day is writing a book on Shafi'i fiqh, and another day he's refuting the Christians, and then he has to go to the Ismailis and talks about the philosophers, and then he writes this book on Sufism. No, it's all really part of his development in his writings of an agenda to explain and to universalize his own internal journey. And for him, the process of inward purification is inseparable from the process of using the mind in order to understand. And that is why we cannot say in Islam that there's a tension between reason and revelation. Revelation is what gives us the self-knowledge that enables us to use reason correctly. You can't have reason just on its own. As Kant thought, there can be a pure reason, but it really collapses very quickly. And you can't have a definition of the human subject that can support it. But reason, similarly, helps and can defend revelation. If you're arguing against Ibn Sina or Richard Dawkins or the Ismaili Da'i of the time or whoever it might be, you can't just list a bunch of Quranic verses and hadiths, because they don't accept that. Reason is the universal language of human disputation, and that's why the Quran uses it. It uses reason to dispute with the pagan Arabs. It says, who created the heavens and the earth? Man khalaqa as-samawati wal ard. La yaqulun Allah. They will certainly say Allah. And the Quran is in a state of disputation. And Rosalind Gwynn, who wrote a recent book on the Qur'an's arguments, identifies over 20 different types of logical structure in the Qur'an's arguments. It's a polemical book itself. It is using logic in order to overcome the incredulity of a pagan and a self-satisfied and egotistic world. In that world, you use reason because there's nothing else to reach for. So inshallah this has taken us some way into understanding the purpose of Imam Al-Ghazali in his Ihya Ulumuddin. It's not just a pious manual that you can use for khutbahs that tells you how to be good, how not to tell lies, how to deal with your neighbors. It has a lot of that. Anthologically, it's very brilliant. It's like an encyclopedia of the Islamic virtues. But that's not really his purpose in writing the book. His real purpose in writing the book is to enable us to be balanced and intelligent and responsible human assessors of the world outside, including the world of reason and reason arguments. So we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, inshallah, to benefit us from these few days, and inshallah to inspire our hearts and to give us righteousness with one another in mu'amala, and inshallah to increase in knowledge of this deen and knowledge of Imam Al-Ghazali, inshallah. Wal afu minkum, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ومولانا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. رب يسر وأعن يا كريم وافتح بالحق إنك الفتاح العليم. This morning we proposed some generalizations about the intentions of our Imam in writing this great book, Ihya Ulumuddin. And we came to the conclusion that although it is a book which is, as it were, a medicine chest for just about any of the spiritual or the doctrinal difficulties which we might encounter in our lives as ordinary Muslims, it has a further, you might say, epistemological agenda, which is to reconfigure the heart and the mind to enable the human subject properly to discern truth from falsehood. That which takes us away from truth is the ahwa. Indeed, in our tradition, we speak of the heretics as ahl al-ahwa, the people of passion, the people of desires. It is not a reasoned and objective assessment of the issues which has led them into misguidance. Instead, it is desire for solidarity with some group or to express a particular view about oneself, either to oneself or to others. And we saw that this is indeed the besetting crisis of modern philosophy, which seeks to understand everything without having first advanced even a cursory understanding of what might constitute selfhood. If this is Imam Al-Ghazali's purpose in writing the Ihya Ulumuddin, then clearly he must engage not only with issues of, as it were, personal spiritual hygiene, but also with issues of relationality, relationships, the human context, that is to say, mu'amala. Indeed, one of the most frequent distinctions which he makes in the text is that between ilm al-mu'amala and ilm al-mukashafa. He does this again and again. The sciences of mukashafa, that is to say unveiling, are to do with the direct access that the human subject, through its locus in the heart, has of unseen things. That could include issues of true dreams. It could include all kinds of issues of the direct perception of the unseen. Prophecy is itself one of these ulum al-mukashafa, one of the sciences of unveiling. But unlike many of the Sufis who came after him, Imam Al-Ghazali says that he will not venture to write in this area of the ilm al-mukashafa, because he says human language cannot carry those realities. This is a different type of knowledge, a direct experience. It is akin to some of the most fundamental and immediate and existential and distinctive of sense impressions, elemental sense impressions, primary sense impressions. For instance, the smell of lavender. We recognize it very strongly, immediately. It can be an early childhood memory, but actually describing it in words to somebody who has not had that experience may well prove to be a fool's errand. Similarly, the experience of certain types of beauty, particularly very abrupt forms of beauty, may be something that it is impossible to put into human words. And if this is the case for primary sense perceptions, how much more must it be the case for the primary experience of transcendence? So Imam Al-Ghazali is epistemologically pessimistic, to use a fancy way of putting it, in that he does not hold that human language, despite its extraordinary and capacious mediatory power its almost magical capacity, can dimensions. He will point in that direction. It is nothing more than ishara. It is never an ibara, that is to say, a frank, explicit summation of a fact. Instead, ishara refers to an indication, a sign, a pointing, a gesture. So again and again in the Ihya, where he comes up against some of the higher aspirations of the religious life, particularly in books such as Kitab al-Tawheed wa Tawakkul, the book of divine unity and reliance upon God, and also the Kitab al-Mahabba wa Shaykh wal-Uns wal-Rida, the book of love, longing, intimacy and contentment, and also the Kitab Sharh Ajaib al-Qalb, the interpretation of the wonders of the heart. We find that the Imam frequently seems to approach these supernal realities but then backs off, saying, my purpose in this book is to focus on the ulum al-mu'amala, not the ulum al-mukashafa. Now, mu'amala means transaction, the engagement with others. It's a transitive form of the root amila, meaning to act or to do. Our a'mal are our actions, good and ill. Mu'amala in Arabic means those actions which engage with another, normally another animate human being. And there is a myriad ways in which we engage with others. This is the essence of human complexity. Our engagement with other orders of creation is slight and somewhat monochrome when compared with the extraordinary richness and danger of engagement with others, whether it be through gesture, or whether it be through speech, or body language, or the various things in which we can do in order to support or to demean others. This is the essence really of what it is to be human. And this is why there were two rather than just one in the Garden of Paradise. Their perfection consisted in living in company rather than in a solitary state. This is the fitrah. Our fitrah is to be transactional entities, not to be solitary. And although Imam Al-Ghazali, rahmatullahi alayh, does indeed consecrate an entire book in the Ihya to Kitab Adab al-Uzla, the book of the courtesies of seclusion or being solitary, he, in keeping with his tradition, indicates that this can be no more than a means to an end, a passing state. Rather, as the Holy Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam engaged in his tahannuth fi ghari Hira, his solitary devotions in the cave of Hira, that was not the totality of his prophethood. He grew into his prophethood when he began to convey, when he first mentioned his encounter with the angel to his wife Khadija radiallahu anha. And this is the way of the Kamilin, the perfect ones, that if they are in a state of seclusion, it is for some circumstance. It is not because that is the natural state of the religious human being or of the human being. We are social animals. Now, of the various ways in which we engage with other human beings and discern this profound and divine mystery of experiencing the miraculous nature of our own consciousness through engagement with other points of consciousness out there in an otherwise inanimate universe, coming to life through encountering the life that beats in the heart of another human being, we find that there are many forms in which communication can take place. And some of these are of immense subtlety. The expressions of the human face involve the manipulation of very tiny and superficial muscles, but a single small gesture can break somebody's heart or can take somebody to a state approaching paradise. Much of human literature is about this. There is a wisdom and a subtlety in the face, and the gestures of the face are an important aspect of the way in which we communicate. But the most profound and extraordinary thing that human beings can do in their engagement with others, and also into other engagements, which is the engagement with the self, our own personal conversations that we have with ourselves, particularly when we're in charge of the hadith and nafs, actually directing our own internal discourse, when we keep a private diary, for instance. And the second of them being the discourse that we have with the Creator, subhanahu wa ta'ala, that this extraordinary dimension of human relationality is one of the things that constitutes what it is to be Bani Adam. And it is to do with the kalimat that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inspired in Adam. فَتَلَقَّى آدَمُ مِنْ رَبِّهِ كَلِمَاتٍ فَتَابَ عَلَيْهِ. Adam received from his Lord words, and he relented towards him. Now, the scholars have had different views as to what those words might be, but in this context it doesn't matter. What we're talking about is speech. This is the allamahul bayana. The compassionate taught us speech, the capacity for articulating ourselves. It's true that some higher primates have the ability to make sounds and to use gestures and a form of symbolic language that sometimes can encompass a vocabulary of several hundred discrete items. But the reality is that that does not fall into the category of the immense subtlety of these apparently simple, strange sounds of which the human palate is capable. This box that we have within our heads is the primary, overwhelmingly the primary instrument whereby we engage with what is subtle and profound and human and morally significant in creation. This is one reason why revelation comes in the form of sounds and verses and words, rather than in the form of something that might impact upon one of the other of the five senses. That it is to the hearing of the Holy Prophet ﷺ that the scripture comes, albeit directed in the first instance to his heart. نَزَلَهُ عَلَى قَلْبِكَ. So there is something sacred about sound that is to do with the sanctity of communication, that is to do with the uniqueness of the creation of Adam alayhi salam. That we, uniquely amongst the orders of creation, can hear and obey, and we can hear and disobey. If we couldn't hear, we could really do neither of those two things. And what we hear is not undifferentiated sound or music, but instead it is speech. This allamahul bayan is fundamental to what constitutes humanity. So it's inevitable that religion will have important things to say doctrinally about the divine speech, kalamullah, and exactly what that consists in, whether it's created or uncreated, and we know that it's uncreated because it is of the essence of the divine and partakes of the unmadeness of the divine self. And also ways in which that word, that logos, if you like, is reflected and refracted out into the world of 1 billion human listeners in ways that differently impact upon each one of their individual and unique souls. Part of the strength of revelation, part of its vocation and task, if you like, is that it has to have a way of fully transforming every possible human type. Therefore, revelation cannot take the form of a book like any other book. It will not look like a poem or a novel or a medical textbook or anything of those established genres. It is sui generis, it is unique, it is mu'jaz, it is mu'jiz, it is that which renders others incapable of producing the like thereof. Why? Because it is not of the human capacity of the generating of meaning, it is from the divine. So this aspect of bayan is going to be important. Another is going to be the significance of human speech amongst human beings. And this is particularly significant in areas of sharia, So there are areas of Sharia that are looking to see what kind of human words constitute, for instance, a valid contract of sale, or an act of slander, or blasphemy, or an offer of marriage, or a lie which is actionable in Sharia. All of these things are within the purview of the Mufti and the Usuli and the Qadi. In the context of akhlaq, however, we find that the religious concern with the types of human speech really comes into its own. And because of the subtlety of human inner states and the almost indefinite range of modes of intentionality which human beings can have, often in our strange state, not being sure exactly what our intention might be, or often having a plurality of intentions, particularly if we haven't achieved much of the maqam of ikhlas, that this inwardness generates an extraordinary complexity of sound waves emitted from the vocal cords which go out in creation and can have blissful or catastrophic impacts on human beings. This is one of the common things in fiction. For instance, François Mauriac, in his novel *The Nest of Vipers*, talks about how a single whispered statement, unguarded, on the pillow of two newlyweds, then goes on to mess up not only their lives for the rest of their lives, but the lives of their children and descendants as well. And we're all aware of this, of the unique destructive power of speech. So this is something which is going to be very significant for the Imam in his depiction of a pattern of human recuperation from our instinctual state that will enable us to be fair judges of truth claims and to get our doctrines and our assessment of prophetic claims correct. So much of the Ihya Ulumuddin is actually about things that people say, and also inward states that might be primarily morally significant because of what people say as a result of them. So honesty, sobriety, anger, mistrust, backbiting, treacherous behavior, cheating, treason, all of these things, a huge range of hugely significant moral events are related specifically to speech, and in fact overwhelmingly they are speech-based rather than action-based entailments of human behavior. So what I want to look at is from the third book of the third quarter of the Ihya, which is one where he is particularly efficient and encyclopedic in proceeding through the matter. And this is the Kitab Afat al-Lisan, the book of the defects of the tongue. The book of the defects of the tongue, which is the fourth book in the third quarter, the Ruba al-Muhlikat, the quarter which is about destructive vices in the Ihya Ulumuddin. And as we'll see, some of the books in the Ihya proceed in two halves. Some of them proceed as a series of chapters. In this case, he simply divides up the mischief that the tongue can do in 20 different defects. And inshallah, by the end of this weekend, we'll try and move through all of them. And it's a good example of how effective and relevant Imam Al-Ghazali's treatment still is. The essence of the human condition has not changed since his day. We still have the same tendencies, the same vices, the same virtues, the same bodies, the same fundamental moral issues and temptations apply to us, despite the outward difference between the two civilizations. So here is where he begins. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah alladhi ahsana khalqa al-insani wa addala wa alhamahu nur al-imani fazayyanahu bihi wa jammala. Praise be to Allah who made excellent the creation of man and made it balanced, and inspired in him the light of faith and made him beautiful through it and adorned. وَعَلَّمَهُ الْبَيَانَ فَقَدَّمَهُ بِهِ وَفَضَّلَهُ, and taught him speech and made him foremost through it and superior. وَأَفَاضَ عَلَى قَلْبِهِ خَزَائِنَ الْعُلُومِ فَأَكْمَلَهُ, and poured out upon his heart the treasure stores of knowledges and thus made him perfect. ثُمَّ أَرْسَلَ عَلَيْهِ سِتْرًا مِّن رَحْمَتِهِ وَأَسْبَلَهُ, and then conferred upon him a veil of his mercy and made it extensive. ثُمَّ أَمَدَّهُ بِلِسَانٍ يُتَرْجِمُ بِهِ عَمَّا حَوَاهُ الْقَلْبُ وَعَقَّلَهُ, and then he reinforced him, or he strengthened him with a tongue by which he could interpret or communicate that which the heart encompasses and understands. And the prologue goes on. So you can see in quite straightforward fashion, Imam Al-Ghazali here is indicating the sanctity of speech as an eminent divine gift. That we should be thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us this extraordinary capacity. And when you think about it, an objective measurement of the human body, what are we, 6 feet tall perhaps, lasting for a few decades and then quickly corrupting. The instruments which we have been given are quite remarkable. The sense of sight, for instance, 2 little eyeballs, and yet they can absorb particles emitted by distant galaxies and stars. With these 2 little eyeballs, we can gaze into an almost infinite range of possibilities in the world. We can hear so many different sorts of things and discern very subtle gradations in harmony and in rhythm and in the timbre and in the intention in people's voices. The ear, too, is extraordinarily sharp as an instrument of perception. And so on with all of the senses, but that part of us which is the most potent and the most extraordinary, because it is that part with which we generally reach out to other souls, other centers of consciousness in the world, is speech. And this is the Allamahul Bayan. That without sight, you could still have human beings. Without hearing, you could still have human beings. You could imagine Homo sapiens as a species existing, more or less, without any of the individual 5 senses, but stripped of speech, we would not be ourselves. Stripped of speech, there would hardly be a significant moral life. Stripped of speech, there would hardly be the ability to create an extraordinary resonance in the sounding box of this world for the divine praising of himself. That the highest purpose of human speech is to praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is how revelation begins. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. And it is through speech, through bayan, that hamd is made most characteristically human. Everything in the world, of course, يَعْلَمُ صَلَاتَهُ وَتَسْبِيحَهُ. Everything in the created orders knows its own form of prayer and knows its form of glorification. But human beings have the capacity to do things like make dua. Nothing else in creation can do that. Human beings have the capacity to offer tawbah in words. Nothing else in creation is capable of experiencing something like tawbah. Human beings have an inner landscape that is richer by far than all of the outer world of galaxies and nebula and great forests. The inner world is richer and more interesting. And the proof of that is to be found, for instance, in a genre such as the novel. The novel finds what is most interesting in humanity, most interesting in the cosmos, to be the human interior life and the way in which human beings understand or don't understand each other. Much more interesting to write a novel about that than to write a novel about some exploding star in a distant galaxy. And that is part of the nobility which has been conferred upon the Bani Adam. لَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا Bani Adam. We have this capacity. So Imam Al-Ghazali begins the book with a reminder of what an extraordinary, great blessing this is, the capacity of speech, both to receive and to understand, and also to emit sounds so that our own inner life can reach out to others. And here he goes. أما بعد, to proceed, فإن اللسان من نعم الله العظيمة. The tongue is one of Allah's great bounties. ولطائف صنعه الغريبة, and one of the strangest subtleties of his making. فإنه صغير جرمه عظيم طاعته وجرمه. Because it is small in weight, but immense is its consequences in terms of obedience and disobedience. If the tongue is a little thing, but if it obeys Allah, the consequences are extraordinary. You can found a new religion and change the world. But the consequences of its misbehavior are also gigantic. You can break a heart, you can start a war, you can cause a divorce, you can, just by saying things with this little thing. إذ لا يستبين الكفر والإيمان إلا بشهادة اللسان. Kufr and Iman are not made distinct save by the witnessing which the tongue itself performs. وهما غاية الطاعة والعصيان. And these are the utmost of obedience and of disobedience. ثم إنه ما من موجود أو معدوم خالق أو مخلوق متخيل أو معلوم مظنون أو موهوم إلا واللسان يتناوله. Okay, so already he's explained how important it is, but then he goes on. And then there is nothing that exists or does not exist, nothing that creates or is created, nothing that is imagined or known or supposed, except that the tongue can give an account of it and can deal with it rationally, وَيَتَعَرَّضُ لَهُ بِإِثْبَاتٍ أَوْ نَفِي, by establishing its existence or non-existence. فَإِنَّ كُلَّ مَا يَتَنَاوَلَهُ الْعِلْمُ يُعْرِبُ عَنْهُ اللِّسَانُ. For everything that knowledge can attain, the tongue can express, إِمَّا بِحَقٍ أَوْ بَاطِلٍ, by saying it's true or false. وَلَا شَيْءَ إِلَّا وَالْعِلْمُ مُتَنَاوِلٌ لَهُ. And there is nothing that cannot in principle be known. So the capacity of this sound box, of this tongue, is extraordinary because it can give an account of everything that exists. There's no exceptions. وَهَذِهِ خَاصِيَّةٌ لَا تُوجَدُ فِي سَائِرِ الْأَعْضَاءِ. And this is a unique property which does not exist in the other parts of the human body. It's just the tongue that can do this. فَإِنَّ الْعَيْنَ لَا تَصِلُ إِلَى غَيْرِ الْأَلْوَانِ. Because the eye can perceive nothing more than colors and shapes, وَالصُّوَرِ. وَالْآذَانُ لَا تَصِلُ إِلَى غَيْرِ الْأَصْوَاتِ. And the ear can apprehend only sounds. وَالْيَدْ لَا تَصِلُ إِلَّا غَيْرِ الْأَجْسَامِ. And the hand can know only forms, bodies. وَكَذَلِكَ سَائِرُ الْأَعْضَاءِ. And thus it is with the other parts of the human being. وَاللِّسَانُ رَحِبُ الْمَيْدَانِ. But the tongue is of an immense context or field of operation. لَيْسَ لَهُ مَرَدٌ وَلَا لِمَجَالِهِ مُنْتَهَى. There is nothing that can restrain it, and there is no limit to its potential zone of operation. So he begins by indicating this enormous significance, the moral, the potency of human speech, that what we perceive with our senses or can work out with our minds are nothing without the capacity to articulate that within ourselves and to others. And the tongue is a small thing, but it has this capacity to frame so much. And then he goes on to talk about the moral power of the tongue.
وحد له في الخير مجال رحب وله في الشر ذيل سحب. It has an extraordinary capacity to do good, an enormous field of operation in causing evil. فمن أطلق عذبة اللسان وأهمله مرخي العنان سلك به الشيطان في كل ميدان. And whoever just enjoys the sweetness of his tongue and neglects it and doesn't control it, the shaitan takes it in every possible direction. وَسَاقَهُ إِلَى شَفَى جُرُفٍ حَارٍ, and takes it to a precipice. إِلَى أَنْ يَضْطَرَّهُ إِلَى الْبَوَارِ, to the point that it takes him to destruction. If you don't watch your tongue, he's saying, it can take you to the edge and beyond and can destroy you because you say things that will be your perdition. And then he quotes hadith, وَلَا يَكُبُّ النَّاسُ فِي النَّارِ عَلَى مَنَاخِرِهِمْ إِلَى حَصَائِدُ أَلْسِنَتِهِمْ. People are toppled over into hellfire only because of what their tongues have done or acquired. ولا ينجو من شر اللسان إلا من قيده بلجام الشرع. And one can only be safe from the tongue's evil by tying it with the reins of the shara, the sharia. فلا يطلقه إلا فيما ينفعه في الدنيا والآخرة. So that such a person only lets the tongue out, only allows it to operate in what benefits him in things of dunya and akhirah. ويكفه عن كل ما يخشى غائلته في عاجله وآجله. To talk about a section in which he describes the question of silence. بيان عظيم خطر اللسان وفضيلة الصمت. An exposition of the great danger of the tongue and the merit of silence. Now, silence is a spiritual technique and a state which is universal in world spiritualities. There are even monastic orders like the Trappists where they take vows of silence. They communicate only through gesture, or at certain times of the year they're allowed to speak. In many forms of Buddhism, particularly Zen Buddhism, there's an emphasis on silence. It's a fairly universal thing. Silence is a valuable way of keeping this beast that is behind the bars of the teeth behind bars, so that it doesn't emerge to harm ourselves or others. And there is in our tradition a very rich tradition of reflection on the merit of silence, not being a chatterbox, but just being quiet and silent as something that is closer to our contemplative natures than is the state of constant speech. اعلم أن خطر اللسان عظيم. Know that the tongue is dangerous. ولا نجاة من خطره إلا بالصمت. And there is no real salvation from this danger except through silence. فلذلك مدح الشرع الصمت. And for this reason, the revealed law has praised silence. وحث عليه, and has urged us to be silent. فقال صلى الله عليه وسلم من صمت نجا. He said صلى الله عليه وسلم, whoever is silent is saved. وقال عليه السلام الصمت حكم وقليل فاعله. And he said صلى الله عليه وسلم, silence is wisdom and there are few, only few who do it. وروى عبد الله بن سفيان عن أبيه قال قلت يا رسول الله أخبرني عن الإسلام بأمر لا أسأل عنه أحدا بعدك. قال قل آمنت بالله ثم استقم. قال قلت فما أتقي فأومأ بيده إلى لسانه. And this is a very well-known sound hadith in which one of the Sahaba say, "O Rasulullah, tell me concerning Islam about something which will be sufficient, so I never need to ask any questions again of anybody." And he said, just say, I believe in Allah, and then go straight. Follow the sunnah, follow the sharia. قال قلت فما أتقي, and I said, what should I beware of? فأومأ بيده إلى لسانه, and he pointed with his hand to his tongue. So this is one of the jawami', one of the Holy Prophet's comprehensive teachings. Believe in Allah, go straight, and the thing you have to fear most is what you say, your words. قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من يتكفل لي بما بين لحييه ورجليه أتكفل له بالجنة. And the Holy Prophet said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, this is a hadith in Bukhari, whoever guarantees to me that which is between his lips and that which is between his legs, I shall guarantee paradise for him. And this is incidentally something that's particularly important to remember in the month of Ramadan, because one of the things that we really have to pay attention to when we're fasting is what we say. It's easier to prevent the intake of food and drink during Ramadan, but it's harder for us to watch what goes out in terms of what we say. Loose talk, lying, chatter. So the Holy Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, man lam yada' الكذب وقول الزور فليس لله حاجة في أن يدع طعامه وشرابه. Whoever does not renounce lying and bearing false witness, Allah has no need of his renouncing his food and his drink. And in the Kitab al-Siyam, the book of fasting in the Ihya, Imam Al-Ghazali talks about those scholars who believed that the fast could be broken by telling a lie, not in the fiqh, but in the inward haqiqah, the inward reality of the fast. If you tell lies when you're fasting, you just have the kind of dry bones of the fast. You don't have the reality of it. So this is all useful stuff for those of us who are fasting. وقد سئل رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم عن أكبر ما يدخل الناس الجنة ما يدخل الناس الجنة, and he was asked sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what is the thing that most brings people to paradise? فقال تقوى الله وحسن الخلق, and he said the fear of Allah and good character. وسئل عن أكبر ما يدخل النار, and he asked what is that thing that brings people into hell most frequently? فقال الأجوفان الفم والفرج, and he replied the two hollow things, the mouth and the genitals. فيحتمل أن يكون المراد بالفم آفات اللسان لأنه محله, and it's possible that what's meant by the mouth is the sins of the tongue, because the mouth is the tongue's habitat. ويحتمل أن يكون المراد به البطن, but it's also possible what this hadith means, and speaking of the mouth, is the stomach. In other words, it's greed that will take you to the hellfire. لأنه منفذ. قال معاذ بن جبل قلت يا رسول الله أخذوا بما نقول. It's a famous Mu'adh bin Jabal asked, O Messenger of Allah, shall we be taken? فقال ثكلتك أمك يا ابن جبل وهل يكب الناس في النار على مناخرهم إلى حصائد ألسنتهم. And the Holy Prophet replied, woe betide you, O Mu'adh, are people thrown down upon their faces in hellfire for any reason other than what their tongues have been doing? وقال أنس بن مالك قال صلى الله عليه وسلم لا يستقيم إيمان العبد حتى يستقيم قلبه ولا يستقيم قلبه حتى يستقيم لسانه ولا يدخل الجنة رجل لا يأمن جاره بوائقه. The Holy Prophet said, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the faith of a man is not right until his heart is right, and his heart is not right until his tongue is right. And no man shall enter paradise whose neighbor was not safe from his misfortunes. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم من سره أن يسلم فليلزم الصمت. And he said, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, whoever wishes to be safe, let him maintain silence. So there's actually a large number of hadiths here about the merits of silence and watching out about what one says. And then in keeping with his normal practice in the Ihya, after giving the Quranic verses in the hadith, Imam Al-Ghazali turns to the athar, that is to say the sayings, which have been transmitted from the earliest generations. كان أبو بكر الصديق رضي الله عنه يضع حصاة في فيه يمنع بها نفسه عن الكلام وكان يشير إلى لسانه ويقول هذا الذي أوردني الموارد. And Abu Bakr as-Siddiq used to put pebbles in his mouth in order to restrain him from speaking. And sometimes he would point to his tongue and he would say, هذا الذي أوردني الموارد. It's this that's got me into scrapes, that's got me into difficult situations. وقال عبد الله ibn Mas'ud, and Abdullah ibn Mas'ud said, والله الذي لا إله إلا هو ما شيء أحوج إلى طول سجن من لسان. And Ibn Mas'ud said, I swear by Allah besides whom there is no other God, that nothing deserves to be imprisoned for longer than the tongue. وقال الطاووس لساني سبع إن أرسلته أكلني. Tawus Ben Kaysan, the great tabi'i of Makkah, said, my tongue is a lion or a wild beast. If I let it out, it bites me. And so on. Many statements. He has a large amount of material here about the importance of silence. And indeed, there are whole books in our legacy just about silence. Ibn Abi Dunya, who's the author of a number of short works of hadith and sayings, athar, from the Salaf, has Kitab al-Samt, a book of silence. Al-Muhasibi also writes about silence. Now, this of course raises a question. If it's the case that what makes us human really is our capacity to articulate, to explain in speech the morality of situations, the nature of knowledge, to discern between true and false beliefs, then how can silence be an appropriate response to a divine gift? It looks like not using it. Now, Imam Al-Ghazali has begun this kitab with this single section, this bayan fi fadilat as-samt, this chapter on the merit of samt, of silence, in order to remind us of the importance of muraqabah, of self-scrutiny. We need to watch out, and if in doubt, we should fall silent. If we're not sure whether something that we might want to say is beneficial or not, then it's almost certainly going to be better for us just to remain silent. And Imam al-Junayd used to say, if it pleases you to speak, then be silent. And if it pleases you to be silent, then speak. There are certain situations in which silence can be reprehensible. If, for instance, you don't speak out at the critical moment in a law case, somebody may unjustly go to jail. If you don't speak to heal somebody's heart when they've come to you for advice, then you're committing a sin and you are increasing their suffering. There are so many contexts where silence is not appropriate. What Imam al-Junayd is saying is
that silence is appropriate in some contexts, speech is appropriate in other contexts, and what determines what is appropriate is whether the ego is attached to it. If the ego is attached to silence, perhaps because it's a way of making you look cool or superior or all-knowing, then you should speak to break the power of the ego. But if the ego really wants you to get involved in some kind of loose talk and to chatter and to show people how much you know about deen or dunya, then it's better for you just to be silent, and you won't sin that way. So again, it's a question of balance, and much of the Imam's agenda in the Ihya is showing us how all of these virtues, these fada'il, consist of a middle way. Khairul umuri awsatuha. The best of all matters is the middle way. And so it is also when determining when it's appropriate to speak and when it's appropriate to be silent. But of course, often it depends on one's vocation. If you're a school teacher, you won't last very long in your career path if you never say anything. But there may be other contexts, if you're a librarian, for instance, where if you're talking all the time, that is also inappropriate. So it's to do not just with the attachment of the ego, but also with, particularly in dunya things, what's actually required of you in your particular context. Sometimes embarrassing silences at the dinner table need to be broken by somebody who is saying something that might just be small talk, something trivial, but that is his obligation in that point, at that point, particularly if the host or other people present are feeling embarrassed or distressed. So let's just briefly get into these 20. I will try to do all of them, albeit briefly. This is quite a long book in the Ihya, incidentally. الآفة الأولى الكلام فيما لا يعنيك. The first defect is to speak about that which is not your concern, that which is none of your business. Interesting that Imam Al-Ghazali should have chosen this to be the first. اعلم أن أحسن أحوالك أن تحفظ ألفاظك من جميع الآفات التي ذكرناها من الغيبة والنميمة والكذب والمراء والجدال وغيرها. Know that the best of all of your affairs is that you should preserve your utterances from all of the spoken defects and faults which we've already mentioned, backbiting and slandering and lying and ostentation and argumentation and others. He's dealt with them earlier on in the Ihya. وَتَتَكَلَّمُ فِيمَا هُوَ مُبَاحٌ لَا ضَرَرَ عَلَيْكَ. And to speak about that which is permissible and which brings no harm to you. وَلَا عَلَى مُسْلِمٍ أَصْلًا. And no harm to any other Muslim at all. إِلَّا أَنَّكَ تَتَكَلَّمُ بِمَا أَنْتَ مُسْتَغْنٍ عَنْهُ. But it may well be that you talk about something that you don't really need to talk about. وَلَا حَاجَتَكَ بِكَ إِلَيْهِ. And which you have no need of. فَإِنَّكَ مُضَيِّعٌ بِهِ زَمَانَكَ. If you do this, talk about things that aren't your business, you are wasting your time. وَمُحَاسَبٌ عَلَى عَمَلِ لِسَانِكَ. And you will be called to account, called to reckoning for what your tongue has done. وَتَسْتَبْدِلَ الَّذِي هُوَ أَدْنَى بِالَّذِي هُوَ خَيْرٌ. And you are replacing something that is good with something that is lower. لِأَنَّكَ لَوْ صَرَفْتَ زَمَانَ الْكَلَامِ إِلَى الْفِكْرِ. Because if instead of spending your time on chit-chat, you were just engaged in thinking, contemplation, رُبَّمَا كَانَ يُفْتَحُ لَكَ مِن نَفَحَاتِ رَحْمَةِ اللَّهِ عِنْدَ الْفِكْرِ مَا يَعْظُمُ جَدْوَاهُ. It could well be that if instead of chattering, you were thinking and meditating, and that might coincide with the moment in which Allah is opening to you His blessings and His mercies, which would have an enormous impact. وَلَوْ حَلَّلْتَ اللَّهَ سُبْحَانَهُ وَذَكَرْتَهُ وَسَبَّحْتَهُ لَكَانَ خَيْرًا لَكَ. And it would also have been better for you to have been praising Allah, to be making tahleel of Allah, to be making tasbih of Allah. That would also be better than just talking about things that are really none of your business. فَكَمْ مِنْ كَلِمَةٍ يُبْنَى بِهَا قَصْرٌ فِي الْجَنَّةِ. How many a word it is that
on the basis of which is built a palace in paradise. ومن قدر على أن يأخذ كنزا من الكنوز فأخذ مكانه مضرة لا ينتفع بها كان خاسرا خسرانا مبينا. So how great a loss it is that we should abandon the possibility of tasbih and tahleel and instead prefer just to engage in idle chatter. وهذا مثال من ترك ذكر الله تعالى واشتغل بمباح لا يعني. And this is the similitude of the one who doesn't remember Allah and instead occupies himself with something that's permissible. These are not haram things to talk about, but they're things that aren't really of concern to him. فإنه وإن لم يأثم, he's not sinning, فقد خسر, he's still lost out. حيث فاته الربح العظيم بذكر الله تعالى, because the great benefit that always comes from remembering Allah has passed him by. فإن المؤمن لا يكون صمته إلا فكرة, because the believer's silence is always a context for reflection. وَنَظَرُهُ إِلَّا عِبْرَةً, and whenever he looks, he draws a lesson from his looking. وَنُطْقُهُ إِلَّا ذِكْرًا, and whenever he speaks, it is in the remembrance of Allah. هكذا قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. This is in a hadith of the Holy Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم. In other words, the believer is one who's using all of his time. He's benefiting from whatever he says, benefiting from being silent, he's benefiting from everything that he looks at. He's somebody who's using his lifetime effectively rather than frittering it away. ولهذا قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم من حسن إسلام المرء تركه ما لا يعني. It's a very famous hadith. Part of the beauty of a man's Islam is to leave aside that which is none of his concern. بل ورد ما هو أشد من هذا. In fact, there's a hadith that's even sterner than this. He says, قال أنس استشهد غلام منا يوم أحد فوجدنا على بطنه حجرا مربوطا من الجوع. One of our young men died on the day of Uhud, and after the battle we found tied about his waist was a flat stone which he'd tied there because of hunger. فمسحت أمه على وجهه التراب وقالت هنيئا لك الجنة يا بني. And his mother stroked his face and said, blessed are you in paradise today, my son. فقال صلى الله عليه وسلم ما يدريك لعله كان يتكلم فيما لا يعني. The Holy Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said, how do you know? Perhaps he had been speaking about something that was not his business. وَيَمْنَعُ مَا لَا يَضُرُّهُ, and preventing something which was of no harm to him. And this is a hadith, it's not a sound hadith, but the point of it is that the mother in her emotion is convinced that her son has reached paradise. The Holy Prophet ﷺ says, none of us can be sure of that except the 10 who are assured paradise. And he wants his Sahaba to grasp this lesson, that it could be that he was prevented from paradise simply through speaking about that which was of no concern to him. And again, he's got about 2 pages of these sayings about the danger of just idle chit-chat, talking about things that are irrelevant. And let's just move, before we finish, into the second of these 20. Al-afatu thaniya, fudulul kalam. The second is irrelevant speech. Fudulul kalam. وهو أيضا مذموم, and this is also reprehensible. وهذا يتناول الخوض فيما لا يعني وزيادة فيما يعني على قدر الحاجة. And this is to do with plunging into something which is not significant, what is not significant to one, and to do so at excessive length. So the first is simply to mention things that aren't really any of your business and you should stay away from. But the second is the tendency of people to chat endlessly and at great length about things that are simply immaterial, idle talk. So if you can say something in one word, that is said in 2 words constitutes this fudul. The second word is unnecessary. Fudlun ala al-haja. It is surplus to requirements. وهو أيضا مذموم لما سبق وإن لم يكن فيه إثم ولا ضرر. There's no particular harm in it and there's no sin in it, but it's still reprehensible. قال عطاء بن أبي رباح. عطاء بن أبي رباح used to say إن من كان قبلكم كانوا يكرهون فضول الكلام. Those who came before you used to hate speech at excessive length. وكانوا يعدون فضول الكلام ما عدا كتاب الله تعالى وسنة رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أو أمرا بمعروف أو نهيا عن منكر. And they considered unnecessary speech to be anything that wasn't Allah's word or the sunnah of the chosen one, or encouraging what is good or forbidding what is wicked. أو أن تنطق بحاجتك في معيشتك, or to speak in a way that is necessary for securing your livelihood. التي لا بد لك منها, which is essential. أتنكرون أن عليكم حافظين كراما. Do you deny that there are 2 noble recording angels who record everything that you say? عن اليمين وعن الشمال قعيد. This is from the Quran. ما يلفظ من قول إلا لديه رقيب عتيد. Never does he utter anything but that there is with him a ready watcher. Some people say the 2 angels are called Raqib, Atid. Others say that it just means one who is watching and ready. أما يستحي أحدكم إذا نشرت صحيفته التي أملاها صدر نهاره كان أكثر ما فيها ليس من أمر ديني ولا دنيا. Aren't you afraid of being ashamed that on the day when your sahifa, your scroll, will finally be revealed, people will see that you stuffed your daytime with things that are of no relevance and no benefit to your deen or to your dunya. وعن بعض الصحابة قال إن الرجل ليكلمني بالكلام لجوابه أشهى إلي من الماء البارد إلى الظمآن فأترك جوابه خيفة أن يكون فضولا. One of the Sahaba said, somebody would say something to me and I really wanted to respond at length, and that was more desirable to me than cool water on a hot day, but I renounced that for fear that it might constitute this excessive fudul, this excessive chit-chat. Now all of this might seem severe, but when we think about it, we think about how short a time we have to live and how few other things we do in each day that are actually serious and concentrated, we realize with some dread how much time we actually waste. And very often it is through extensive gossip, chit-chat about things that are of no relevance to us. And ours particularly, it seems to me, is the age of that. Ours is the age of endless texting. Ours is the age of endless emails. Ours is the age of 1 billion subscribers to Facebook. Ours is the age of just talking for the sake of talking. I know a teenager who was given a mobile phone that had 6,000 texts per month on it, and he'd used up those 6,000 texts by the time the month was half finished. And what is it that they're talking to each other? It's just for the sake of talking, meaningless teenage chit-chat. And unfortunately, we adults are just as bad. The possibility of being distracted by sending somebody some not very significant weather message like, it's really cold today, how is it with you in Tokyo? We do that a lot of the time. That's not really about mu'amala. That's not about hearts engaging. That's just a form of distraction. That's turning this miracle of bayan, of communication, into a form of time wasting. And our inboxes are full of fudul al-kalam,
exactly what the Sahaba are warning against, and our lives are being taken over by it. Not just spam from companies with their endless chit-chat about things that we ought to have, but also unnecessary messages from friends, from family, which are not really essential. Unnecessary chattering on the mobile phone, unnecessary conversations, one of the features of our electronic age. And we need to watch that, because unless we're careful, something that we take to be a courteous way of staying in touch with friends and family can turn into a lethal waste of time. It's better to have quality time and to engage deeply with people by sending an occasional heartfelt letter, for instance. The art of letter writing seems to be almost dead, than to send a badly spelt, telegraphically compressed, standard repetitive email every hour or so to your fiancé or to whoever it might be. That's fudul al-kalam, that is wasteful. And each time you do it, it's a distraction from something else that you should be doing. So inshallah, we'll finish at this point. We've inaugurated our study of this book, and we've spoken about these two issues. Firstly, the problem of talking about things that aren't really of benefit to us. And again, we can waste a lot of time by looking at, for instance, information about a train crash in Taiwan. We spend 5 minutes learning about the train crash in Taiwan. It's completely useless to us. We can't help them. It's not helping us, unless it reminds us of death, but perhaps it doesn't. All of this information comes to us constantly. This is min husni islamil mar'i tarkuhu ma la ya'ni. We need to remember this on the web particularly. Part of the beauty of a man's Islam is leaving aside what's not important to him, what's not relevant to him. And the second one is this incredible time-wasting exercise of saying too much, of endlessly long, repetitive texting, emails, chatter to each other. This is not right. And it seems to be a particular plague of our electronic age. So we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make us shakirin, to make us grateful for the gift of speech, without which we wouldn't be very much. The gift of His speech, the gift of speech that we have to heal the hearts of others, the gift of speech that we have to understand His world and true belief about Him. And inshallah, we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant us moderation in all things, to know when to be silent, to know when to speak, to know how to speak, and always that whatever we speak should remain within the boundaries of the blessed revealed law, inshallah. Barakallahu fikum, wal afu minkum, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. This is our second session on Imam Al-Ghazali's book on the Afat al-Lisan, the pitfalls, the defects of the tongue. And yesterday afternoon we were looking at the first two items from the list of 20 defects which he identifies pertaining to the human quality of speech. We saw how he began with really a kind of glorification of this divine gift, how it in a sense outstrips and outsmarts the senses even, and defines us as human beings. We are entities that articulate, and the divine communication to us in its most perfect form is in the form of articulate speech. And the first of these 20 turned out to be the need to avoid speaking about what is none of our business, endlessly going on about things that are of no benefit to us. And the second was about speaking about things in excessive length, going on and on and on about them. And we now move on to al-afatu al-thalitha, inshallah, the third defect, which he defines as al-khawdu fil batil. Al-afatu al-thalitha, al-khawdu fil batil. Literally plunging into falsehood or into vanity. Batil, the opposite of haqq, the opposite of truth. Khawd, plunging. And this is a Quranic term. وَكُنَّا نَخُوضُ مَعَ الْخَائِضِينَ. The people of hell say, we used to plunge with the plungers, and this is said to mean to plunge into idle and meaningless talk. But here he defines it specifically as وَهُوَ الْكَلَامُ فِي الْمَعَاصِي. It is to talk about sins, sinful behavior. So we might describe this third category as inappropriate talk. كحكاية أحوال النساء ومجالس الخمر ومقامات الفساق. Like talking about the ways in which women are, and sessions of wine drinking, and the gatherings and the behavior of corrupt people, and how rich people enjoy themselves, and the tyranny of kings and their reprehensible ceremonies, وتجبر الملوك ومراسمهم المذمومة وأحوالهم المكروهة, and their disliked conditions. And again, here's a reminder of how contemporary all of this is and how nothing really changes. Because if you look at this list of forms of inappropriate speech, we find that that's exactly what you get on late night television. It's exactly what you get in all of those chat shows. It's exactly what those shock jocks focus on drive-by radio stations. It's exactly what fills the pages of Hello magazine. This is exactly now as it was. Let's just list these things once again. It's exactly what you get in Hello magazine. You'll never see anything else. Hikayati ahwal an-nisa, talking about the way in which women are. So it's kind of fashion and who's going out with who and all of that. Wa majalis al-khamr, and parties in which wine is consumed. Wa maqamat al-fusaq, and the various ways in which corrupt people behave. Wa tana'um al-aghniya, and the way in which rich people enjoy themselves. وَتَجَبَّرِ الْمُلُوكِ وَمَرَاسِمُهُمْ الْمَضْمُومَةِ, and the self-glorification of rulers and their reprehensible ceremonies. That's exactly what we get, isn't it? And he says this is his third category, and it's al-khawdu fil batil. That's Hello magazine. To plunge into, very graphic image, to plunge into what's false. فَإِنَّ كُلَّ ذَلِكَ مِمَّا لَا يَحِلُّ الْخَوْضُ فِيهِ. And all of these things, it is unlawful to plunge into, to get involved into, to look into. وَهُوَ حَرَامٌ, and it is in fact forbidden. وَأَمَّا الْكَلَامُ فِي مَا لَا يَعْنِي أو أكثر مما يعني. As for talking about what's none of one's business or speaking at excessive length, so his first two categories, فهو ترك الأولى. This is the abandonment of what is better. And this is a kind of fiqh term. Tarkul awla means not something forbidden, but something that is unfortunate because you could be doing something better. So instead of talking endlessly about your new car or whatever it might be, you could be doing some dhikr instead. It's not haram to talk a lot at length about your new car, but it's tarkul awla. But this one, he says, this third category is a category of the haram. But he says one can blend into the other. نعم من يكثر الكلام فيما لا يعني لا يؤمن عليه الخوض في الباطل. Certainly the person who's endlessly going on about things that are not of his concern is not safe from then plunging into falsehood. So if you're a kind of chatterbox person and you just have to keep talking and talking at excessive length, you're the kind of person who's going to then find that he wants to talk about these reprehensible or forbidden things. وَأَكْثَرُ النَّاسِ يَتَجَالَسُونَ لِلتَّفَرُّجِ بِالْحَدِيثِ. Most people, when they sit around, do so in order to enjoy themselves in conversation. وَلَا يَعْدُو كَلَامُهُمْ التَّفَكُّهَ بِأَعْرَاضِ النَّاسِ. And their speech never goes beyond simply amusing themselves by talking about other people's lack of honor or dishonorable behavior, أو الخوض في الباطل, or plunging into what's inappropriate. He says that's what most conversation is in fact about. It's about gossip, talking about so-and-so doing something that's not right, and who's going out with who, and who's wearing what, and all of that Hello magazine gossip column stuff. وَأَنْوَاءُ الْبَاطِلِ لَا يُمْكِنُ حَصْرُهَا لِكَثْرَتِهَا. And the types of this kind of false or inappropriate subject, cannot be numbered because they are so numerous, وتفننها, and so varied. فلذلك لا مخلص منها إلا بالاقتصار على ما يعني من مهمات الدين والدنيا. And so the only way of escaping from this plunging into inappropriate conversations is by making sure that one limits oneself to what is really relevant and necessary concerning the concerns of religion or one's worldly life. And then he brings some hadith. قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الرجل لا يتكلم بالكلمة من رضوان الله ما يظن أن تبلغ به ما بلغت فيكتب الله بها رضوانا إلى يوم القيامة وإن الرجل لا يتكلم بالكلمة من سخط الله ما يظن أن تبلغ به ما بلغت فيكتب الله عليه بها سخطه إلى يوم القيامة. So the Holy Prophet says, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, a man might utter a word which brings Allah's pleasure and cannot imagine how far that word will go, but by that word Allah will be pleased with him until the Day of Judgment. Likewise, a man might utter a word which is angering to Allah and does not think that it will go any further, but in fact Allah will prescribe his anger for him until the Yawm al-Qiyamah, until the last day. وقال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الرجل لا يتكلم بالكلمة يضحك بها جلساءه يهوي بها أبعد من الثريا. A man might utter a word in order to amuse the people he's sitting with, and it takes him further away than the Pleiades. In other words, he thinks he's just making something up or gossiping just in order to please his friends, his sitting companions, but it takes him far, far away. He doesn't understand the immensity of what he's doing. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم أعظم الناس خطايا يوم القيامة أكثرهم خوضا في الباطل. And he said, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the people with most sins on the Day of Judgment will be the people who most plunged into inappropriate speech. That doesn't necessarily mean reciprocally that just in the plunging into inappropriate speech, that's what multiplies your sins more than anything else. It's just that kind of behavior, the poor akhlaq, the poor state of the soul that takes pleasure in learning about gossipy things, is associated with a sinful condition that will put you in this category of human beings. It's the darker side of the self that wants to know what's going on and becomes kind of preoccupied with a celebrity culture. That's a very important part of really what Imam Al-Ghazali is talking about and is hugely significant in our day. What was Kate wearing at the wedding, and what does such and such an actress prefer in terms of the Rolls Royce that takes her to the Oscars ceremony, and celebrity divorces, and who's going out with who, and who's seeing her ex again, and who's in addiction, and who's looking good, and who's struggling with her obesity. All of this stuff is exactly what Imam Al-Ghazali is talking about. And to be the kind of person who gets off on that and is preoccupied and likes to read, and frankly it's the women's magazines often that have a lot of this stuff in it. Somebody who's kind of preoccupied with that is in this very reprehensible category. And Imam Al-Ghazali does say that it is haram, and the hadith, the sound hadith, says it takes you further away than the thuraya. Literally, you're spacing out, if you like. That's the kind of metaphor. You're getting far away from how you should be and from reality. And then some Quranic ayahs. وَإِلَيْهِ الْإِشَارَةُ بِقَوْلِهِ تَعَالَى وَكُنَّا نَخُوضُ مَعَ الْخَائِضِينَ. And Allah says, and we used to plunge along with those who plunged. In other words, this is the admission of the people of the fire. وبقوله تعالى فلا تقعدوا معهم حتى يخوضوا في حديث غيره. And he says, Ta'ala, do not sit with them until they plunge into a different
conversation. وقال سلمان أكثر الناس ذنوبا يوم القيامة أكثرهم كلاما في معصية الله. And Salman al-Farisi radiallahu anh used to say, the people on the day of judgment who emerge with the most sins are those who most frequently spoke about disobedience to Allah, and the people of sinfulness. وقال ابن السيرين كان رجل من الأنصار يمر بمجلس لهم فيقول لهم توضؤوا فإن بعض ما تقولون شر من الحدث. Ibn Sirin says there used to be a man of the Ansar who would walk by one of the assemblies and say to them, get up and do your wudu', because some of what you're saying is actually worse than breaking your wudu'. فهذا هو الخوض في الباطل, and it is this that constitutes plunging into falsehood, into inappropriateness. وهو وراء ما سيأتي من الغيبة والنميمة والفحش وغيرها. And it is something that leads on to and includes the other categories which we're going to proceed to speak about, including backbiting, bearing false witness, corruption, obscenity, and others. Yes, and he also adds here, it's a kind of sting in the tail. ويدخل فيه أيضا الخوض في حكاية البدع والمذاهب الفاسدة. And what's included in this plunging into falsehood again, is to plunge into stories about heresy, bid'ah, والمذاهب الفاسدة, and false or corrupt schools of thought. In other words, it can also be gossipy behavior, endlessly to go on about what the Ismailis are doing and what the Wahhabis are doing and what this group is doing and the Alavis. That's also something that the ego gets off on. And endlessly to be preoccupied with them and their sins is in the same category as being preoccupied with what an actress is wearing at the Oscars. It's the same kind of part of us that is interested in seeking out these things. And this is, Imam Al-Ghazali is famous for disliking the endless rehearsal and the condemnation of the views of heretical sects, unless you're doing it formally as your obligation to refute it as a scholar. But otherwise, chit-chat about other sorts of Muslims is something that he really comes down very heavily on. And also, وَحِكَايَةُ مَا جَرَى مِنْ قِتَالِ الصَّحَابَةِ عَلَى وَجْهٍ يُوهِمُ الطَّعْنَ فِي بَعْضِهِمْ. Also in this category is to talk about the disputes amongst the Sahaba in such a way as to suggest that some of them were reprehensible. So this again would be a condemnation of the Khawarij and of the Shia, because their kind of endless rehearsal of what they take to be the defects or the mistakes of some of the Sahaba again turns into a kind of gossip. What they say about Sayyidina Abu Bakr, Sayyidina Aisha, what the Khawarij will say about Imam Ali, very quickly degenerates into a kind of nitpicking, gossipy, tabloidy condemnation. And Imam Al-Ghazali likes to put that in the same category as other forms of inappropriate speech. وكل ذلك باطل والخوض فيه خوض في الباطل نسأل الله حسن العون بلطفه وكرمه. And all of this constitutes the same thing, plunging into falsehood, and we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to help us with his generosity and kindness to escape from this fault. So that's the end of his treatment of the third of these defects, which is inappropriate speech, talking about haram stuff, even if you're not doing it yourself, to be interested in what such people are doing, whether it be in doctrine or in their personal conduct or the morality or who's in rehab or all of that. This is the category that he's talking about. Al-afatu al-rabi'a al-mira'u wal-jidal. This is the fourth category, and all of these seem to, in subtle ways, lead on from one another. They are in a particular order. The fourth defect is
argumentativeness and disputation. Al-mira' wal-jidal. وَذَلِكَ مَنْهِيٌ عَنْ. And this is forbidden. Now when we read this section, we have to think carefully, because after all, what we were saying yesterday at Fajr time is that Imam Al-Ghazali is kind of a fighter. He's the one who explains in some detail what the Arab philosophers got disastrously wrong. He's the one who refutes the Ismailis. He seems to have a book in which he refutes Christian doctrine. He has a book in which he refutes antinomian Sufis that don't bother with the Sharia. He's really a fighter. So when we read this section, we have to realize that what he's talking about is a certain type of speech that is argumentativeness, that is from the disputatious nature of human beings, rather than that which comes from a dispassionate defense of the religion of Allah and His Messenger. So he says, وَذَلِكَ مَنْهِيٌ عَنْ. This is forbidden. قال صلى الله عليه وسلم لا تماري أخاك ولا تمازحه ولا تعده موعدا فتخلفه. The Prophet says, صلى الله عليه وسلم, do not egotistically dispute with your brother, and do not joke with him by telling lies, and do not make a promise to him that you then fail to keep. وقال عليه السلام ذروا المراء فإنه لا تفهم حكمته ولا تؤمن فتنته. And he said, عليه السلام, turn aside from disputation, because the wisdom in it is not understood, and the fitna in it cannot be defended against. So when the ego is involved in particularly religious disputation, there is always more heat than light. The hikmah is veiled. Even if you're defending something that is true, if your ego is engaged, the wisdom of the case that you're making is lost, and the fitna cannot be protected against. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم, this is a famous hadith, من ترك المراء وهو محق بني له بيت في أعلى الجنة ومن ترك المراء وهو مبطل بني له بيت في ربض الجنة. Whoever renounces disputatiousness even when he is right shall receive a palace in the highest part of paradise. And whoever renounces disputatiousness when he is wrong, a house shall be built for him in the lower part of paradise. وعن سلمة رضي الله عنها قالت قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إن أول ما عهد إلي ربي ونهاني عن بعد عبادة الأوثان وشرب الخمر ملاحاة الرجال. The Holy Prophet said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first thing in which my Lord took a covenant from me, after that I should not worship idols or drink alcohol, was to enter into egotistic disputation with others. وقال أيضا ما ضل قوم بعد أن هداهم الله إلا أوتوا الجدل. Never does a people go astray after having been guided by Allah, but that they were given disputation. In other words, this egotistic disputation, particularly in matters of religion, is a major reason why people go astray. It introduces the principle of hawa, and hence leads people into interpretations and, as we said yesterday, theory choices that are based on the fiery might of the ego, rather than on a cool and dispassionate survey of the issues. If people go astray, it tends to be as a result of polemics, disputatiousness, and you see a lot of that in internet polemic, for instance, and furious comments posted after people put up YouTube clips. Most of that is precisely this mira' You can see the fire of people's anger at work, their own insecurities, their hatred, their polemic. All of that is the kind of mira that the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is forbidding and identifying as a cause of people going astray after having been guided. وقال أيضا لا يستكمل عبد حقيقة الإيمان حتى يدع المراء وإن كان محقا. Allah's slave will not perfect the true nature of Iman until he has set aside disputatiousness, even if he is right. وقال أيضا ست من كن فيه بلغ حقيقة الإيمان. And he said, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, there are three qualities which, if they are present in a man, cause him to reach the true reality of Iman. الصيام في الصيف, fasting in summer, وضرب أعداء الله بالسيف, and striking at Allah's enemies with the sword, وتعجيل الصلاة, and ensuring that the prayer is done at the beginning of its time, والصبر على المصيبات, and being patient in the face of misfortunes, وإسباغ الوضوء على المكاره, and making wudu even when it's unpleasant or inconvenient, وترك المراء, and renouncing disputatiousness, وهو الصادق, even when he's right. Yes, and then there's a number of sayings here from the Imams. Famously, Imam Malik bin Anas, rahimahullah, said, لَيْسَ هَذَا الْجِدَالُ مِنَ الدِّينِ فِي شَيْءٍ. This disputatiousness, this argumentativeness has no place in religion. And Imam Malik was famous for falling silent or walking out of a majlis if he saw people in his majlis engaging in heated disputatiousness and argument. وقال أيضا المراء يقسي القلوب ويورث الضغائن. And he said also, this is Imam Malik, that disputatiousness hardens the hearts and bequeaths resentments. وقال ابن أبي ليلى لا أماري صاحبي فإما أن أكذبه وإما أن أغضبه. Ibn Abi Layla, famous early Qadi, used to say, I would never enter into a disputatious argument with my friend because I would either show him to be, or claim that he is lying, or I would anger him. And then somewhere he comes up with وقال عيسى عليه السلام من كثر كذبه ذهب جماله. Isa said عليه السلام, whoever lies frequently, his beauty is taken away. ومن لاح الرجال سقطت مروته. And whoever disputes with other men, his manhood shall be taken away. ومن كثر همه سقم جسمه. And whoever is frequently stressed, his body shall become ill. وَمَنْ سَاءَ خُلُقُهُ عَذَّبَ نَفْسَهُ. And whoever's character is bad punishes his own self. Okay, and now he comes up with the definition of mira. وحد المراء هو كل اعتراض على كلام الغير بإظهار خلل فيه. The definition of disputatiousness is every objection to the statements of others which takes the form of manifesting a fault in them. إما في اللفظ, either in the form of their words, وإما في المعنى, or in the actual content. وإما في قصد المتكلم
And then he says, if you're in an argument with somebody, وَلَمْ يَكُنْ مُتَعَلِّقًا بِأُمُورِ الدِّينِ, and the dispute has nothing to do with the affairs of religion, فَاسْكُتْ, then you should be silent, anhu. والطعن في كلام الغير تارة يكون في لفظه بإظهار خلل فيه من جهة النحو أو من جهة اللغة أو من جهة العربية. Sometimes attacking somebody else's speech can take the form of its form of words, so that one points out to an error in grammar or syntax or the use of Arabic vocabulary, أو من جهة النظم, or in terms of its organization as poetry or prose, وَالتَّرْتِيبُ بِالسُّوءِ تَقْدِيمُ أو تَأْخِيرُ, or pointing to defects in the way one's opponent's argument is constructed because they put some things in the wrong place in the argument. وذلك يكون تارة من قصور المعرفة وتارة يكون بطغيان اللسان. Sometimes it can take the form of pointing out insufficient knowledge, sometimes by pointing out somebody's lapse of the tongue or slips of the pen. So this is the first of the categories that he's talking about, actually attacking the form of words of your opponent. And often the ego in disputatiousness takes pleasure in finding somebody tripping over their words or failing to quote something or misquoting something, even though these things are not really relevant to whether the argument is valid or not. Somebody gets a Quranic quote wrong or something in his case, and then you pounce on that, and it's always the ego that's doing that. That's a debating trick, and this is part of what Imam Al-Ghazali is talking of when he speaks of Murad. And it can also be in terms of the meaning. And in this context, This has much to do with Imam Al-Ghazali's own inner traumas. If you recall the great sort of culminating moment, or the low point, I guess, of his life. If you've seen the movie, and I don't know, there might be an opportunity for them to screen it here, if some of you have not seen it. He was somebody who was very much part of the scholarly class of his day, and indeed was the lead scholar, the top professor in his academic world, then as now an egotistic world, highly competitive, in which there was endless disputatiousness, and if you won the disputes, either in writing or in various formalized seminar or public debate situations, you would earn preferment, you would get a better salary, you would have more students, you would get the plum jobs. It was a world in which, to the extent you could egotistically push your arguments, you would get material rewards. And it seems to have been this that triggered Imam Al-Ghazali's great crisis. In the middle of his lecture, he fell silent, a kind of nervous breakdown, really, because he was wondering whether he was doing all of this just to show off to his colleagues, to show off to his students, whether the arguments that he was deploying against the enemies of his madhab and of his school of kalam were in fact arguments that were based on his own particular egotistic desire to be better than them, or whether they were really based on a dispassionate desire to serve the religion of Allah. And that's why this point is particularly important. Actually, this section on Murad is the longest of these sections. And he returns to it again in the Ihya, in a book towards the end, which is called Kitab Dhamm al-Ghurur, the book of the reproach of beguilement or vainglory. Ghurur is a kind of pride that distracts you from the truth. The ego that takes you to hell, even when you seem formally to be defending the truth. And he saw this as being a real subversion and a danger. That the mere fact of knowing that you are defending the truth
can be an ego trip. And much of the ihya, if not all of the ihya, can be understood as an attempt to winkle out the demons of the ego from the souls of the ulama class of his day. He saw this as being extraordinarily subversive, that even the great khatibs and the great imams, even though they were absolutely right in their bayans, in their khutbahs, in their writings, they were subverted by a lack of ikhlas, by a lack of sincerity, because they were hoping for a bag of gold from the Sultan. They were hoping for some kind of buzz in their immediate collegial environment, or even in themselves, because they had won a famous victory in disputation or in a logical sequence of arguments against a rival point of view. And it's very easy for the academic ego to get off on this. And one of the great merits of Imam Al-Ghazali is that he's a great psychologist, and does not just psychologize about the masses or the merchants or whoever it might be, but he psychologizes above all about his own class, about the class of ulama. And this is one reason why his books have been so loved by the ulama, because they are a very helpful way of reminding them of the dangers of their task, that knowing that you are right is a dangerous thing. Why does Imam al-Bukhari put at the very beginning of his Sahih, which is the Kitab Bad al-Wahi, the book of the beginning of revelation, a hadith that has nothing to do with the beginning of revelation, but is innamal a'malu bin niyat. Actions are only by intentions. He puts that at the beginning to remind himself and to remind everybody who comes to study it and to memorize it and to learn about it and to write commentaries on it, that you should not be beguiled by the fact that here you are with the greatest book of hadith about the greatest prophet that's ever lived, a great text of the greatest religion ever. MashaAllah, you're the great conveyor of this sacred trust. But he's saying, don't admire me for this, because only Allah knows if I'm sincere or not. And that's a very Ghazalian moment in Imam al-Bukhari. It's characteristic of the hadith scholars, that they remember the danger of the task that they're embarked upon. But very often we don't, and very often religious leaders are full of themselves, and they love the pomp and circumstance of riding in the Mercedes next to the head of the ministry, or next to the President of the Republic, or whatever it might be. That's a danger for religious leaders. Or they get an OBE in the British context, or whatever it is. You have to be aware of that. That's very un-Ghazalian to be part of that world of gongs and tokens of esteem, because the alim is somebody who wants to follow the truth irrespective of whether that makes him popular or not. And this also has significance for our situation as ordinary Muslims, because it's human nature, given that we're weak, to crave praise and to have arguments that are publicly respected. And when we're not praised, but we're despised, or the victims of Islamophobia, or whatever you choose to call it, or where our arguments are not respected, the ego is dented. And that becomes dangerous, and that can lead to aberrant behavior in our communities, or it can lead to depression, or it can lead to determination to change the religion in order to please the people who are regarded as having opinions which matter. And all of this is subversive. But the real Muslim really doesn't care what people think. He only cares what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala thinks. And his way to knowing what is the divine judgment is through following the consensus of the ulama. And we need to beware of this, because a lot of Muslims are upset, particularly living in the West. Why is it that they don't love us? It doesn't matter. And maybe it's natural that they don't love us, because they're the ones who are producing the civilization that Hello magazine sells how many 100,000 copies a week. That really is where their cultural investment is. Compare that to the religious magazines in their culture. If those are their priorities, why should we be happy when they praise us? We have to be quite realistic about this, and there are too many. You see it at David Cameron's Eid parties, for instance, all of these community leaders who are just so happy, sort of simpering, so delighted when the great man comes along and shakes their hands and very sincerely asks them who they are. And it's kind of a great moment for them, and they want to order the photograph afterwards. And this is what the Imam is talking about And this is something that is death to religion. And part of the greatness of the Ghazalian interpretation and its ongoing freshness is the fact that he warns his own people, his own class, his own caste, himself about this. Okay, now towards the end of this section there was something that I also wanted to share with you. Yeah, here he returns to the subject that he raised at the end of the preceding section. Which is disputatiousness amongst Muslims. And here he says, ينبغي للإنسان أن يكف لسانه عن أهل القبلة. A human being ought to restrain his speech, ought to restrain his tongue from criticizing the Ahl al-Qibla. This is the most generic term that the Sharia has for people who are broadly within the circle of Islam. Some of them are Mubtadi', some of them are who knows what, but they face the Qibla, so they deserve protection. This is what Imam Al-Ghazali is saying. He's not saying that you abstain from criticizing only your own madhab. He's saying you abstain from criticizing the Ahl al-Qibla in general. وَإِذَا رَأَى مُبْتَدِعًا. Okay, so what do you do if you see somebody who does have a heresy, who thinks that there were 12 infallible Imams, and if you don't follow them, you can't receive salvation? Or somebody who thinks that Imam Ali was an unbeliever, or somebody who thinks that Allah doesn't know the future, or somebody with clearly aberrant ideas. Does this important principle of not disputing with others apply, because the ego might experience an ego trip? He says, وَإِذَا رَأَى مُبْتَدِعًا تَلَطَّفَ فِي نُصْحِهِ فِي خَلْوَةٍ. When he sees a person of bid'ah, he gently counsels him in a private place. This is his solution. The danger is the heretic is standing in front of you in the Oxford Union debating society, and the whole world is watching, and there's a live stream, and you really want to win the argument, otherwise whoever it is going to win, and you think the whole world will be misled as a result. And so the ego immediately starts to charge in, and it's extremely difficult. And the Imam has come up with a number of sayings. There's one from Imam Abu Hanifa, who said that the hardest form of mujahada is to abstain from making a point in a public argument if you know that your opponent is wrong. That's the hardest thing to do. So how do you do it? Well, Imam Al-Ghazali is here saying something that is unglamorous, but is very much part of the method of the ulama. You don't engage in huge public disputations, except with people who are outside the millah, people who are atheists or communists or whatever it might be. Dispute with them by all means. But once they're of the people of the Qibla, you take them into a private place and you talattafa fi nushi. He says you gently admonish them. La bi tariq al-jadal, not by means of disputation. Yep. And he says that the danger of disputation with such people is that it tends to turn it into a contest of egos, or a contest of tribes or groups, and actually reinforces the obstinacy of the other party. فَتَسْتَمِرُّ الْبِدْعَةُ فِي قَلْبِهِ بِالْجَدَلِ. By disputatiousness, the bid'ah remains and continues in his heart. وَتَتَأَكَّدْ, and is reinforced.
فإذا عرف أن النصح لا ينفع اشتغل بنفسه وتركه. And if finally you recognize that that counsel is not making any headway, what do? اشتغل بنفسه وتركه. You focus on improving yourself and you just leave him alone. وقال رحم الله من كف لسانه عن أهل القبلة إلا بأحسن ما يقدر عليه. This is a saying of one of the Salaf. May Allah show His mercy to whoever restrains his speech from criticizing the people of the Qibla, except according to the best method that he is capable of finding. And then another sting in the tail. وكل من اعتاد المجادلة مدة وأثنى الناس عليه. And everybody who is used to disputatiousness and who is praised by people as a result of his debates, وجد لنفسه بسببه عزا وقبولا. He finds that there is a kind of glory and an acceptance in his soul. قويت فيه هذه المهلكات ولا يستطيع عنها نزوعا إذا اجتمع عليه سلطان الغضب والكبر والرياء وحب الجاه والتعزز بالفضل وآحاد هذه الصفات يشق مجاهدتها فكيف بمجموعها. And again, he closes on this psychological note. So anybody who's constantly disputing, he's always going on these internet forums and making his point and criticizing others, and obviously the ego is inflamed, and he's very happy if he's winning a lot of these debates. He finds that a whole range of muhlikat, destructive vices and traits, prevail in him, and he will be unable to overcome them. لا يستطيع عنها نزوعا. Because he is now ruled by the sultan of anger and of pride and of ostentation and of love of status and of taking pleasure in superiority. And any one of these qualities is hard to cope with. So what of the case of somebody who is suffering from all of them? So that's category number 4. Let's move on to the 5th of his defects, al-afatul khamisatul khusuma. It's a little bit difficult to put into unambiguous English all of these different Arabic subtleties: mira, jadal, mujadala, khusuma. It's somewhat awkward, so perhaps we'll leave some of them in the Arabic. Khusuma, and he does give a definition here. وَهِيَ أَيْضًا مَذْمُومَةً. This is also detestable. وَهِيَ وَرَاءَ الْجَدَلِ وَالْمِرَاءِ. And it is beyond disputatiousness and ostentatious debate. فَالْمِرَاءُ طَعْنٌ فِي كَلَامِ الْغَيْرِ بِإِظْهَارِ خَلَلٍ فِي. Egotistic disputation is to attack somebody else's words by manifesting a defect in them, من غير أن يرتبط به غرض سوى تحقير الغير, with the intention being nothing but to humiliate the other person, or إظهار مزية الكياسة, and to show one's own smartness. والجدال, and argumentativeness, عبارة عن أمر يتعلق بإظهار المذاهب, is an expression used for giving support to one's own school of thought, وتقريرها, and vindicating them. والخصومة, this is the 3rd of his categories, لجاج في الكلام ليستوفي به مال أو حق مقصود. So he's been moving towards this. Khusuma, this is Ghazali's definition, is persistence in discourse in order to achieve wealth or some other desired right. وذلك تارة يكون ابتداء وتارة يكون اعتراضا.
And this, that is to say, khusuma, his third category, sometimes comes about when one begins a debate and sometimes when one responds to a point made by somebody else. Whereas disputatiousness, mira, لا يكون إلا بالاعتراض على كلام سبق, only takes the form of an objection to a point that somebody else has already made. فقد قالت عائشة رضي الله عنها, Aisha said رضي الله عنها, قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, Allah's messenger said, إن أبغض الرجال إلى الله الألد الخصم. The most detestable of men to Allah is the stubborn disputer. ويقال ما خاصم ورع قط في الدين, and it is said, somebody who is scrupulous in his religion never embarks on this type of disputatiousness. So this one is fairly plain, and in a sense we've already covered some of it. I should really start to move a little bit faster, but this is very much the point in Imam Al-Ghazali where he's talking about those who are in the paid debates of his time. Official patronage was important because the Sultan could endow madrasas and mosques and the equivalent of professorial chairs and give a major boost to one's madhab. And in order to impress the Sultan and to show that one's madhab was the true one, the usual way was to embark on munazara, which was a public debate. And Imam Al-Ghazali saw a lot of these and came to detest them, because he saw them really as being a way in which the ulama were demoted to the status of court jesters. One day the Sultan would amuse himself and divert himself by watching his dancing girls, and the next day there would be his dwarf clown jester, and the next day he would bring in the muftis and watch them argue against each other and get really hot under the collar. And it's all part of a culture of just diverting the Sultan. And Imam Al-Ghazali thought this was a terrible thing for religion to get involved with. He deplored that, and he made his famous vow at the tomb of Sayyidina Ibrahim al-Khalil in Hebron, where he promised never again to engage with rulers or with their courts, because he saw the lethal danger that inhered in doing religion, even true religion, for the sake of amusing an essentially vapid and unreflective prince. He really detested that. And again, in his Kitab Dham al-Ghurur, and also in the book of Ikhlas, in the Ihya Ulumuddin, he talks about this. That he really, really hates the way in which the scholars are honing their debating skills and learning various subtle debating tricks in order to poke holes in the arguments of others, or even to poke fun at them in order to win these debates, in order to get money, status, preferment, patronage. And he saw this as being something that damaged the unity of the Muslims and was completely against the way of the Imams. So if we move a little bit faster and take one more of these, Al-Afatu Sadisa, the sixth defect. التقعر في الكلام بالتشدق وتكلف السجع والفصاحة والتصنع فيه بالتشبيبات والمقدمات وما جرت به عادة المتفاصحين المدعين للخطابة. This is to adorn one's speech with fancy words and rhyming prose and eloquent oratory, and using elaborate metaphors and similes and constructions of speech and all of those tricks which are used by those who claim to be great preachers. In other words, long, booming sentences using unusual, impressive Arabic vocabulary and rhyming at the end of each sentence in the khutbah is rhymed, and it sounds like some absolutely amazing thing, like a fanfare. He says also this is one of the faults of the tongue. If one is not speaking naturally, but is speaking as if one is some kind of amazing musical instrument, he says that this is inappropriate as well. وَكُلُّ ذَلِكَ مِنَ التَّصَنُّعِ الْمَذْمُومِ. All of this is reprehensible artificiality. وَمِنَ التَّكَلُّفِ الْمَمْقُوتِ, and of hateful superficiality. الَّذِي قَالَ فِيهِ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ أَنَا وَأَتْقِيَاءُ أُمَّتِي بُرَآءٌ مِنَ التَّكَلُّفِ. I and the pious of my ummah are innocent of artificiality. That's in a hadith. In other words, you say things the way they are and the way you are, rather than tricking out your sentences with complicated sort of trills and fanfares and using deliberately complicated words, and in fact doing the things that academics in every age like to do. People writing whole books to make a point that really could be stated in a single chapter, just by endlessly going on with meaningless jargon. Sociologists generally are the worst, inventing a whole new branch of the English language to deal with things that ultimately can't be scientifically defined because they're to do with the vagaries of human behavior. And then on the basis of this invented jargon, generating new books and new books and new books, and creating a world that's very far from the reality of human beings. So academic prose comes into this category of tasannu bil kalam. It's not just classical Arabic where the sentences rhyme and you use a lot of poetry. Modern academic prose would be a good example of this. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم إن أبغضكم إلي وأبعدكم مني مجلسا الثرثارون المتفيقهون المتشدقون في الكلام. And he says, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, that the most reprehensible of you to me, and those who are furthest in their sitting place from me, are those who speak in excessive length, those who fill their mouths with fine phrases, and those who excessively adorn their speech. وقالت فاطمة رضي الله عنها قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم شرار أمتي الذين غضوا بالنعيم يأكلون ألوان الطعام ويلبسون ألوان الثياب ويتشدقون في الكلام. There's a hadith that Imam Al-Ghazali likes. He uses it in several places in the Ihya. The worst of my ummah are those who are nourished on the finest foods, who eat a wide variety of foods, and those who wear all kinds of elaborate clothes and use fancy language. يتشدقون في الكلام. Yep, and then he closes by pointing out that this does not negate the science of rhetoric, or of giving a good sermon, or of celebrating the beauty and the depth of a language. Again, with all of these things, he is saying that what counts is the attachment of the ego. The magnificent khatib in his giant turban standing on the minbar of the Sulaimaniya Mosque in Istanbul and filling that huge domed space with his own magnificent words in the most elaborate form that he can construct. This is something that is not normal, and it is the ego intruding. It is the khatib attracting people's attention to himself, calling them to himself rather than calling them to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But if you look at the khutbahs of the Holy Prophet, you can buy books just of the khutbahs of the Prophet. Usually you find they're short, which is a good lesson for us nowadays. And you find that they are in very complex and subtle Arabic, very beautiful, but the ego is not attached. It's as if the Arabic language alone is speaking, and that there's no ego, no sort of particular personality there. It's just the language itself, the revelation, the hadith, just that. And that's a good model. So Imam Al-Ghazali closes this by saying that sometimes al-rashaq, a sort of elegance in speech, is necessary in order to clinch an argument in a halal and necessary way, or in order to incline the hearts of people who are listening to a khutbah. If you use really bad colloquial, like a khutbah given in, say, a particularly sort of provincial form of Egyptian Arabic, isn't going to have the same effect on people's nufus as something that uses the dignity of the language and recalls the nobility of speech itself. So if I can just end with one of my favorite anecdotes. Inevitably, it's an Egyptian joke. It's about a student who goes to Al-Azhar and spends years and years there because he's been so impressed by the ability of the scholars to give quite great khutbahs that he wants to do it himself. So he studies there, and he gets his ijazas, and he gets his alimiyah, and then he gets all kinds of higher qualifications, and he masters rhetoric, and he masters oratory, and he masters logic, and he masters the Arabic language and Arabic poetry, and is really something. And at the end, when he finally graduates, he goes along to the office at the Wizarat al-Awqaf, the Ministry of Religious Affairs, and says, look, I've got all these qualifications, give me a masjid. And they look through all of their books to see what vacancies they have, and they said, well, you've come at a bad time, but there is just one masjid in this furthest village in Upper Egypt, and actually they do need a khatib. And the ego of this great man is dented because he thought he was going to get one of the great mosques of Cairo, the Sultan Hassan Mosque or something, and really show people what he was made of. But a job is a job, so he goes off to this little dusty village in Upper Egypt with all the falahin, all the peasants sitting there. And the great day comes, it's Friday, and he mounts the minbar in his most splendid clothes, and it's like, the khutbah is like a firework display. The most rare Arabic words and the most obscure poetic quotations and commentaries, and it's amazing. And the peasants are kind of sitting there and listening to this, and they're kind of not responding very well. But he sees at the back of the jama'ah that there's an old man who's actually in tears. And so at the end of the khutbah, he goes over to the old man and says, you know, this is just so wonderful to find in this ignorant, God-forsaken place one man who understands the great things that I'm saying. And the man looks at him and said, well, I wasn't quite sure what you were saying, Maulana, but this morning my goat died, and when I saw your beard moving up and down, I remembered my goat, and so I burst into tears. So that's very Ghazalian. And this again is part of the beauty of what the Imam is telling us, because the most dangerous thing in deen is to be proud of ego, of self in deen, rather than just to be grateful that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us this perfect way of life and these clear and perfect aqa'id which give us our bearings, our configuration, our coordinates in time and space. Our state should be humility and gratitude, not boastfulness, because it's not a religion that we invented. These Qur'ans and hadiths and all of this is not from us. We are merely the passive, grateful recipients. So this should always be the state of the ones who are called to convey Allah's message in every age, and woe betide the preacher or the alim or the scholar who confuses the greatness of religion with his own self, because that's the surest way to destruction. Barakallahu fikum wal afu minkum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. We will have in the final session, inshallah, a chance for questions and answers, so save up your thoughts and objections for then. Assalamu alaikum.
Are they done? Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin Nabiyil Ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin Nabiyil Ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin Nabiyil Ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin Nabiyil Ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin Nabiyil Ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik alayhi wa ala alihi. Are you rolling? Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah wa alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. This is the third in our lectures, inshallah, on the kitab Afat al-Lisan from Imam Al-Ghazali's Ihya Ulumuddin. The title of the book is the Book of the Defects of the Tongue. And as we've seen, the Imam divides it into 20 defects, of which we have so far covered 6. So just to remind you of what they are. Number 1, irrelevant speech, al-kalam fima la ya'anik. Number 2 is excessive speech, fudul al-kalam. Number 3, inappropriate speech, al-khawdu fil batil. Number 4, disputatiousness, al-mira'u wal-jadal. Number 5, debating, argumentation, khusuma, for the sake of a specific worldly end, wealth or fame. And the last one we looked at this morning was at-tashadduq bil-kalam, or at-taqa'ur, that is to say, elaborate, fancy use of language for no good end. So we're now going to move on, inshallah, to al-afatu as-sabi'ah. The 7th defect, al-fuhshu was-sabbu wa bida'atu al-lisan, which really means al-fuhsh, vulgarity. That might be a slightly old-fashioned but accurate way of saying it. And it includes, of course, forms of obscenity. Sabbu is insulting, insults. That's another form of speech, which is, the Imam tells us, reprehensible. Wabida'atul lisan, it means kind of crude use of speech, foul language. وَهُوَ مَذْمُومٌ وَمَنْهِيٌ عَنْ. It is reprehensible and forbidden. وَمَصْدَرُهُ الْخُبْثُ وَاللُّؤْمُ. And its source is a personal inner dirtiness and baseness of character. It is the base person, the low person, the person with a dirty mind who uses obscenities and who insults and curses others. قال صلى الله عليه وسلم إياكم والفحش فإن الله تعالى لا يحب الفحش ولا التفحش. It's a hadith in the Mustadrak of Imam Al-Hakim. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, this is an important collection of hadith, and there's a lot of Al-Hakim's
hadiths in the Ihya Ulumuddin coming from the same Shafi'i, Ash'ari, Central Asian tradition. Imam Al-Ghazali is in that, as it were, stream of hadiths. Hakim and Nisapuri simply put together a large collection of hadiths which includes hadiths which are sound according to the rules for hadith verification applied by Bukhari and Muslim, but which didn't make their way into their collections. So it's called Al-Mustadrak. That's the name of the book. So this is from the Mustadrak, and the Holy Prophet is saying here, in a sound hadith, beware of obscenity, because Allah, exalted is He, does not love obscenity or obscene behavior. And another hadith, also sound, وَنَهَى رَسُولُ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ عَنْ أَنْ تُسَبَّ قَتْلَ بَدْرٌ مِنَ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. This is worth attending to. The Holy Prophet ﷺ forbade that those who had been killed of the idolaters at Badr should be insulted. فَقَالَ لَا تَسُبُّوا هَؤُلَاء فَإِنَّهُ لَا يَخْلُصُ إِلَيْهِمْ شَيْءٌ مِمَّا تَقُولُونَ وَتُؤْذُونَ الْأَحْيَاءَ أَلَا إِنَّ الْبِدَاءَ اللُّؤْمُ. So he's forbidden that the dead idolaters at Badr should be insulted, and he says, do not insult those people, because nothing of what you say will reach them, and you will only cause annoyance or distress to the living. Ala innal bida'a lu'm. Rough speech is a sign of baseness. And that's interesting, and in his context it was pretty revolutionary, because one of the things that one would do in the honor code of the ancient Arabs was to insult, or even to compose qasa'id, poems, in order to insult or to demean those whom you just defeated. It's a kind of boasting over a defeated enemy. And the Holy Prophet ﷺ is telling his victorious army, don't insult the slain on the opposing side. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم, now hadith from Imam al-Tirmidhi, ليس المؤمن بالطعان ولا اللعان ولا الفاحش ولا البذيء. The believer is not an insulter or a curser or a rude person or an obscene person. He's not ta'an, that's to be constantly insulting, sort of impugning the honor of others. And he's not la'an, it's an emphatic form. He's not constantly cursing others. And neither is he al-fahish, somebody who uses sort of rude, vulgar language in his speech. Wal al-badi, somebody who uses sort of obscenity, unrestrained speech. And this is all to do with the model of the believer as a person of muruwa and a person of adab, a person of human dignity and restraint, and a person of adab or courtesy. So obscenity, cursing, using foul language is the sign of an unrefined individual. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم الجنة حرام على كل فاحش أن يدخلها. Paradise is forbidden to every obscene person. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم, that's another hadith from Tirmidhi, البذاء والبيان شعبتان من شعب النفاق. It's a fairly well-known hadith, but it needs a bit of unpacking. He says, obscenity and literally discourse are two of the branches of hypocrisy. Now it's clear why obscenity could be a sign of hypocrisy, because the believer is supposed to be outwardly dignified and refined and restrained, upright, muta'addib in his speech. But this bayan requires interpretation. And Imam Al-Ghazali actually does something which he doesn't usually do in the Ihya. He leaves it to the commentaries, but here he's explaining what is this bayan, this kind of speech that is a branch of hypocrisy that's linked to obscenity. فيحتمل أن يراد بالبيان كشف ما لا يجوز كشفه. It may be that what's meant by speaking here is unveiling or revealing that which should not be revealed. In other words, speaking in such a way as to disclose the secrets of others,
or to speak about things that are part of their private reality, or to mention their faults. All of that would constitute bayan in this hadith. ويحتمل أيضا المبالغة في الإيضاح حتى ينتهي إلى حد التكلف. Another meaning of bayan might be that it refers to excessive clarification, to the extent that it becomes a form of ostentation. That's another of the branches of hypocrisy in the hadith. ويحتمل أيضا البيان في أمور الدين وفي صفات الله تعالى. And it's possible also that what the Prophet is referring to by saying that that there's a form of bayan which is from hypocrisy is going into excessive expository detail in explaining theological and metaphysical matters. في صفات الله تعالى, in Allah's attributes. فإن إلقاء ذلك مجملا إلى أسماع العوام أولى من المبالغة في بيانه. And this is actually an important point, and Imam Al-Ghazali comes to it again later on. He's saying it is better and preferable to speak in kind of generalizing terms about metaphysics when with ordinary people, rather than going to great lengths in detailing all of the subtleties of the questions of the names of Allah and their relationship to the divine essence. إذ قد يثور من غاية البيان فيه شكوك ووساوس, because an extravagant or excessive theologizing in the presence of ordinary believers can actually lead to doubts and to wasawis, whisperings. فإذا أجملت بادرت القلوب إلى القبول ولم تضطرب. بادرت القلوب إلى القبول ولم تضطرب. But if you speak in general terms, the heart will very quickly accept what you say and will not be anxious or disturbed. So these are different interpretations of what's meant by bayan in this hadith. ولكن ذكره مقرونا بالبداء يشبه أن يكون المراد به المجاهرة بما يستحي الإنسان من بيانه. But he's saying, because in this hadith the neighboring word is bida, obscenity, what's probably meant by the bayan here is to expose or to unveil or to reveal something, to speak publicly of something which human beings are normally modest about or shy of disclosing. فإن الأولى في مثله الإغماض والتغافل دون الكشف والبيان. Because what's preferable, what's more appropriate in such subjects is to keep them in obscurity and even to pretend to ignore them rather than unveiling them and to speak about them. And this is, again, part of the important Islamic virtue of haya. The hadith says, لِكُلِّ دِينٍ خُلُقٍ وَخُلُقُ الْإِسْلَامِ الْحَيَاءِ. Every religion has a particular character trait which characterizes it, and the character trait of Islam is haya, modesty or bashfulness, humility. It's all of those things. Inshallah, we know what hayat means. And this is part of the Muslim persona, and it applies to men as well as to women. So that كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أشد حياء من البكر في خدرها. In a hadith, the Holy Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم had more haya, more modesty than a virgin in her tent, which in the ancient Arabs is the symbol of shyness and modesty. And the Holy Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, when he met somebody's eyes, would always be the first one to lower his gaze. And this again is part of the modesty, the haya of the believer. And again, it's quite different from the Western model, which is to project yourself, to meet somebody in the eye, to grab their hand firmly and to look at them. And it's actually polite to keep looking into somebody's eye in a Western context. And if you look down, that's regarded as a sign of poor intention or of shiftiness. But for us, looking down, Ghadd al-Basar is something that is from the prophetic excellence, from the haya, and it's also to do with sitr, hiding, concealment. Inna Allah satirun yuhibbu satr. Allah is hidden and loves things to be hidden. Well, not everything, but obviously certain things. It's normal for human behavior to be protected, for there to be a private life. And this is part of the teaching of hurma in Islam, that the haram in Mecca, Medina and Jerusalem are kind of private places, that the Kaaba has a veil, which is symbolically very significant, because there's certain magnificent realities that it is courteous to revere by means of creating a sitra or a barrier. That's symbolically very significant. And hatkul astar, literally tearing the curtains, that is to say, making public somebody else's secrets or private lives, is regarded as being one of the kaba'ir, one of the major sins. So this is, the Holy Prophet describes it as being khuluqul Islam, the character trait of Islam, that a modest demeanor, not projecting oneself and being a big, loud public personality, but being humble and valuing privacy. This is very important. And we see it, part of the prophetic excellence is that he had this hayat, which normally, stereotypically, we identify as a feminine virtue, modesty, traditionally associated more with the female temper than with the male temper. But it's associated in these hadiths with the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it is very characteristic of him that he was a man of futuwa, that is to say, of knightly martial virtue, the man of the sword, a great horseman, really a characteristically masculine figure. But at the same time, he has this quality of hayat, which is a sign of the spiritual excellence, because there's outward forms of masculinity which are so often associated with machismo and ego, are in the prophetic vision turned into something completely different, and turned into a form of service and obedience rather than a means of vaunting oneself. And there's a lot more that could be said here, but it would probably take us too far afield about Islamic conceptions of gender and what gender looks like if there's no ego involved, or at least one is trying to get rid of ego. And certainly traditional masculinity can only be understood in this prophetic sense. So this is what he's saying here, this bayan, which is a form of nifaq. In other words, if your nature is to disclose what really shouldn't be disclosed, people's sort of private, secret things, then that is a sign of nifaq. And this again comes under the head of al-kalam al-madhmum, reprehensible speech. قال صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الله لا يحب الفاحش المتفحش الصياح في الأسواق. Another hadith which indicates this quality of hayat. Truly Allah does not love the person who is obscene, who follows up on obscenity, and who speaks loudly or who shouts in the marketplace. And this is the image of the kind of barrow salesman who's yelling and who uses bad language, who is obscene, who perhaps is behaving inappropriately with female customers. That's the kind of rough person that is being denounced here. The Muslim is to be refined. وقال جابر ابن سمرة كنت جالسا عند النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وأبي أمامي. Jabir bin Samura, one of the great Sahaba, is saying, I was once with the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and my father was in front of me. فقال صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الفحش والتفاحش ليس من الإسلام في شيء. He said, obscenity and human beings dealing with each other using obscene language has no place in Islam. وَإِنَّ أَحْسَنَ النَّاسِ إِسْلَامًا أَحَاسِنُهُمْ أَخْلَاقًا. And the best of people in Islam are those with the best character. وقال إبراهيم بن ميسرة يقال يؤتى بالفاحش المتفحش يوم القيامة. Ibrahim bin Maysara said, the person who is obscene and speaks obscenely will be brought on the day of judgment في صورة كلب أو في جوف كلب, in the form of a dog or in the belly of a dog. وقال الأحنف بن قيس ألا أخبركم بأدواء الداء. Shall I not tell you of the thing that بأدرأ الداء, of the worst illness, اللسان البذيء والخلق الدني, a foul tongue, or a foul mouth we'd say in English, والخلق الدني, and base character. فهذه مذمة الفحش. So here he ends this section and says this is the hadith material that condemns using obscene language. وأما حده وحقيقته, as for its definition and its true nature. And it's a method of Ghazali's exposition in the Ihya that often the definition comes quite late in these chapters. Normally you'd expect it to be the other way around, and often in fiqh text that's what you get. You get the definition of the terminology, and then the terminology is used. Imam Al-Ghazali, who's absolutely a theologian of the revelation of Quran and Hadith, tends to do something different in the Ihya. He gives you the Quranic quotes first, and then he gives you the Hadith, sayings of the early Muslims, and then he gives you the definition. Why is that? Because you've already got a kind of definition in your mind, having seen the Holy Prophet ﷺ using these terms and seeing the terms used in the Quran. So then he can go on to present his definition. فهو التعبير عن الأمور المستقبحة بالعبارات الصريحة. It means expressing or giving voice to things that are considered ugly with explicit language. وأكثر ذلك يجري في ألفاظ الوقاع. And most of this, then as now, takes place in matters to do with the sexual act. وما يتعلق به, and things connected to it. So generally obscenity is connected with that. وقال ابن عباس إن الله حيي كريم. And Ibn Abbas said, truly Allah is حيي كريم. Allah is, we couldn't apply the word modesty to the divine, but it means the one who respects the principle of veiling and modesty, and is kareem here in the sense of noble. So this is part of a takhalluq bi akhlaqillah. If you restrain yourself from using inappropriate language in public, then your speech becomes noble, just as the divine speech is noble. And then he goes on to say that if people have to talk about those things, then they will use language like touching or suhbah, being with, kinayat anil wiqa'. These are expressions that people should be using. وَلَيْسَتْ بِفَاحِشَةٍ, and these are not considered to be in this prohibited category. If you use those allusions, then it's not considered to be part of the sin of obscenity. And then he goes on to talk. It's quite an interesting kind of social comment, really, on the mores of his time. Obviously, he was worried by this, the use of swearing and obscene language. وَهُنَاكَ عِبَارَاتٌ فَاحِشَةٌ يُسْتَقْبَحُ ذِكْرُهَا. He said there are many ugly expressions or obscene expressions which it would be ugly even to mention. وَيُسْتَعْمَلُ أَكْثَرُهَا فِي الشَّتْمِ وَالتَّعْيِيرِ. And mostly they are used as insults and as forms of condemning or criticizing others. وهذه العبارات متفاوتة في الفحش. And these expressions are of different degrees of obscenity. وبعضها أفحش من بعض. Some of them are more obscene than others. وربما اختلف ذلك بعادة البلاد. And this may well differ according to the customs of the country. So here it can't really be a fiqh issue, because the nature of an obscenity depends not so much on its intrinsicality, but on the effect that it has and the intention that's behind it. وَأَوَائِلُهَا مَكْرُوهَا وَأَوَاخِرُهَا مَحْظُورَةً. He says, mild obscenity is disliked, and the utmost point of obscenity is forbidden. وَبَيْنَهُمَا دَرَجَاتٌ يَتَرَدَّدُ فِيهَا. And there are degrees between them. And he says, this is not just about the marital act. بل بالكناية بقضاء الحاجة عن البول والغائط. And he says, similarly, it is preferable in other bodily functions not to speak frankly about relieving oneself, but to use some figure of speech, passing water, rather than urination, for instance, or using a more frank and colloquial expression. He says this is also important for those who are guarding their tongues. Do not speak frankly about those bodily functions, but use some kinaya, use some figure of speech. فإن هذا أيضا مما يخفى وكل ما يخفى يستحيا منه. And these are also activities that are hidden, and everything that is hidden is the due subject of modesty, of haya. And then he also says something that to us seems a little bit dry, but is worth remembering. وَكَذَلِكَ يُسْتَحْسَنُ فِي الْعَادَةِ الْكِنَايَةُ عَنِ النِّسَاءِ. Similarly, when talking about one's women folk, one should use, he says, a figure of speech. فَلَا يُقَالْ قَالَتْ زَوْجَتُكَ كَذَا. One shouldn't say, your wife said this. بَلْ يُقَالْ قِيلَ فِي الْحُجْرَةِ أَوْ مَنْ وَرَاءِ السِّتْرَةِ أو قالت الأولاد. Instead, it's better manners, he says. It's better, more refined to say, the mother of your children said this, or the one who is behind a screen said this, or the one who is at home said this. فالتلطف في هذه الألفاظ محمود. He says it is best to be latif, or subtle, gentle, refined in using these expressions, and that's a praiseworthy thing. It's rude to somebody, rude to their family, to use, for instance, the name of somebody's wife. And it's starting to fade now, but it is very important as a traditional Muslim sensibility that you just don't refer to the other people's family members, if they're female, by their first names. It's indiscreet. You use some kinaya. And again, وَكَذَلِكَ مَنْ بِهِ عُيُوبٌ يُسْتَحْيَا مِنْهَا. Similarly, one should guard one's speech when referring to people who have defects or faults which are embarrassing. فَلَا يَنْبَغِي أَنْ يُعَبِّرَ عَنْهَا بِصَرِيحِ لَفْظِهَا. It's not right that one should use a direct word when referring to them. كالبرص والقرع والبواسير, like, for instance, somebody who has leprosy or piles. Now, you know somebody has that, but you don't speak about that in public or to them. بل يقال العارض الذي يشكو. You say the state in which he's in, or his condition. We might say nowadays his medical condition. وما يجري مجراه. And such like, other such expressions are preferable. فالتصريح بذلك داخل في الفحش. Because to use frank language when referring to other people's defects is also considered to be loose speech, rough, it's obscene. So you don't just say to somebody, oh, you're a leper, aren't you? It's not appropriate. You find some other way of saying that, and this is part of the talatuf which the Imam is referring to. وَجَمِيعُ ذَلِكَ مِنْ أَفَاتِ اللِّسَانِ. And all of these things are included amongst the defects of the tongue. Okay, then he goes on to psychologize, as he often does. وَالْبَاعِثُ عَلَى الْفُحْشِ إِمَّا قَصْدُ الْإِيذَاءِ وَإِمَّا الْإِعْتِيَادُ الْحَاصِلِ مِنْ مُخَالَطَةِ الْفُسَّاقِ. So now he's saying, why is it that people use sort of rude and obscene language? Why do they use four-letter words? Why is this so widespread? And he says the motive or the reason for obscenity is one of two things. Either a desire to hurt people, to upset them, or it's because people are used to such language because they've been keeping the wrong company. They've been with low people who use these words constantly, and therefore it's become normal for them. قال أعرابي لرسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. A desert man, a nomad, a rough man from the hinterland, said to Allah's Messenger صلى الله عليه وسلم, أوصني, give me some advice. فقال عليك بتقوى الله وإن امرؤ عيرك بشيء يعلمه فيك فلا تعيره بشيء تعلمه فيه. So the Holy Prophet's response to this man is, you must have fear of Allah, and if somebody finds fault with you in something that he knows truly to be what you're like, in other words, somebody reproaches you or condemns you on the basis of a fault that you really possess, then do not reply by finding fault with him on the basis of something that you know in him. For instance, you might say, so-and-so insults you by saying, oh, you eat too much, and he's right. You must not reply, he's saying to the desert man, oh, but I know that you sleep too much or belch in public or whatever it might be. That's not the way. And this is, again, the Holy Prophet ﷺ knows the temper of the desert people, which is about feuding, vendetta, getting one's own back. And often in these wasaya, these counsels that he gives to the people of the desert, he's particularly concerned to break the cycle of feuding. You insult me, so I'm going to insult you, like little children on the playground. No, you have to break that. If he insults you, even if he's right, you don't get your own back by finding fault with him. وَلَا تَسُبَّنَّ شَيْئًا. This is the last counsel that he gives. And do not insult anything. قال فما سببت شيئا بعده. And the Bedouin finally remarked, this might be years later, never again did I insult anything. And insulting things is something that the Imam is going to come on to discuss when he talks about cursing in a short while. وقال عياض ابن حمار قلت يا رسول الله إن الرجل من قومي يسبني وهو دوني هل علي من بأس أن أنتصر منه. So this guy Ayad bin Hammar says, Ya Rasulullah, there's a man from my tribe who keeps insulting me, although he's from a lower social status. Is it wrong for me to get my own back on him? فقال المتسابان شيطانان يتعاونان ويتهارجان يتعاويان. And the Holy Prophet said, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, two men who insult one another are two devils who bark and agitate one another. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم, this is a very famous hadith, this is Bukhari and Muslim, سباب المؤمن فسوق وقتاله كفر. To insult a believer is a vice, corruption, and to slay him is disbelief. And on the basis of this hadith, many of the jurists will say that if you are known to be somebody who insults others, then your capacity for bearing witness in law cases is withdrawn, because it's fusuq. The Holy Prophet here is saying that it is a form of corruption. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم ملعون من سب والديه. The Holy Prophet said, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he who insults his parents is accursed. وفي رواية, this is in Sahih Muslim, in the chapter in Sahih Muslim where he talks about al-mubiqat, the mortal sins, and which are the greatest of the mortal sins. من أكبر الكبائر أن يصب الرجل والديه. One of the greatest of the mortal sins is for a man to insult his own parents. قالوا يا رسول الله كيف يصب الرجل والديه. And they said, O Messenger of Allah, how could a man ever insult his own parents? قال يصب أبا الرجل فيصب الآخر أباه. And he said, it takes place when you insult somebody else's parents and they get their own back by insulting your parents. So you must never insult your own parents. Obviously, the context of this hadith is that people are staggered that anybody could ever do that. They obviously haven't watched the programs designed for teenagers on American television nowadays. But in this culture, the Sahaba were incredulous that anybody could ever insult their own parents. But what the Holy Prophet means is, don't insult somebody else's parents. In other words, don't say son of a donkey or daughter of a woman of easy virtue. And there's a lot of that in people's conversation. Yabna haram, son of what's haram. You're not to do that, lest your own parents be insulted in their turn. So that's the end of the Imam's treatment of the seventh of these defects of speech. And we now move on to number 8, which is related but more acute, which is al-la'n, which is cursing. And this is more problematic because it brings in, if you like, the supernatural dimension. You're not just saying, I don't like the look of your face. It's like calling down Allah's damnation on somebody. It's a much graver matter. And again, the Imam is very concerned about this because he knows how widespread it is. People are always cursing each other. Taxi drivers in Cairo do it 100 times a day. It's very common. And this is the opposite of the way that the Imam is expounding. So, and we can also see, generally speaking, in this sequence of 20 vices that is moving from the least to the more serious and vicious. And there's some interesting stuff here because it's part of our akhlaq that we respect Allah's creation as something that isn't fallen but is in its own way, with its own lisan al-hal, with its own form of making tasbih of Allah perfect. And so the Imam here begins by talking about cursing things and cursing animals before he gets on to the still graver matter of cursing other human beings. أما لحيوان أو جماد أو إنسان إما لحيوان أو جماد أو إنسان وكل ذلك مذموم. Cursing can be of an animal or of an inanimate object or of a human being. وكل ذلك مذموم, and all of that is reprehensible. قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم المؤمن ليس بلعان. This is in Tirmidhi. The Holy Prophet says, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the believer is not a curser. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم لا تلاعنوا بلعنة الله ولا بغضبه ولا بجهنم. It's another hadith in Tirmidhi. The Holy Prophet ﷺ is telling us, do not curse one another with Allah's curse, and do not invoke His anger upon one another, and do not wish hellfire for them. So that would be saying something like damn you, or go to hell, or may you rot in hell, or those expressions, very common in all cultures. The Holy Prophet is specifically telling us that this is wrong. So do not invoke Allah's curse upon somebody. Do not invoke His anger. Do not say, may Allah be angry with you. All of this is forbidden. وقال حذيفة ما تلاعن قوم قط إلا حق عليهم القول. Hudayfa, this is Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman, one of the possessors of the esoteric mystical secrets bequeathed by the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Sahib Sirr al-Nabi, the possessor of the Prophet's secret, says here, never do a people curse each other, but that their saying comes true. So if there's a community where people are always cursing each other, insulting each other, saying go to hell, using this obscene language, that will be their reality. وقال عمران بن حسين بينما رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم في بعض أسفاره. Imran bin Hussein said, when the Holy Prophet was on one of his journeys, إذ امرأة من الأنصار على ناقة لها. He saw a woman riding a camel that belonged to her. فضجرت منها. And the camel was misbehaving or was protesting against her while she was riding it. فلعنتها, and she cursed it. فقال صلى الله عليه وسلم, the Holy Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said, that they should remove, that she should get down from the camel and that her saddle should be removed from the camel. فَإِنَّهَا مَلْعُونَةٌ, saying to the woman, the camel is cursed now, so surely you don't want to ride it. قال فكأني أنظر إلى تلك الناقة تمشي بين الناس لا يتعرض لها أحد. And it is though I could still see the scenario. The camel was just walking about amongst people. Nobody wanted to touch it. The Holy Prophet was, as it were, calling her bluff. If it's really cursed, then you don't want to ride it. And people were frightened to touch it. وقال أبو الدرداء ما لعن أحد الأرض إلا قالت لعنك الله. Abu Darda said, never does anybody curse the ground or curse the earth, but that it calls down Allah's curses upon them in return. So we're not allowed to curse the land or to curse the earth. وقال أنس كان رجل يسير مع رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم على بعير. A man was once traveling with Allah's Messenger on a camel, فلعن بعيره, and he cursed his camel. فقال صلى الله عليه وسلم يا عبد الله لا تسر معنا على بعير ملعون. O servant of Allah, don't travel with us if your camel is accursed. وقال ذلك إنكار عليه. And he said this was his way of criticizing the man. And then we get the definition. وَاللَّعْنُ عِبَارَةٌ عَنِ الطَّرْدِ وَالْإِبْعَادِ مِنَ اللَّهِ تَعَالَى. What is cursing? Cursing is a formula which indicates expulsion and distance from Allah. That's what la'an is. It's to invoke distance, or to say that one is distant from Allah. وذلك غير جائز إلا على من اتصف بصفة تبعده من الله عز وجل وهو الكفر والظلم. So what he's doing now is to get into the situation of where it is permissible to curse somebody. You can't curse camels, you can't curse the earth, they're just Allah's creations. And the Holy Prophet ﷺ said the believer is not la'an, he's not a curser, but nonetheless there can be a place for a curse. And this needs to be discussed with great care. And the Imam's treatment here is actually quite unusual and quite beautiful. So it is not permissible to indicate that somebody is far from Allah, or that one wishes them to be far from Allah, unless that person genuinely is qualified by an attribute which is indeed distancing them from Allah. And these are two things: al-kufru wal-zulm, disbelief and injustice. بأن يقول لعنة الله على الظالمين. For Allah Himself says, may Allah's curse be upon the unjust, upon the tyrants, وعلى الكافرين, and upon those who deny His reality. وينبغي أن يتبع فيه لفظ الشرع. And in doing this, if one is cursing, one should follow the formulas that are given in the revelation itself. فَإِنَّ فِي اللَّعْنَةِ خَطَرٌ, because there is a risk, there is a danger in cursing. لأنه حكم على الله عز وجل بأنه قد أبعد الملعون, because it is a judgment that Allah has distanced that cursed person. In other words, it's not just an expression of a wish, it is a statement that that person is already far from Allah's mercy, and you really have to know that, otherwise you're taking a risk. وَذَلِكَ غَيْبٌ لَا يَطَّلِعُ عَلَيْهِ غَيْرُ اللَّهِ تَعَالَى. And that person's distance from Allah is an unseen thing. Only Allah knows about it. وَيَطَّلِعُ عَلَيْهِ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم. And the Holy Prophet knows about it. إِذْ أَطْلَعَهُ اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ, because Allah showed him certain things. So he's telling us to beware. Cursing is something that can be possible, but in certain very restricted circumstances. And he's saying, be aware that to curse is to declare that somebody is far from Allah, and really only Allah and His Messenger know that for sure. وَالصِّفَاتُ الْمُقْتَضِيَةُ لِلَّعْنِ ثَلَاثَةٌ. The qualities which require cursing, or which can lead to cursing, are three: al-kufru wal-bid'atu wal-fisq, disbelief, heretical innovation, and corrupt behavior. وَلِلَّعْنِ فِي كُلِّ وَاحِدَةٍ ثَلَاثُ مَرَاتِبٍ. And cursing in each of these categories has 3 different degrees. There's 3 degrees of cursing. اللَّعْنُ بِالْوَصْفِ الْأَعَمِّ. Firstly, you can curse with a general description. كَقَوْلِكَ لَعْنَةُ اللَّهِ عَلَى الْكَافِرِينَ. May Allah curse those who reject Him. وَالْمُبْتَدِعِينَ وَالْفَسَقَ. And the heretics and the people who are corrupt. الثانية اللَّعْنُ بِأَوْصَافٍ أَخَصُّ مِنْهُ. And the second is to curse using more specific language, such as to say, may Allah curse الزُّنَاتِ وَالظَّلَمَةِ وَآكِلِ الرِّبَى. May Allah curse the adulterers and the tyrants and those who consume usury. وَكُلُّ ذَلِكَ جَائِزٌ. And all of this is permissible. It is permissible to say, may Allah curse the adulterers or the fornicators. جائز. ولكن في لعن أوصاف المبتدعة خطر. But you have to beware, he says, there's a risk in cursing specifically the innovators. لأن معرفة البدعة غامضة. Because it's a subtle matter to know what actually a bid'ah consists in. وَلَمْ يَرِدْ فِيهِ لَفْظٌ مَأْثُورٌ. And there is no specific formula in the Quran or the Hadith for the cursing of a heretical innovator. فَيَنْبَغِي أَنْ يُمْنَعَ مِنْهُ الْعَوَامِ. So the ordinary people should be prevented from this form of cursing. لأن ذلك يستدعي المعارضة بمثله ويثير نزاعا بين الناس. Because if they were to curse people of the wrong theological position, this would bring about a reaction and a comparable curse from the other side, and would stir up a dispute. So this is classic in our situation, that we should not allow ordinary Muslims, which includes ourselves, to say, may Allah curse this group of the Shia, or that group of the Ibadiyya, or this group of the Ahmadiyya, or whatever it might be, because this stirs up dissension and causes them to curse us in exchange, and doesn't resolve the issues that are at stake. And then he says, the third type of cursing, الثالثة اللعنُ للشخص المعين, is cursing a specific individual. وهذا فيه خطر, and this also is dangerous. كقولك زيد لعنه الله وهو كافر أو فاسق أو مبتدع. So in the case of, for instance, you're saying, may Allah curse Zayd, he is a kafir or a fasiq or an innovator. والتفصيل فيه أن كل شخص ثبتت لعنته شرعا فتجوز لعنته. The detail here, specifics, and he's narrowing this down more and more, is that every individual who is known to be accursed in the revelation, you may curse that individual. كقولك فرعون لعنه الله. So when you say Fir'aun, you can say لعنه الله. وأبو جهل لعنه الله. Why? لأنه قد ثبت أن هؤلاء ماتوا على الكفر. Because it's established that those people died in their corrupt, unbelieving state. وعرف ذلك شرعا. And that is known by revelation. أما شخص بعينه في زماننا. As for an individual, a named individual in our time, كقولك زيد لعنه الله, such as you might say Zayd, may Allah curse him. وهو يهودي مثلا, and he is a Jew, for instance. فهذا فيه خطر. This, he says, is also dangerous. فإنه ربما يسلم, because he might become a Muslim. فيموت مقربا عند الله, and die in a state of great closeness to Allah. فكيف يحكم بكونه ملعونا. So how can you judge him to be accursed? This is all really important when you consider what goes on in Muslim internet chat rooms, people cursing each other, cursing the Jews, cursing the Christians, cursing individuals amongst them. Imam Al-Ghazali is saying that's dangerous. You don't know how those people will end up. You don't know how you'll end up. And then he comes up with a counter-argument. Obviously, this was a live dispute in his time. فَإِن قُلْتَ يُلْعَنُ لِكَوْنِهِ كَافِرًا فِي الْحَالِ. He's being cursed because he's a kafir right now. كَمَا يُقَالُ لِلْمُسْلِمِ رَحِمَهُ اللَّهِ. Just as we might say to a Muslim, may Allah have mercy on him, لِكَوْنِهِ مُسْلِمًا فِي الْحَالِ, because he's a Muslim right now. وَإِن كَانَ يُتَصَوَّرُ أَنْ يَرْتَدْ, even though it's imaginable that he might end up not a Muslim. فَأَعْلَمْ. And this again is something, again, this is a live issue. You do hear it amongst Muslims. If somebody says, oh, may Allah curse Netanyahu, or whatever it might be, and I'm just talking about his accursedness at the moment, Imam Al-Ghazali is saying, no, you can't do that. فَأَعْلَمْ أَنَّ مَعْنَى قَوْلِنَا رَحِمَهُ اللَّهِ أَنْ ثَبَّتَهُ اللَّهُ عَلَى الْإِسْلَامِ. So he's replying by saying, when we say of somebody who's still alive, may Allah show him his mercy, what we mean is, may Allah strengthen him in Islam, الَّذِي هُوَ سَبَبُ الرَّحْمَةِ, which is the cause of mercy, وَعَلَى الطَّاعَةِ, and in obedience to him. وَلَا يُمْكِنْ أَنْ يُقَالْ ثَبَّتَ اللَّهُ الْكَافِرَ عَلَى مَا هُوَ سَبَبُ اللَّعْنَةِ. And it's not possible that we might say, may Allah keep somebody in the state which is the reason for the curse. So it's not a legitimate argument, he says. فَإِنَّ هَذَا سؤال للكفر وهو في نفسه كفر. Because if you did say, may Allah curse Netanyahu, in the kind of hope that he would forever be accursed, that's a form of approving of kufr for somebody, and that's haram. ففي هذا كله خطر. In all of this there is a risk and a danger. وليس في ترك اللعن خطر. But there is no risk in simply not cursing somebody. وَإِذَا عَرِفْتَ هَذَا فِي الْكَافِرِ. And if you know that this applies even to the non-Muslim, فَهُوَ فِي زَيْدٍ الْفَاسِقِ أَوْ زَيْدٍ الْمُبْتَدِعِ أَوْلَى. And it applies even more so to the Muslim who is corrupt, or the Muslim who is in a state of heretical innovation. It applies to him even more. فَلَعْنُ الْأَعْيَانِ فِيهِ خَطَرٌ. So to curse individuals is dangerous. لأن الأعيان تتقلب في الأحوال, because individuals can change. إلا من أعلم به رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, except people who are specified by the Holy Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم. فإنه يجوز أن يعلم من يموت على الكفر, because the Holy Prophet knew certain individuals who would be dying in a state of kufr. ولذلك عين قوما باللعن. And it is for this reason that he named individuals as accursed. فكان يقول في دعائه على قريش اللهم عليك بأبي جهل ابن هشام وعتبة ابن ربيعة. So he used to say in his prayer, O Allah, take Quraysh, take Abu Jahl bin Hisham, and take Utbah bin Rabi'ah. And then وذكر جماعة قتلوا على الكفر ببدر حتى أن من لم يعلم عاقبته كان يلعنه فنهى عنه. And then the Holy Prophet ﷺ mentioned a group who had been killed in a state of unbelief. These are the pagans who were fighting against the Muslims at the Battle of Badr, and nobody really knew what their final state would be, and the Holy Prophet forbade that they should be cursed. إذ روي أنه كان يلعن الذين قتلوا أصحاب بئر معونة في قنوته شهرا. So what he's doing here, the Imam, is replying to those who are saying, well, we can curse the Mu'tazila, or we can curse the Shia, or we can curse X, Y, Z. He's working through the argument in order to demonstrate that you can't do that. The counter-argument is, well, the Holy Prophet ﷺ cursed Abu Jahl and cursed those of Quraysh, but that was exceptional because the Holy Prophet, through the light of prophecy, knew that those people would die in a state of unbelief. They were out of hope. So the next instance that it comes up is the Holy Prophet ﷺ in his qunut dua for a month cursed those who had assassinated his companions at the well of Ma'una. It's a famous ambush occurrence. And then فَنَزَلَ قَوْلُهُ تَعَالَى لَيْسَ لَكَ مِنَ الْأَمْرِ شَيْءٍ. أو يتوب عليهم أو يعذبهم فإنهم ظالمون. The Holy Prophet ﷺ cursed these killers for a whole month. And then the revelation came down and Allah said, you have nothing in the affair. Allah may relent towards them, or He may punish them, فَإِنَّهُمْ ظَالِمُونَ, because they are the unjust. يعني أنهم ربما يسلمون. In other words, it may be that they will become Muslims. فَمِنْ أَيْنَ تَعْلَمُ أَنَّهُمْ مَلْعُونُونَ. So how is it that you can know that they are accursed? Yeah, there's some interesting episodes here. روي أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم سأل أبا بكر رضي الله عنه عن قبر مر به وهو يريد الطائف. The Holy Prophet asked Abu Bakr about a grave which he passed when he was on his way to Ta'if. فقال هذا قبر رجل كان عاتيا على الله ورسوله. This is the grave of a man who was defiant against Allah and His Messenger, and he was Sa'id ibn al-As. فغضب ابنه عمرو ibn Sa'id, and his son Amr ibn Sa'id became angry. وقال يا رسول الله هذا قبر رجل كان أطعم للطعام وأضرب اللحام من أبي قحافة وأضرب للحام من أبي قحافة. So the son of this man who'd been an enemy of Islam, who is with the Holy Prophet and is a Muslim, is angry that his father should be criticized when he's in his grave. And the son says, O Messenger of Allah, this is the grave of a man who was more generous in giving food than Abu Quhafa. فقال أبو بكر يكلمني هذا يا رسول الله بمثل هذا الكلام. And Abu Bakr said, Ya Rasulullah, can this man speak to me in these terms? فقال صلى الله عليه وسلم أكفف عن أبي بكر فانصرف ثم أقبل على أبي بكر فقال يا أبا بكر إذا ذكرتم الكفار فعمموا. And then he said, O Abu Bakr, if you mention the unbelievers, speak in generalities, speak in general terms. فإنكم إذا خصصتم غضب الأبناء للآباء فكف الناس عن ذلك. If you do condemn them, even though it's known, in this case it was known that the man was an enemy of Islam, he's saying, do not criticize him by name as an individual, because if you do so, then their sons will become angry on their father's behalf. So again, is restricting still further the extent to which we can curse even people who are known to have died in a state of disbelief. And this also is important, and it is something to remember, for instance, when visiting non-Muslim graveyards, that a respect is called for, and certainly cursing is not called for. This is a long section, this section on cursing, because it is a perennial issue. He talks a bit about the issue of the cursing of the killers of Imam al-Hussein. And again he says, وَعَلَى الْجُمْلَةِ, in summary, فَفِي لَعْنِ الْأَشْخَاصِ خَطَرٌ, it's dangerous to curse individuals. فَلْيُجْتَنَبْ, let that be avoided. وَلَا خَطَرَ فِي السُّكُوتِ عَنْ لَعْنِ إِبْلِيسِ, even falling silent rather than cursing Iblis will do you no harm. So never mind cursing others. And it's a good point. You don't gain anything from cursing somebody, so if in doubt, don't do it. فَإِنْ قِيلْ هَلْ يَجُوزُ لَعْنُ يَزِيدٍ, if it's said, is it permissible to curse Yazid لِأَنَّهُ قَاتَلَ الْحُسَيْنِ, because he slew Al-Hussein, أو آمر به, or commanded that he be killed. قُلْنَا هَذَا لَمْ يَثْبُتْ أَصْلًا, we would say this has not been established or demonstrated at all. فَلَا يَجُوزُ, in other words, the culpability of Yazid has not been established. That's the point he's making. فَلَا يَجُوزُ أَنْ يُقَالْ إِنَّهُ قَتَلَهُ أو أمر به. It's not permissible even to say that Yazid killed Al-Hussein or that he commanded that Al-Hussein be killed, which is indeed the case. Yazid was far away. The narratives differ. The battle took place on the spur of the moment. It's not established that he was responsible. It's not. إذ لا تجوز نسبة مسلم إلا كبيرة من غير تحقيق. It's not permissible to attribute a mortal sin to a believer without proof. نعم يجوز أن يقال قتل ابن ملجم عليا. Yes, it's lawful to say Ibn Muljam killed Ali, because that's demonstrated and known. وقتل أبو اللؤلؤ عمر رضي الله عنهم, and Abu Lu'lu'a killed Umar. You can say that. فإن ذلك ثبت متواترا, because that's been established through multiple narrations. فلا يجوز أن يرمى مسلم بفسق أو كفر من غير تحقيق. But you cannot, without having solid evidence, accuse any Muslim of corruption or disbelief. قال صلى الله عليه وسلم, the Holy Prophet says صلى الله عليه وسلم, this is a hadith in Bukhari, لا يرمي رجل رجلا بالكفر ولا يرميه بالفسق إلا ارتدت عليه إن لم يكن صاحبه كذلك. So he's moving on to another issue here, which is accusing another believer of kufr. This is another form of reprehensible speech, a defect of the tongue. So in the hadith, the Holy Prophet says, let no man accuse another man of disbelief, and let him not accuse him of corruption or immorality. If he does, then if the one he is speaking of is not like that, then he will carry the sin that he has accused him of. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم ما شهد رجل على رجل بالكفر إلا باء به أحدهما. Never does a man testify to another man's unbelief without one of them genuinely being an unbeliever. إن لم يكن كافرا فقد كفر بتكفيره إياه. If that man is not a kafir, then he himself has become an unbeliever by making takfir of him. And this is there's a number of these sound hadiths in which the Holy Prophet ﷺ makes it crystal clear how forbidden it is to accuse another Muslim of kufr. One always finds some way of making allowances even for the most outrageous behavior. And otherwise, the hadith itself is saying that we ourselves become mukaffar, we ourselves leave Islam as a result of having accused somebody else of disbelief. So again, this is of a piece with the rest of the Imam's discussion. He really doesn't like cursing, he doesn't like takfir. He's saying it's no skin off your nose if you just don't do it, just leave it alone. وقال معاذ قال لي رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أنهاك أن تشتم مسلما أو تعصي إماما عادلا والتعرض للأموات أشد. The Holy Prophet says صلى الله عليه وسلم, I forbid you from insulting any other Muslim or disobeying a just ruler or speaking ill of the dead, which is even worse. This again is part of the adab of the Muslim. You don't speak well of, you don't curse, you don't insult the dead. قال مسروق دخلت على عائشة رضي الله عنها فقالت ما فعل فلان لعنه الله قلت توفي قالت رحمه الله قلت وكيف هذا. So Masruq said, I once visited Aisha radiallahu anha, and she said, what's so-and-so, such and such an accursed person doing? And I said, he's died. And she said, rahimahullah, may Allah have mercy on him. And I said, وَكَيْفَ هَذَا? How can this be? First you're saying, لَعَنَهُ اللَّهُ, and then you say, رَحِمَهُ اللَّهُ. قالت قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم لا تسبوا الأموات. The Holy Prophet says, عليه الصلاة والسلام, do not speak ill of the dead. فإنهم قد أفضوا إلى ما قدموا, because they've gone on to the works that they sent ahead of them. وقال عليه السلام لا تسبوا الأموات فتؤذوا به الأحياء. And he said, do not insult the dead, lest you harm thereby the living. وقال عليه السلام, and he said, O people, أيها الناس, احفظوني في أصحابي وإخواني وأصهاري. Respect me in my companions and in my brethren and in my descendants. ولا تسبوهم أيها الناس إذا مات الميت. And do not insult them, O people. إذا مات الميت فاذكروا منه خيرا. If somebody dies, say only good about him. فإن قيل, and if it's said, فهل يجوز أن يقال قاتل الحسين لعنه الله أو الآمر بقتله لعنه الله. And if it's said, is it permissible to say, may Allah curse the killer of Al-Hussein, or the one who ordered that he be killed? قلنا الصواب أن يقال قاتل الحسين إن مات قبل التوبة لعنه الله. Then the right thing to say, and the most that you can say, is if Al-Hussein's murderer died before Tawbah, then may Allah curse him. لأنه يحتمل أن يموت بعد التوبة, because it's quite possible that he could die after Tawbah. فإن وحشيا قاتل حمزة عم رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, because Wahshi, the Ethiopian slave, killed Hamza, the uncle of the Holy Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم. قتله وكافر. He killed him when he was an unbeliever. ثم تاب عن الكفر, and then he repented from his kufr. والقتل جميعا. He repented from his kufr and from his fighting altogether. ولا يجوز أن يلعن. And it's not permissible to curse him. You can't curse Wahshi even though he killed Hamza, because he repented. Similarly with Hind, you can't curse her because she repented and became a Muslimah. وَالْقَتْلُ كَبِيرًا وَلَا تَنْتَهِي إِلَى رُتْبَةِ الْكُفْرِ. Yes, the murder was a mortal sin, but it doesn't reach the degree of unbelief. Yeah, and the last thing that he says in this long, and to my mind very important section, when he talks about cursing, is وَيَقْرُبُ مِنَ اللَّعْنِ الدُّعَاءُ عَلَى الْإِنسَانِ بِالشَّرِّ. Similar to cursing is to pray for evil to befall somebody. The same applies to all of these. It applies to the people of fisq, it applies to the people of tyranny, it applies to the people of corruption and of bid'ah. So we can see, and maybe we could move on to the next section, which is quite short, inshallah. We will do that as well, just so that we pace ourselves correctly. You can see what the Imam is doing here. He's basically engaged in a kind of social polemic. His was a time in which there was a lot of informal cursing and bad language and obscenity amongst the ordinary people, and is explaining how that has to be ruled out. But there's also specific issues which are almost Sharia issues to do with what is a curse. It's not always wrong. God curses some people. The prophets ﷺ sometimes curse people, but what is done is to narrow the field of legitimate cursing so that you can curse certain named individuals who are known to have died in the state of kufr in the past. But even the idolaters who died at Badr, you're not allowed to curse them. And people who then took their shahada, you're not allowed to curse them. So it's actually very limited. So these contemporary khutbahs where there's cursing upon cursing upon cursing strike me as being the exact violation of the Holy Prophet's commandment that innal mu'mina laysa bi ta'anin wala la'an. The believer is not somebody who frequently insults or frequently curses.
This is a jahili practice and is something that we have to avoid. And similarly, endless prayers for the misfortune of others. Ghazali says there's khatar, there's danger in this, and you won't lose anything if you don't make those prayers. So I know time is getting on, but let me just do the 9th of these, which is shorter. Moving to something very different from cursing, al-afatu tasi'a, the 9th defect of the tongue is al-ghina wa shi'r, singing and poetry. And as he'll explain in this section, there's good singing and there's bad singing, there's good poetry, there's bad poetry. وَقَدْ ذَكَرْنَا فِي كِتَابِ السَّمَاعِ مَا يُحَرَّمُ مِنَ الْغِنَاءِ. We've already mentioned in the book on dhikr and sama' the forms of singing that are forbidden, وَمَا يَحِلْ, and what is praiseworthy. And basically his conclusion is that you judge the performance by where it is leading people. If it is leading to people to greater obedience to Allah, then it is recommended. If it is leading them on to commit sins, then that form of music and singing is forbidden. فَلَا نُعِيدُ, so we won't repeat that treatment here. وَأَمَّا الشِّعْرِ, as for poetry, فَكَلَامٌ حَسَنُهُ حَسَنٌ وَقَبِيحُهُ قَبِيحٌ. It is a discourse, the good of which is good, and the ugly of which is ugly. إِلَّا أَنَّ التَّجَرُّدَ لَهُ مَذْمُومٌ. But to devote oneself single-mindedly to it is reprehensible. In other words, somebody who's kind of a full-time poet. This is something that Imam Al-Ghazali is saying is not right. You have to be part of the world as well. It shouldn't become a kind of obsession. وعلى الجملة فإنشاد الشعر ونظمه ليس بحرام. In general terms, to recite and to compose poetry is not forbidden. إذا لم يكن فيه كلام مستكره, as long as there isn't some ugliness in the speech. قال صلى الله عليه وسلم إن من الشعر لحكمة. In the hadith, there is wisdom in poetry. نعم مقصود الشعر المدح والذم والتشبيب وقد يدخله الكذب. Yes, indeed, the purpose of poetry is to praise certain people or things, or to condemn certain people or things, and to use maybe amorous language, and it may well be that lying enters into it. وقد أمر رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم حسان بن ثابت الأنصاري. The Holy Prophet told his own poet, Hassan bin Thabit, بِهِجَاءِ الْكُفَّارِ, to write poetry against the kuffar, وَالتَّوَسُّعْ فِي الْمَدْحِ, and to praise the Prophet and his companions expansively. فَإِنَّهُ وَإِنْ كَانَ كَاذِبًا فَإِنَّهُ لَا يَلْتَحَقُ فِي التَّحْرِيمِ بِالْكَذِبِ. So even though this is a form of lying, in other words, some of this poetry which praises certain individuals or things to the skies using metaphors that are not strictly true could be described as lying, it still is not the kind of lying that is muharram, that is prohibited. And here he's entering into a debate on what we would nowadays call poetic license. That is to say, the poets, most of what they say is not literally true, but truthfulness is a high virtue, sidq, and telling lies is not quite right. So to say, your lips are as a red ruby, well, not really. That's telling a lie, I guess. But in this context, this is not reprehensible lying. So he gives examples of poems now. كقول الشاعر ولو لم يكن في كفه غير روحه لجاد بها فليتق الله سائله. Which means, it's talking about somebody's generosity. Had there been in his hands nothing except his own spirit, he would even have given his spirit. So let those who ask for things from him fear Allah. Now, Imam Al-Ghazali says, فَإِنَّ هَذَا عِبَارَةٌ عَنِ الْوَصْفِ بِنِهَايَةِ السَّخَاءِ. What this is a metaphor for the utmost of generosity. He doesn't have anything but is so generous that he would even give you his spirit. That's not really
true, literally, he's not in a position to do that. It's a metaphor for generosity. فَإِن لَمْ يَكُنْ صَاحِبُهُ سَخِيًّا كَانَ كَاذِبًا. But if the person he's writing about was not generous, then this would be a lie. وَإِن كَانَ سَخِيًّا فَالْمُبَالَغَةُ مِنْ صُنْعَةِ الشِّعْرِ. And if he is indeed generous, then exaggeration, hyperbole, is part of the craft of poetry. فَلَا يُقْصَدُ مِنْهُ أَنْ يُعْتَقَدَ صُورَتُهُ. And what's intended in the poem is not that people should think that this is literally true. وقد أنشدت أبيات بين يدي رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم لو تتبعت لوجد فيها مثل ذلك. And poems were recited in the presence of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which, if one looked at them carefully, one would find similar cases of lying or untruth in them. فَلَمْ يَمْنَعْ مِنْ. And he did not prevent the poets from doing this. قالت عائشة رضي الله عنها كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Incidentally, there's a lot of stories of Aisha in the Ihya, which is interesting, and I'm not quite sure why. She's not always that salient in Sufi literature, but in the Ihya she's really all over the place. One could write a very interesting book, I think, on the personality of Aisha as deployed by Imam Al-Ghazali as a kind of sage. So she's saying, radiallahu anha, كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يخصف نعله. One day the Holy Prophet was mending his sandal. وكنت جالسة أغزل. And I was sitting down spinning. فنظرت إليه. And I looked at him. فجعل جبينه يعرق. And his forehead started to sweat. وجعل عرقه يتولد نورا. And his sweat started to turn to light. So this is kind of religious vision that she's having. It's a domestic scene. He's fixing his sandals, she's spinning. She looks at him and she sees this light coming from his blessed sweat. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. قالت فهبت. And she said, I was overawed, or I was afraid. فنظر إلي. And he looked at me. فقال ما لك. And he said, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? فقلت يا رسول الله. And I said, O Messenger of Allah, I looked at you, نظرت إليك, فجعل جبينك يعرق. And your forehead started to sweat. وجعل عرقك يتولد نورا. And the drops of your sweat started to glow with light. ولو رآك أبو كبير الهذلي. And if Abu Kabir al-Hudhali was a famous rhetorician and a poet, if he saw you, لَعَلِمَ أَنَّكَ أَحَقُّ بِشِعْرِهِ. He would know that the poetry that he'd written would be more appropriate if applied to you. قَالَ وَمَا يَقُولُ يَا عَائِشَةَ. And he said, and what does he say, O Aisha? What does this Abu Kabir al-Hudhali say? Incidentally, Aisha is famous for her great knowledge of Arabic poetry. So here she's obviously got a good quote in mind, and he's asking her, well, what does Abu Kabir say? قلت يقول هذين البيتين ومبرأ من كل غير حيضة وفساد مرضعة وداء مغيل وإذا نظرت إلى إسرة وجهه برقت كبرق العارض المتهلل. Which means something like, if you looked at the entirety of his face, it would shine like the sudden lightning that gives praise. قال فوضع صلى الله عليه وسلم ما كان بيده. And the Holy Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم put what was in his hand down. وقام إلي. And stood and came to me. وقبل بين عيني. And kissed me between the eyes. وقال جزاك الله خيرا. May Allah reward you with good. يا عائشة ما سررت مني كسرور منك. You are not as happy with me as I am happy with you. It's a kind of nice thing for lovers to say. And the chapter continues, but that's basically the point that the Imam wants to make about poetic license. It's important to make this exception. Generally, kadhib, exaggeration, extravagant metaphors and comparisons are not right. They can be deceptive. But in this specific context of poetry, it's lawful and even praiseworthy. And you can see how Aisha is really kind of in charge in this situation. She's the one who has the poetry, and she's the one who has the good, smart, elegant quote for the situation. And through this prophetic license, this allowing of the art of poetry, the hikmah that's in poetry, of course, we become the civilization that produces the greatest of all sacred literature, whether it be Ibn al-Farid or whether it be Jalaluddin Rumi, Fariduddin Attar. This is all from this wisdom which the Imam is here expounding, inshallah. So may Allah, inshallah, benefit us from these words and make us people of modest speech, people whose hearts keep away from obscenity, people whose hearts are not inclined to curse or insult others, people who always recognize the possibility that others may be saved, and people who are, inshallah, respectful of the arts of singing and of poetry, inshallah, where these are halal, because the Holy Prophet ﷺ said that there could be within them hikmah, wisdom, inshallah. Barakallahu fikum, wal afu minkum, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. So inshallah, in a few minutes we'll be putting out these Ghazali lectures. They have nice nasheeds and things in them, and inshallah you'll enjoy them. And all proceeds will go to the Cambridge New Mosque Project, inshallah. And we will be meeting, inshallah, for the dhikr at 8:45 today, inshallah, rather than 9 o'clock, because people seem to be getting into it, so there's no reason why we shouldn't have an extra 15 minutes. So inshallah, 8:45 for our dhikr. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Rabbi yassir wa a'in ya kareem, waftah bil haqqi innaka al-fattahul alim. A couple of important announcements for people in the group. Firstly, if you are intending to join the Alhambra visit tomorrow and you haven't yet signed the list, which is in the cafeteria, you have to do that right away, or there won't be a place for you or a ticket when you arrive. And secondly, inshallah, at 8 today, instead of our regular little dhikr session, there will be a group of professional singers coming up from Granada to sing various things in Spanish and Arabic, inshallah, and Ali Kila will be leading them. So that will be outside in the courtyard, and that's part of the program, and inshallah, it'll be one of the highlights. We move on now in the Kitab Afat al-Lisan to Al-Afat al-Thalitha Ashara, the 13th defect, which is Al-Wa'ad al-Kadhib, a dishonest promise. فإن اللسان سباق إلى الوعد ثم النفس ربما لا تسمح بالوفاء. The tongue likes to race to making promises, but then the nafs, the ego, may well not allow us to follow up and to fulfill that promise. فَيَصِيرُ الْوَعْدُ خُلْفًا, so that we end up breaking the promise. وَذَلِكَ مِنْ أَمَارَاتِ النِّفَاقِ, and that is one of the tokens of nifaq, or hypocrisy. قال الله تعالى يا أيها الذين آمنوا أوفوا بالعقود. O you who have iman, fulfill your promises, your contracts, your pledges. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم العدة عطية. And he said, صلى الله عليه وسلم, that a promise is a gift.
And what this means is that you shouldn't take it back again. Just as a gift is something that can't be reclaimed when you change your mind. Similarly, if you promise somebody something, you can't change your mind and go back on your promise. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم الوأي مثل الدين أو أفضل. And he said, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, that a promise is like a debt, or even higher. That is to say, once you promise something, you are, as it were, in a debt relationship with the person to whom you've made the promise, and you have to repay. وقد أثنى الله تعالى على نبيه إسماعيل عليه السلام. And Allah has praised His Prophet Ismail, peace be upon him, في كتابه العزيز فقال إنه كان صادق الوعد. He was true, faithful to his promises. قيل إنه وعد إنسانا في موضع فلم يرجع إليه ذلك الإنسان. It said, this is the tafsir of that ayah, that Ismail once promised to meet somebody in a place, but that person didn't come back to that place. بل نسي, in fact he just forgot. فبقي إسماعيل 22 يوما في انتظاره. And Ismail waited for 22 days for that person to show up. ولما حضرت عبد الله ibn Umar الوفاة, and when death came to Abdullah ibn Umar, قال إنه كان خطب لابنتي رجل من قريش. One of the last things he said was, a man from Quraysh sought my daughter's hand in marriage. وقد كان مني إليه شبه الوعد, and there was a kind of promise, an understanding between us. فوالله لا ألقى الله بثلث النفاق, and by Allah I will never meet my Lord with a third of nifaq, with a third of hypocrisy. أشهدكم أني قد زوجته ابنتي. I call you all to witness that I have given my daughter in marriage to him. وقيل لإبراهيم الرجل يواعد الرجل الميعاد فلا يجيء قال ينتظره إلى أن يدخل وقت الصلاة. And it was said to Ibrahim, and this would be Ibrahim ben Adham, a man promises to meet somebody in a particular rendezvous, but then doesn't turn up. So what should he do? And he said the other person should wait until the time for prayer comes. And this is a view that many of the ulama will say, that if you've got a date, you're meeting with somebody at a particular time, it's good to wait until the next time of prayer, and then it's fine for you to depart. وكان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إذا وعد وعدا قال عسى. And the Prophet عليه الصلاة والسلام, when he made a promise, would say perhaps, or it may be. وكان ابن مسعود لا يعد وعدا إلا ويقول إن شاء الله. And Ibn Mas'ud would never make a promise without saying إن شاء الله وهو الأولى, and this is what is preferable. ثم إذا فهم مع ذلك الجزم في الوعد فلا بد من الوفاء. But even so, if what's understood at the time of your making the promise, I'll definitely see you Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock, or whatever it might be, if the form of your promise indicates that you're definite about that, then unless you apologize, or unless you have some excuse, إلا أن يتعذر, فإن كان عند الوقت عازما على أن لا يفي فهذا هو النفاق. If at the time when you're making this promise, you actually think that, well, maybe you won't do it, or you definitely won't do it, then that is what is hypocrisy. If there's an excuse, it's not hypocrisy. If you forget, it's not hypocrisy. But if you simply change your mind, you can't be bothered, or at the time of making the promise you don't really mean it, then this is what the Holy Prophet is indicating when he says that a false promise is a form of hypocrisy. وقال أبو هريرة قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ثلاث من كن فيه فهو منافق. There are three things which, if present in a man, make him a hypocrite. إن صام وصلى وزعم أنه مسلم. Even if he prays and fasts and claims that he's a Muslim. إذا حدث كذب. If when he speaks he tells lies. وإذا وعد أخلف. And if when he makes a promise he breaks his promise. وإذا اؤتمن خان.
and if when entrusted with something he breaks that trust. وقال عبد الله بن عمرو رضي الله عنهما قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أربع من كن فيه كان منافقا. There are four things which, if present in a man, make him a hypocrite. ومن كانت فيه خلة منهن كان له خلة من النفاق. And if you have some share of these things, then you have some share of hypocrisy. حتى يدعها, until you give them up. إذا حدث كذب, when he speaks he lies. وإذا وعد أخلف, when he promises he breaks his promise. وإذا عاهد غدر, and when he enters into a contract or a pledge he betrays it. وإذا خاصم فجر, and when he disputes he goes beyond the bounds of lawful courtesy. وهذا ينزل على من وعد وهو على عزم الخلف. And all of this refers to the person who is making a promise but thinks or is determined that he's going to break that promise. أو ترك الوفاء من غير عذر, or fails to keep the pledge without having an excuse. فأما من عزم على الوفاء فله عذر منعه من الوفاء لم يكن منافقا. But if you do have a genuine excuse which prevents you from fulfilling it, then you're not considered to be a munafiq. وإن جرى عليه ما هو صورة النفاق, even if on the surface or by appearance there is a form of hypocrisy. ولكن ينبغي أن يحترز من صورة النفاق أيضا. And you should beware of situations where you look like a hypocrite as well. كما يحترز من حقيقته, just as much as you avoid the reality of hypocrisy. ولا ينبغي أن يجعل نفسه معذورا من غير ضرورة. And you shouldn't find excuses unless they're really essential excuses which actually prevent you genuinely from attending. So that's the end of the 13th defect. والآفة الرابعة عشرة, the 14th defect, الكذب في القول واليمين. Lying in speech and in oaths. وهو من قبائح الذنوب, and this is one of the ugly sins. وفواحش العيوب, and the corrupt faults in a human being. قال إسماعيل بن واسط سمعت أبا بكر الصديق رضي الله عنه يخطب بعد وفاة رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Ismail bin Wasit said, I heard Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu anhu giving a khutbah after the death of the Holy Prophet. فقال قام فينا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم مقامي هذا. Once Allah's Messenger stood in this place where I'm now standing. ثم بكى, and then he wept. وقال إياكم والكذب, beware of lying. فإنه مع الفجور وهما في النار, because it is the accomplice of corruption and they are both in hellfire. وقال أبو أمامة قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الكذب باب من أبواب النفاق. The Holy Prophet said, lying is one of the gateways of hypocrisy. وقال الحسن, this is Al-Hasan al-Basri, كان يقال إن من النفاق اختلاف السر والعلانية والقول والعمل والمدخل والمخرج. The sense of hypocrisy is that there should be a difference between one's secret and one's public facade, and what one says and what one does, and how one goes into things and how one ends up actually behaving. وَإِنَّ الْأَصْلَ الَّذِي بُنِيَ عَلَيْهِ نِفَاقُ الْكَذِبِ. But the actual foundation on which hypocrisy is built is lying, is falsehood. وقال عليه السلام كبرت خيانة أن تحدث أخاك حديثا هو لك به مصدق وأنت له به كاذب. The Holy Prophet said, it is an immense act of betrayal that you should say something to your brother which he believes but which you yourself do not believe. وقال ابن مسعود كان النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم لا يزال العبد يكذب ويتحرى الكذب حتى يكتب عند الله كذابا. A slave of Allah lies and continues to lie until he is written in Allah's sight as a liar. ومر رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم برجلين يتبايعان شاة ويتحالفان. The Holy Prophet went past two men who were haggling over the price of a sheep, and they were making oaths to each other. يقول أحدهما, one of them was saying, والله لا أنقصك من كذا وكذا. By Allah, I will not go below such and such a price. ويقول الآخر, and the other was saying, والله لا أزيدك على كذا وكذا. And the other said, by Allah, I won't go above such and such a price. فمر بالشاة وقد اشتراها أحدهما. And then he saw the sheep again when one of them had bought it. The merchants or the traders are corrupt. فقيل يا رسول الله أليس قد أحل الله البيع. يا رسول الله, has Allah not permitted buying and selling, trading? قال نعم ولكنهم يحلفون فيأثمون ويحدثون فيكذبون. And he said, yes, but what they do is that they make promises and then sin and say things but lie. And this is something that Imam Al-Ghazali talks about elsewhere in the Ihya, Kitab Adab al-Kasb, which is one of the most tremendous books in the Ihya. The Kitab Adab al-Kasb means the book of the proprieties of earning a living. And it's really mostly about what nowadays we would refer to as business ethics. And this issue of deceit in buying and selling is a big one. It's particularly important in Sharia. And there's a number of hadiths about this. لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ آفَةٌ وَآفَةُ التِّجَارَةِ الْكَذِبُ. In everything there is a defect, and the defect of trading is lying. That's the great temptation. You lie about all kinds of things. You lie about the source of your goods. You could say, oh, this suit was made in Savile Row, whereas in fact you had it made in Karachi. Or you could say, I will deliver it by next week at the latest, whereas in fact you're lying because you know you won't have it by that date. Or you could say, this wheat is of premier quality, whereas in fact it's defective. Or you can display your goods in such a way as to be misleading. So you put the good stuff at the top and the rotten stuff underneath. Or you can enter into contractual agreements that you might not intend to fulfill, such as, well, if you don't like it, you can bring it back again. And in fact, when he does do that, it turns out that you didn't mean it. So this is afatu tijara al-kadib. The drawback or the pitfall of trading is lying. And we have in our tradition a very extensive literature of commercial ethics, business ethics, books, which indicate the way in which even so worldly, also apparently worldly a pursuit as buying and selling, turning an honest dollar, making a living, is something that in the vision of classical Islam was incorporated in a complete image of society in which every vocation had the potential to be a holy calling. And this is something that in the Western tradition is almost unimaginable. Where there are sacred spaces still, it's perhaps a prayer room in an airport that's hardly used, or perhaps a church attended by a few old people, but everything else is mammon, everything else is the world of buying and selling and pleasure and ego. And it's assumed that that's how it has to be. The sacred is pushed into a smaller and smaller and dustier little broom cupboard until it might as well not exist. But in Islamic civilization, we do not have a distinction between the sacred and the profane. Because if the sacred means that in which
Allah's name can appropriately be mentioned and should be mentioned, then there is no context, no human activity in which that is not appropriate. The only thing that looks like profanity is sin, and any profession that is trading in sin, alcohol peddling, for instance, or prostitution, is not regarded as a Sharia valid transaction anyway, and such contracts are invalid. They have no place in an Islamic economy. But everything else, all of the other professions, whether it be medicine, engineering, the law, you name it, the military, all of these had forms in our classical civilization which enabled them to be fully sacred callings. That one would join a guild, that one would have a particular spiritual teacher who would enable one to get the most spiritually out of one's time at work. One would have a sense of service, one would have a sense of fellowship, rather than the modern Adam Smith capitalistic dog-eat-dog competition model, in which, as long as you're not actually breaking the law, then anything you do to maximize profits is regarded as being part of being a good businessman or a banker. And we've seen in the last few years where that leads. It leads to an extremely selfish accumulation of wealth in a small number of hands, and to the credit crunch and other disasters that this country is suffering from particularly. It's greed, it's lying, it's dishonesty, it's the banks tricking people. Afatu tijara al-kadib. So this is an important part of our civilization, and that book in particular is certainly worth looking at, Kitab Adab al-Kasb, because it has some very beautiful things that take us away from the idea that the commercial life is something that's not really a proper religious vocation, that's something you do to make money, that you choose deen or dunya. No, in fact, in Islam, whatever your path in life might be, you always choose deen over dunya, even if you're running a bank or working in a hospital. It's always deen rather than dunya, and this is part of the way of the Muslims. Imam al-Haddad says, وَاقْطَعِ الْحُجُبَ الْكَثِيفَةَ بِالسَّيْرِ عَنْهَا وَاقْطَعِ الْحُجُبَ اللَّطِيفَةَ بِالسَّيْرِ فِيهَا. Deal with the thick veils by traveling around them, and deal with the subtle veils by traveling through them. What he means by the thick veils is forgetfulness of Allah and sin, just avoid them. And what he means by the thin veils is the world, the distractions, the occupations, the pursuits of the world. In our way, we do not avoid them, we go through them. And this is, again, characteristic of the prophetic way, as we've had occasion to mention. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم ثلاثة نفر لا يكلمهم الله يوم القيامة ولا ينظر إليهم المنان بعطيته المنفق سلعته بالحلف الفاجر والمسبل إزارة. The Holy Prophet says, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, there are three whom Allah will not look at them on the Yawm al-Qiyamah. The one who makes a show of giving in charity, thereby making the recipient feel small. And the one who sells his goods with a corrupt oath, and the one who dresses extravagantly to manifest pride. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم ما حلف حالف بالله فأدخل فيها مثل جناح بعوضة إلا كانت نكتة في قلبه إلى يوم القيامة. And he said, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, whenever you make an oath by Allah, and there is in it even a gnat's weight of insincerity, there will be a spot in your heart until the end of time. And then he moves on to bearing false witness in a famous hadith which is narrated by Bukhari and Muslim. ألا أنبئكم بأكبر الكبائر الإشراك بالله وعقوق الوالدين ثم قعد وقال ألا وقول الزور. He says, shall I not tell you which are the worst of the mortal sins? Shirk and disrespect for parents. And then he sat and said, and also bearing false witness, qawl az-zur. And this also relates in the world of the scholars and amongst ordinary Muslims as well to lying or dishonesty or carelessness in transmitting the prophetic legacy. That in the world of hadith, there are people who lie about the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam for some sectarian reason, or in order to please their listeners, or simply to make up a good story. قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم من حدث عني بحديث وهو يرى أنه كذب فهو أحد الكاذبين. Whoever narrates a hadith on my authority and thinks that it's false, he is considered to be amongst the liars. ومن كذب علي متعمدا فليتبوأ مقعده من النار. Whoever lies about me deliberately, let him prepare his resting place in the fire. Now, that's Imam Al-Ghazali's first sort of opening shots about lying, and this turns out to be one of the longest and most complicated topics. Of course, lying, bearing false witness, cheating, all of these things, unambiguously major sins and a form of sickness, because it's about the greatest sickness, which is for one's inward to be unlike one's outward, which is a spiritual sickness rather than just making a mistake or deliberately hurting somebody and it's obvious what you're doing. This is a kind of inner sickness. But it's complicated by the fact that there can be certain situations in which lying is actually legitimate or even required. And this is a famous question in ethics that goes back as far as Aristotle. Lying, of course, something that even small children find disgusting. It's the fitra of human beings to be repelled by a lie. But still, such is the complexity of our lives and the moral universe, that there are circumstances in which we should not tell the truth and can sometimes tell something that we deliberately know to be an outright lie. So the Imam has actually quite a long and subtle disquisition on this, which he calls بَيَانُ مَا رُخِّصَ فِيهِ مِنَ الْكَذِبِ. Those areas, those contexts in which there is a concession allowing us to lie. اعلم أن الكذب ليس حراما لعينه لما فيه من الضرر وعلى المخاطب أو على غيره. Know that lying is not haram in itself, but because of the damage which it does to others and to ourselves. In itself, a lie is just a sound, just words. وَرُبَّ جَهْلٍ فِيهِ مَنْفَعَةٌ وَمَصْلَحَةٌ. There are many situations in which not knowing or ignorance contains benefit and public utility. فَالْكَذِبُ يُحَصِّلُ لِذَلِكَ الْجَهْلِ فَيَكُونُ مَأْذُونًا فِيهِ. If, in the context of a person, of society benefiting from somebody remaining ignorant, then to lie in a way that promotes or maintains that ignorance, he says, is ma'dhun, is permissible. وَرُبَّمَا كَانَ وَاجِبًا, and such lies may even be obligatory. قال ميمون بن مهران الكذب في بعض المواطن خير من الصدق. Maimun bin Mihran, one of the Salaf, used to say, lying in some context can be better than truthfulness. أرأيت لو أن رجلا سعى خلف إنسان بالسيف ليقتله. What about the situation where a man is running behind another man with a sword trying to kill him? فدخل دارا, and he enters somebody's house. فانتهى إليك, and then he sees you, he encounters you. فقال أرأيت فلانا ما كنت قائلا ألست تقول لم أرى. What would you do in that situation? If the putative killer with his sword broke into the house as well, wouldn't you say, I haven't seen him? This is obvious. That's a situation in which you can have an ethical lie. فنقول الكلام وسيلة إلى المقاصد. So we say, this is Imam Al-Ghazali, says, speech is a means to achieving certain purposes. فكل مقصود محمود يمكن التوصل إليه بالصدق والكذب جميعا فالكذب فيه حرام. So here he's being very Ghazalian and separating out these different situations.
So, every praiseworthy purpose which you could accomplish either by telling the truth or by lying, in that situation it is haram to tell a lie. وَإِنْ أَمْكَنَ التَّوَصُّلُ إِلَيْهِ بِالْكَذِبِ دُونَ الصِّدْقِ, and if it's possible to reach it by telling a lie but not by telling the truth, فَالْكَذِبُ فِيهِ مُبَاحٌ, then it is permissible to lie in that situation. إِنْ كَانَ تَحْصِيلُ ذَلِكَ الْقَصْدِ مُبَاحًا, if bringing about that particular objective is something that is lawful. وَوَاجِبٌ إِنْ كَانَ الْمَقْصُودُ وَاجِبًا, and it's obligatory if that purpose is an obligatory purpose. كما أن عصمة الدم المسلم واجبة, just as it is an obligation to protect the blood of another Muslim. فمهما كان في الصدق سفك دم امرئ مسلم, so when in telling the truth a believer's blood will be shed, then اختفى من ظالم, a believer who has hidden from a tyrant, فالكذب فيه واجب, it's an obligation in that situation to tell a lie. ومهما كان لا يتم مقصود الحرب أو إصلاح ذات البين أو استمالة قلب المجنى عليه إلا بالكذب فالكذب مباح. Now he gives some other situations, and again this is classical in our ethical literature. To the extent that a military purpose may only be served by telling a lie, or reconciliation between human beings can only happen when a lie is told, or when somebody who has suffered, a victim, can have his heart healed only when he hears a lie about a particular situation. فَالْكَذِبُ مُبَاحٌ, in those situations it's lawful to tell a lie. إِلَّا أَنَّهُ يَنْبَغِي أَنْ يَحْتَرِزَ مِنْهُ مَا أَمْكَنَ, however it's right to avoid it as much as one can. لأنه إذا فتح باب الكذب على نفسه, because if he's opened this door to telling lies for himself, فيخشى أن يتداعى إلى أن يستغني عنه, then it's possible that he may become so accustomed to this that he no longer is interested in telling the truth. So he may no longer limit himself only to telling lies in situations where it's necessary and ethical. فيكون الكذب حراما في الأصل إلا لضرورة. So the summary is that in its essence, at basis, lying is haram unless there is some necessity, unless there is some pressing need which makes it lawful. والذي يدل على الاستثناء ما روي عن كلثوم. And now he gives some texts from the revelation to indicate the possibility of this exception. قالت ما سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يرخص في شيء من الكذب إلا في ثلاث. I never heard the Holy Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم permit any kind of lying except in three situations. الرجل يقول القول يريد به الإصلاح, when you say something in order to bring about reconciliation. وَالرَّجُلُ يَقُولُ الْقَوْلَ فِي الْحَرْبِ, and when you say something in a situation of armed conflict. وَالرَّجُلُ يُحَدِّثُ إِمْرَأَتَهُ وَالْمَرْأَةُ تُحَدِّثُ زَوْجَهَا, and a man speaking to his wife and a wife speaking to her husband, because for the sake of marital harmony sometimes it is necessary for white lies to be told. وقالت أيضا كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ليس بكذاب قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ليس بكذاب من أصلح بين اثنين, the one who reconciles two people is not a liar. فقال خيرا أو نما خيرا, and he speaks what is good, or he brings about what is good. وقالت أسماء بنت يزيد, Asma bint Yazid said, قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم كل الكذب يكتب على ابن آدم إلا رجل كذب بين مسلمين ليصلح بينهما. every lie is written as a sin upon the son of Adam, except in the case of a man who lies in order to bring about reconciliation between two Muslims. وروي عن أبي كاهل قال وقع بين اثنين من أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم كلام حتى تصارما. A dispute, a sharp argument, a quarrel erupted between two of the Sahaba. فلقيت أحدهما فقلت ما لك. I met one of them and said, what's wrong? ولفلان ما لك ولفلان فقد سمعته يحسن عليك بالثناء ثم لقيت الآخر فقلت له مثل ذلك حتى اصطلحا. So the way in which he resolved it was that he went to one person and said, why are you arguing with such and such a person? Because I've heard him saying good things about you. And then he goes to the other party to this dispute and says, why? He says the same thing. Why is it that you're arguing with him when he's said positive things about you? ثم قلت, this is Abu Kahil, who's done this in order to bring about this reconciliation by telling two lies. قلت أهلكت نفسي وأصلحت بين هذين. I've destroyed myself, but I've reconciled these two. He's concerned that he's told two lies. فأخبرت النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم فقال يا أبا كاهل أصلح بين الناس أي ولو بالكذب. And he said, oh Abu Kahil, reconcile people. In other words, even if it's by telling an untruth. Okay, so this is it's a long section, and he makes further differentiations, but essentially it boils down to these three circumstances, that there are ruses and stratagems in times of war. You spread the tale that you're going to march to a particular place, but in fact it's a lie, you're going to march somewhere else, and this is not haram, because the hadith says al-harbu khid'a. War is all about deceit, stratagems. And in order to bring about reconciliation between people, it can be lawful. And finally, in the context of a situation between a man and his wife. وَقَدْ ظَنَّ ظَانُّونَ. And then he goes on to finish this section by talking about the question of hadith. He's raised it earlier, but he's talking about it in more detail now. Those who invent hadiths for what they claim to be a good purpose. Is this a legitimate use of lying? You're actually improving people, you're telling them a story about how a particular vice will lead to a certain number of years in Jahannam. Isn't that a good thing if it urges them to do good deeds? He says this is the exception. قَدْ ظَنَّ ظَانٌ أَنَّهُ يَجُوزُ وَضْعُ الْأَحَادِيثِ فِي فَضَائِلِ الْأَعْمَالِ. He says some might suppose that it's permissible on this kind of argument to invent hadiths about meritorious actions. وَفِي التَّشْدِيدِ فِي الْمَعَاصِي. And in order to alert people to the gravity of sin. وَزَعَمُوا أَنَّ الْقَصْدَ مِنْهُ صَحِيحٌ. And they claim that the purpose of such a lie is a valid one. وَهُوَ خَطَأٌ مَحْضٌ. But this is an absolute error. إذ قال صلى الله عليه وسلم من كذب علي متعمدا فليتبوأ مقعده من النار. The Holy Prophet says in the sound hadith, whoever deliberately lies about me, let him prepare for his place in hellfire. وهذا لا يرتكب إلا لضرورة ولا ضرورة إذ في الصدق مندوحة عن الكذب فيما ورد من الآيات والأخبار كفاية عن غيرها. So there's no valid claim to invent hadiths on the grounds that there's darura, there's necessity. In the other cases, in the case of war, in the case of reconciliation, there's a necessity. There's no necessity for inventing hadiths, he says, because there's already enough verses of the Quran and hadiths and other material which render it OTOs, unnecessary to invent more material. So that's how he ends that particular section, and inshallah we move on now. Just a brief treatment of Al-Khamisa Ashara, the 15th defect, Al-Ghiba. وَالنَّظَرُ فِيهَا طَوِيلٌ. He says this requires lengthy investigation. Ghiba is backbiting. And as we'll see, there's complex issues here of criticizing people for opinions that they might hold, which in an academic context or religious context might be valid, or criticizing people in order to warn others of their danger. Don't buy from such and such a shopkeeper because he cheated me last week. Is that backbiting, or is it necessary to alert other people to a danger? It's actually a complex topic. So let's just begin with it. فَلْنَذْكُرْ أَوَّلًا مَذَمَّةَ الْغِيبَةِ وَمَا وَرَدَ فِيهَا مِنْ شَوَاهِدِ الشَّرْعِ. Let's begin, as he normally does, with proof texts from Revelation. وَقَدْ نَصَّ اللَّهُ سُبْحَانَهُ عَلَى ذَنْبِهَا فِي كِتَابِهِ. Allah has explicitly condemned it in His book. وَشَبَّهَ صَاحِبَهَا بِآكِلِ لَحْمِ الْمَيْتَةِ, and has likened the one who engages in backbiting with somebody who eats dead flesh, eats carrion. فَقَالَ تَعَالَى وَلَا يَغْتَبْ بَعْضُكُمْ بَعْضًا أَيُحِبُّ أَحَدُكُمْ أَنْ يَأْكُلَ لَحْمَ أَخِيهِ مَيِّتًا فَكَرِهْتُمُوهُ. Let not one of you backbite another. Would one of you wish to eat the flesh of his dead brother? You would surely detest that. وقال عليه السلام كل المسلم على المسلم حرام دمه وماله وإرضه. The Prophet said, every aspect of the Muslim is sacrosanct for every other Muslim, his blood and his property and his honor. And the Imam will explain that this is therefore a Sharia issue, and indeed backbiting can be subject to legal sanction by the decree of a qadi. It's not just an ethical slip, it's also legally actionable, because one is, as it were, confiscating something from somebody else. It's a kind of theft, it's a moral theft. And ird is, in most of the systems of Islamic jurisprudence, one of the objects of Islamic law, one of the ends which it aims to protect. And in contemporary language, we might say it's a right. These are human rights, these usul, these 5 principles, that the Sharia exists to protect 5 rights: the right to life, the right to property, the right to lineage, stroke family, the right to religion, and the right to dignity or honor, which is ird, which is what this is talking about. And this is notoriously, in every legal system, one of the hardest things to police. So it raises issues such as common law offences in England, such as slander and libel, which can be treated very seriously by the courts. Compensation can be astronomical. It's a major crime in contemporary as in medieval law. But actually determining what is fair comment and what is libel is famously technical and difficult. And in the Sharia, generally it's left not to the details of the fiqh, but to the discretion of the qadi, which is a standard feature of the operation of Islamic law. And in parentheses, it's important to remember this, that most of Islamic law is in what the qadis actually do and their rulings, and is in the fatwas of the various jurists. Most of Islamic law is not in the books of fiqh. The books of fiqh are not statutory law. And very often we Muslims, and certainly non-Muslims, when they look at Islamic law or Sharia law, this new term that they've invented, assume that to find it, you have to look in the law books of classical Islam. So you look in Imam Al-Ghazali's Basit, or you look at Shirazi's Muhaddab, or any of these other big texts, the Hidayah. And that is Islamic law, but that's actually not the case at all.
because Islamic law is effective insofar as it is actually administered, and the judge, the qadi, has much more powers of discernment and determination, and also the fixing of penalties and punishments than is the case for a judge in the Western system. You could say Islamic law is more fluid and more, you could even say, libertarian in this sense. It's less prescriptive. And the judge has the books of fiqh to refer to, and he will probably have collections of fatwas on his shelves, but when it comes down to an individual case, it will be the decision of the judge. There's no jury, remember. It will be the decision of the judge to determine whether a crime has been committed, and except in the 6 or 7 cases of had punishment, murder, adultery, and so forth, the actual nature of the punishment, incarceration or some other penalty, is left to the qadi and is not specified in the books of fiqh. It's important, I think, always for us to remind ourselves of this, that the classical manuals of Sharia are not law books as the modern West would understand them. So in this context, it would be the qadi who would determine whether somebody's honor has been infringed. And that's actually pretty wise and even essential when you think about it, because that's such a culturally specific and relative idea that the judge, who has to be from the community, has to understand the subtleties of the community and what's likely to be implied in, say, a hostile newspaper article or in an angry exchange over a boundary dispute or whatever it might be. It's only the qadi who can determine whether speech actually has infringed somebody's ird, somebody's honor. A faraway theorist writing a book of statutory law would never be able to determine that. And this is one of the strengths of the Sharia. If you look at Wa'il Halaq's new book, The Impossible State, he says Islamic law, even though he himself is Christian Palestinian, he says Islamic law is probably the most subtle and brilliant legal system that's ever existed, but it's not understood, least of all by the Muslims themselves, because it was never statutory law. It was always law administered by the qadis, and Muslims nowadays tend to have forgotten that. So the good fit which the law had with individual societies made Islamic law actually quite different in its application and its temper from culture to culture, from class to class, from region to region. I don't want to press on with this issue of ghiba now because it's a long and complicated discussion. Tomorrow, inshallah, you will be away from here, at least most of you will be, and there won't be any classes. But inshallah, there'll be an opportunity on Wednesday morning after Fajr to try and at least race through the rest of Imam Al-Ghazali's book. I think one of the things that strikes one when you read Ghazali is how really 95% of it is still directly relevant to ourselves. And the gut reaction that most people have when they read the Ihya is that, oh, this is terribly, it's not that it's very exotic and strange and irrelevant, but it seems terribly severe. That he requires great feats of tahajjud and fasting and a very austere type of social model. But in fact, if you read through all of these sections to the end, you'll find that his rhetorical method is always to be tough at the outset, but then to give an alternative perspective and to recommend the middle way. And as we've seen in this discussion that we've been through in some detail on lying, he begins by saying it's haram and it's the foundation of nifaq, and then he nuances it by explaining, well, there are circumstances in which lying can be permissible and even required. So what's required is the middle way, and that's where our conscience comes in and our humanity, because most of these issues cannot be determined in detail by outsiders prescribing responses for us. It's a judgment call as to whether a lie is actually justifiable in a particular situation. So for instance, the hadith where he says you can tell a lie in the situation where somebody has suffered an offense or an outrage. So for instance, if somebody has been abused as a child and they always thought it was their father and that made it much worse, If the counselor can say, actually, it wasn't your father, it was somebody else, that's telling a lie. But that's exactly what the Holy Prophet ﷺ is saying is a permissible and even a praiseworthy form of lying. But to know exactly when one can do that is a judgment call, and that's where the conscience, the damir, comes in. The individual human sensibility as to what's right. And it is in that area that we are most fully morally accountable. We can follow rules and obey laws and get the fiqh practices right, but our humanity is engaged most on those issues where we can see that there's two sides and we have to somehow find an appropriate balance in what may well seem to be the grey areas which populate so much of our moral experience. And that's part of the appeal of Imam Al-Ghazali's Ihya. On the one hand, stern, absolute. It's an austere program for personal self-transformation. And he'd been through the mill himself in his own life. But at the same time, it's very alert to human weakness and to the need to see the Sharia and the Sunnah for what they really are, which is practical and compassionate templates for human judgment and human life. These are not detailed blueprints that screw us down to some externally imposed set of values. Instead, it is a treasure trove of dictums, of principles, of different opinions, of legal practices, which it is ultimately up to us, or if we're in a jurisdiction, up to the Qadi or the Mufti to determine. And there's always a plurality of opinions. And Imam Al-Ghazali is particularly keen that we should recognize those in humility and that we should respect them. So this is from the Ihya, you can really learn, paradoxically perhaps, much of the wisdom and the depth of the Sharia. It's not a law book at all, even though at the outset it has basic information from a Shafi'i perspective on Arkan al-Wudu', but that's not really the purpose of the book. The purpose of the book is to explore the way in which revelation reaches into our humanity in a way that we can deal with and that makes us more human in the Adamic rather than the demonic sense. It's not trying to turn us into bloodless, passionless angels. Instead, it's turning us into full human beings. And what's most characteristic about our humanity is the ability to look compassionately at a situation where an absolutist might say, you can never lie, but in fact to see that there can be contexts where that's required. And this nuance is very characteristic of Ghazali. It comes to some extent from his Shafi'i perspective, where the Shafi'is were amongst the first to indicate different gradations of what's preferable, what's mustahab, and so forth. But it's generally part of the Sharia of Islam, and it's a wisdom that often escapes us because in our time, frequently we adhere to religion in a reactive way. That is to say, we feel our identity is threatened and we're being insulted by outsiders, usually powerful outsiders, and therefore the religious choices that we reach for will be particularly rigorous and tight and reactive ones. And that's very common amongst Muslims nowadays. They feel that the Western world is against them and Israel is dreadful and so on and so on. And therefore, as a protest, they adopt the narrowest possible interpretations and also adopt this very un-Islamic idea that the Sharia can become statutory law and the legal code of a nation state. And as Wa'il Halaq points out in his book, that's an impossibility. The Sharia is not statutory law. It's far too diverse and subtle a legal tradition, and it's not designed to be imposed by a state because the state doesn't have any right to legislate in Islam. The ruler is simply there to defend the borders and to appoint judges, to have his name recited in the khutbah, but he is not there to legislate. Only Allah legislates. The scholars interpret the legislation, and the Sharia is this enormously broad range of different interpretations. This is important for us to remember because very often modern Muslims in this reactive mode, which is the kind of inner state which Imam Al-Ghazali disliked so much, automatic, reactive protest religion, Much of the rhetoric nowadays is to treat Islamic law as though it was statutory legislation, which is a Western concept which is completely alien to our tradition. So they end up with a kind of totalitarianism.
What about like the Ottomans with texts like the Majalla and other things? Like they didn't.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. The Ottomans in the late 19th century felt under pressure to move beyond the traditional constitutional arrangement whereby the Sultan sat in his palace and led the armies but didn't legislate, and to unify the legal codes of the empire in order to facilitate Turkey's integration into the European system of nation states and to facilitate trade and commerce. It was proving difficult to have a network of courts where different judgments were being given in different courts, because the qadis were all completely independent. And Western merchants, when they went to Turkey, wanted to make sure that they could sign contracts which were enforceable the same way by every qadi and every court in the empire. So the Ottomans instituted a series of reforms which essentially made the state the kind of supreme mujtahid, choosing which ahkam to follow. And they put it all together in this book called the Majalla, Majalla Ahkami Adliya, which was the first attempt to turn Islamic law into statutory law. But you could also say that it was a bogus exercise, because as soon as it becomes statutory law, it's no longer Islamic law. It's brought into a completely different statist model, a top-down model of the imposition of law, rather than the qadis being appointed by local communities and the law, as it were, being part of the community's own exegesis of the revealed legacy. But of course, they had a difficult situation. What does one do? You want to have legislation that fits your religious heritage and identity, but on the other hand, the tradition tells you quite strictly that Islamic law can never be statutory law. So what do you do if you're running a modern nation state? Nobody has a clear answer to that. Anyway, that's taking us a little bit far afield, but inshallah, I think they're setting up outside. I know you've had a long day, but inshallah, this will be a good source of relief. Barakallahu fikum, wal afu minkum, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وآله وصحبه ومن والاه. Some of you were expecting, as indeed had been promised, a question and answer session this morning, but in fact I'm going to defer that until later on, 10 o'clock inshallah. We'll be back here if any of you do have questions, because I did want to finish off the 20 masail or afat, defects of the tongue, which Imam Al-Ghazali has promised in his book, and inshallah we'll be able to get through them this morning. And you may recall that we had broached what for the Imam really is the most complex of these 20 last time, specifically afatul ghiba, the defect of backbiting. And no prizes for guessing why he considers this both to be important and complicated. Important because it's so widespread and because there's such a strong Quranic denunciation. It's dishonorable, it's exploiting the vulnerabilities of others, it gratifies the ego. He's going to explain this in his brilliant psychologizing way shortly. And complicated because there are certain judgments that we have to make which are often difficult as to when it might actually be permissible or even necessary to criticize somebody else behind their back. And he's going to deploy his exposition of that in due course. So I'm going to pick up in one of
his sections. He gives a section which we won't have time to look at, which is that there can be forms of backbiting which are non-verbal, so certain kinds of gestures or facial expressions and body language. But the one I want to begin with is called Bayanul Asbab al-Ba'ithati al-Ghiba, an exposition of the motives for backbiting. This is characteristically Ghazalian. He psychologizes everything. He wants to know not just what a sin is, but also how we can put it right, and beyond that to understand why we should be involving ourselves in it in the first place. And a lot of ethical texts tend to neglect this, but partly because of his strongly Ash'ari view of human accountability. For him, intentionality and therefore the generation of acts is in a sense the most important thing to understand, not just in terms of understanding their moral significance and the human level of accountability once we've carried those acts out, but also in terms of helping us to understand ourselves and to appreciate how we can change our intentionality so that these problems don't arise in future. So he says, اعلموا أن البواعث على الغيبة كثيرة. Know that there are many reasons why people might backbite. ولكن يجمعه أحد عشر سببا. And these can be summarized as 11 reasons. ثمانية منها تطرد في حق العامة. 8 of them are to do with the motivations of ordinary people. وثلاثة تختص بأهل الدين والخاصة. And there are 3 also which are particular motivations in the case of scholars and the religious elite. So very briefly to work through these. أما الثمانية, as for the first 8, فالأول أن يشفي الغيظ, that backbiting can heal one's rage. In other words, there's a certain therapy involved in criticizing others. You get things off your chest. وذلك إذا جرى سبب غضب به عليه فإنه إذا هاج غضبه يشتفي بذكر مساويه. And this is because if one is angry with something or with a particular person, then when one's anger is aroused, one can find a healing in mentioning the weaknesses of that person. So it's a way of getting one's own back, and a kind of backbiting therapy, we could call it. Number 2, الثاني موافقة الأقران ومجاملة الرفقاء. The second is in order to go along with one's friends and to please and flatter one's companions. ومساعدتهم على الكلام, and to help them in their conversations. فإنهم إذا كانوا يتفكهون بذكر الأعراض, when they amuse themselves by mentioning things that compromise the honor or dignity of others, فيرى أنه لو أنكر عليهم, he thinks that if he was to object to this, أو قطع المجلس, or to leave, استثقلوا, they would consider him to be a kind of bore, heavy, a party pooper. وَنَفَرُوا عَنْ, and wouldn't want to be with him any longer. فَيُسَاعِدُهُمْ, so he goes along with them. وَيَرَى ذَلِكَ مِنْ حُسْنِ الْمُعَاشَرَةِ, and he considers that even to be part of the courtesy or the normal pattern of conversation. Number 3, الثالث أن يستشعر من إنسان أنه سيقصده ويطول لسانه عليه. The third is when we think that somebody might target us or might start to criticize us. أو يقبح حاله عند محتشم, or يقبح حاله, or might make us seem ugly or insignificant in the eyes of some important person. أو يشهد عليه بشهادة, or might bear witness against us, might testify against us. فيبادره, so he jumps the gun, he anticipates this. قبل أن يقبح هو حاله, before that person has a chance to impugn our own reputation. ويطعن في ليسقط أثر شهادته, so that the impact of what he says is diminished. So if you're afraid so-and-so is going to go to a judge, for instance, or to a friend, or to somebody who is significant and say bad things about you, you can undermine him by saying bad things about them and discrediting them in advance. And for the Imam, this is one of the reasons why human beings backbite each other, in order to defend themselves from the backbiting of others. Number 4, الرابع أن ينسب إلى شيء فيريد أن يتبرأ منه. The fourth is when we are attributed to a particular practice and we want to dissociate ourselves from it. فيذكر الذي فعله وكان من حقه أن يبرئ نفسه ولا يذكر الذي فعل فلا ينسب غيره إليه أو يذكر غيره بأنه كان مشاركا له في الفعل ليمهد بذلك عذر نفسه في فعله. So what it is saying is that sometimes if we are being accused of something, we can escape that accusation by being very self-righteous and accusing somebody else of that particular practice. Or we can say, well, all right, I did such and such a thing, but so-and-so also did it. In which case we kind of self-exculpate ourselves. Yes, I know I haven't done many optional fasts this year, but you know, Shaykh so-and-so, he didn't do many, and so-and-so didn't do many. That's also a form of backbiting, and this is a way of exculpating oneself. And the sixth, the fifth, الخامس إرادة التصنع والمباهات وهو أن يرفع نفسه بتنقيص غيره فيقول فلان جاهل وفهمه ركيك. Motive number 5 for backbiting is in order to magnify oneself and to boast and to proclaim one's own superiority by means of demeaning others, so that for this reason we say so-and-so is ignorant and his understanding of this is feeble. So it's in order to justify ourselves that we can backbite others. As-sadis, the sixth, al-hasad. Number 6 is envy, which is related to the previous one. وهو أنه ربما يحسد من يثني الناس عليه. We might sometimes be jealous of people who are being praised by others. ويحبونه ويكرمونه, and they love him and they honor him, and we feel jealous about this. فيريد زوال تلك النعمة عنه, and we want that prestige, that status, that love to depart from that person because we'd like to have it for ourselves, the celebrity status. فلا يجد سبيلا إليه إلا بالقدح فيه, and we find no means of confiscating somebody else's good name and status and popularity other than backbiting and mentioning in public their weaknesses. Number 7, السابع اللعب والهزل والمطايبة وتزجية الوقت بالضحك. Number 7 is just to have fun and to horse around and entertainment and to enliven one's time with laughter. فيذكر عيوب غيره بما يضحك الناس. So he mentions other people's faults in order to make people laugh. على سبيل المحاكاة, by means of, for instance, imitating them in a comical way. ومنشأه التكبر والعجب, and the reason for this is arrogance and conceit. Number 8, الثامن السخرية والاستهزاء استحقارا له. Number 8 is mockery and contempt and having a low opinion of somebody else. If we have a low opinion of somebody, that may well incline us to backbite them. فإن ذلك قد يجري في الحضور ويجري أيضا في الغيبة. So we might express our contempt for somebody in their presence, but also when they're not around. ومنشأه التكبر واستصغار المستهزئ به. And the motive for this, again, is arrogance and belittling the one whom we are mocking. So those are the 8 reasons why people backbite that are sort of commonplace amongst society at large. أما الأسباب الثلاثة التي هي في الخاصة. As for the 3 motives which exist amongst the kind of religious class, فهي أغمضها وأدقها. These are more subtle and more obscure. لأنها شرور خبأها الشيطان في معرض الخيرات, because they're sources of evil which the devil has buried in discourses which are about virtues. وفيها خير ولكن شاب الشيطان بها الشر. On the surface, these discourses represent pious discourses, but the devil has polluted them with evil. So these are the 3. الأول أن تنبعث من الدين داعية التعجب في إنكار المنكر. The first is when, as a result of religious affiliation, the motivation of self-satisfaction appears when condemning what is munkar, what is reprehensible, والخطأ في الدين, and condemning mistakes in religion. فيقول ما أعجب ما رأيت من فلان. So we might say, the strange thing that I saw somebody doing. فإنه قد يكون به صادقا ويكون تعجبه من المنكر. It may well be that he is true, he is right in making this criticism, but his amazement at somebody else's bad practice may be a legitimate amazement. ولكن كان حقه أن يتعجب ولا يذكر اسمه. But what was his duty was to be amazed, but not to mention the name of that person. And this, again, he's really talking about religious discourse, wa'az, khutbahs, sermon situations, where the khatib or the speaker may be tempted to point accusing fingers at named individuals. الثاني الرحمة. فيقول مسكين فلان قد غمني أمره. So we might say, poor old so-and-so, I'm really sad for him. وما ابتلي به, and sad because of the trial that has afflicted him. فيكون صادقا في دعوى الاغتمام. He may well be correct in claiming to be sad for that person. ويلهيه الغم عن الحذر من ذكر اسمه. But that sadness causes him to forget that he shouldn't mention his name. And once he mentions his name, فَيَصِيرُ بِهِ مُغْتَابًا, he becomes a backbiter. And the third, الثالث الغضب لله تعالى. The third is when we are angry for the sake of God. فإنه قد يغضب على منكر قارفه إنسان إذا رآه أو سمعه فيظهر غضبه ويذكر اسمه. Sometimes we may feel angry because of some vice which has been committed by a particular person when we see it or hear it, and we become so angry that we mention that person's name. وكان الواجب أن يظهر غضبه عليه بالأمر بالمعروف والنهي عن المنكر. The correct way to manifest one's anger in such a situation is to command what is good and to forbid what is evil. ولا يظهره على غيره, rather than mentioning that person's vice to others. فهذه الثلاثة مما يغمض تركها في العلماء. So these are the three forms of backbiting which are subtle and veiled amongst the ulama, فضلا عن العوام, and also present in the common people. Again, a reminder of the fact that you could say that the principal readership which Ghazali is aiming for in the Ihya is actually his own colleagues. This is a big book. It's not going to be bought in the souk by casual passers-by. It's a serious manual, a polemical manual directed against the scholars of his time who he saw were outwardly often impeccable, but inwardly contained all kinds of defects. And you'll remember the point that we made when we started off, which is that for Ghazali, all of these complex and actually quite brilliant, psychologically acute ethical observations and proposed remedies are part of his epistemological agenda. That is to say, they put us right so that the human subject becomes in control of its ego and hence able to make the right choices in doctrine and in philosophy. So all of this ethical stuff is actually not just sort of pietism, but is part of a complete program of religious knowledge. Yeah. Then he has a section on how to cure oneself of the vice of backbiting, which unfortunately we don't have time for. But just briefly to cite another important section, which again is so Ghazalian. بيان تحريم الغيبة بالقلب. An exposition of why backbiting in the heart is forbidden. اعلم أن سوء الظن حرام مثل سوء القول. Know that to harbour a bad opinion of somebody is forbidden, just as to utter a bad word about somebody. فكما يحرم عليك أن تحدث غيرك بلسانك بمساوي الغير. So just as it is forbidden for you to use your tongue to chatter about the faults of others, فليس لك أن تحدث نفسك. Similarly, you don't have the right to speak to yourself about other people's faults. وتسيء الظن بأخيك, and to have a low opinion of your brother. ولست أعني به إلا عقد القلب وحكمه على غيره بالسوء. And what I mean here is simply, he says, to have a determined perception and judgment in the heart that somebody else is doing something that is wrong and despicable. فأما الخواطر وحديث النفس. As for passing thoughts, undirected thoughts in the mind, فهو معفو عن. This is forgivable. That doesn't constitute backbiting. بل الشك أيضا معفو عن. And similarly to doubt momentarily about what is somebody doing, that is also forgivable. So for instance, if you're in Ramadan and you go past a restaurant and somebody you know from your jama'ah is in there at lunchtime happily tucking into a pizza, it's not just backbiting to tell everybody, oh, I saw somebody having a pizza at the restaurant, but it's backbiting if you also tell yourself in this aqd al-qalb way, with a determined heart, this person has got a problem with his fasting. If you just wonder, the moment you see him, is he fasting or not, that's shak. Or if it's just a kind of passing thought, well, maybe he's not fasting. Those are just accidental thoughts that come into the mind. That's not a sin, because you're not responsible for that. But if you really make up your mind that this person is committing a sin, rather than saying, well, maybe he's sick, or maybe he's traveling, or the other possible excuses that could well be the case, then he says you are actually a backbiter, even if you've not opened your mouth. So passing thoughts are not accountable. We're not to blame just for the initial moment of doubt. ولكن المنهي عنه أن يظن. What is forbidden is to harbour a suspicion. والظن عبارة عما تركن إليه النفس. And suspicion, by suspicion we mean that which the soul, the nafs, inclines to. فقد قال الله تعالى يا أيها الذين آمنوا اجتنبوا كثيرا من الظن إن بعض الظن إثم. Allah says, O you who have Iman, avoid much suspicion. Much suspicion is a sin. And Ghazali has some important things to say elsewhere, particularly where he talks about disciplining our inward life, which is hugely important for him. The two things that characterize our inward life are the kind of stream of consciousness, chit-chat of images and thoughts, and usually driven by the ego. And there is also the possibility of a more rigorous, disciplined discourse when the human subject actually is in charge. And it's that latter one that becomes religiously significant. But it only becomes truly who we are and what dominates our thoughts if the other category is regimented as much as possible and doesn't sort of drive us. And this comes up particularly in his book on intention, Kitab an-Niyya, which is really one of the most difficult and subtle books in the Ihya, because he gets into questions of predestination and are your intentions predetermined or are they part of the ruh. It's a subtle book, but many of these issues to do with what is blameworthy. Is it just a passing thought, a passing desire, or is it your determined actions are dealt with in the Kitab an-Niyya, the book of intention. So then he moves on. He's still talking about backbiting to another section where he deals with something that is again practical and important. بيان الأعذار المرخصة في الغيبة. An exposition of excuses and justifications for backbiting. In other words, there are certain situations where we're not sure whether we should be criticizing somebody publicly or not. And how to make that differentiation is often a subtle thing. اعلم أن المرخص في ذكر مساوي الغير هو غرض صحيح في الشرع. Know that المرخص في ذكر مساوي الغير, it is a legitimate purpose of that there may be a legitimate Sharia purpose which allows one to mention the faults of others. لا يمكن التوصل إليه إلا به, and that Sharia purpose can only be achieved by mentioning the faults of others in certain circumstances. فيدفع ذلك إثم الغيبة, and this abolishes or dismisses the sin of backbiting. وهي ستة أمور, and there are 6 justifications for speaking publicly about the sins of others. So here goes. الأول التظلم. Firstly is where you are making a claim against somebody who has wronged you. فإن من ذكر قاضيا بالظلم والخيانة وأخذ الرشوة, etc. So if you go to a judge complaining about maltreatment or betrayal, or somebody who is taking money from you through usury, in that situation, in a legal case, you have to name the guilty party, and that's not sinful. The courts can't operate unless both parties are named. And of course, then as now, it's often in the context of legal battles that people hurl imprecations and try to discredit each other as much as possible. It's often an ugly aspect of the legal profession, brings out the worst in us. But he's saying you cannot operate as a qadi unless you ask people to say who the guilty party allegedly is. الثاني, number 2, الاستغاثة على تغيير المنكر ورد المعاصي إلى منهج الصلاح. Secondly, when asking for help in changing something which is ugly or abominable, and to correct sins so that the path of righteousness is re-established. So in this case, it would be, for instance, if somebody is mugging somebody, doing something where you have an immediate obligation to intervene and you need other people to help you, then you need to say, so-and-so, Abu Fulan, is committing this crime, so that people will then rally around. الثالث الاستفتاء. Third is when asking for a religious judgment or fatwa. كما يقول للفتوى ظلمني أبي أو زوجتي أو أخي. So if you go to the mufti and say, there's this situation where my father has wronged me, or my wife has wronged me, or my brother has wronged me. And then he says, but in these situations, if you can do it bit-ta'rid, in other words, without naming the individuals, it's better. If you can ask for a fatwa without specifying names and just saying, imagine there's this situation where there's somebody who is wronged by his father, what should the judgment be? And almost invariably you'll find in fatwas that they will speak about the anonymous Zayd and Amr, 2 fictional characters. They won't talk about specific individuals. It's not like, say, English case law, where the names of the litigants are forever present in the name of the legal judgment. Anonymity, he says, is, where possible, preferable. So that's number 3. 4. الرابع تحذير المسلم من الشر. The 4th is to warn another Muslim against some evil. فإذا رأيت فقيها يتردد إلى مبتدع. So if you see a religious scholar spending a lot of time with an innovator, أو فاسق, or a corrupt, decadent person, وخفت أن تتعدى إليه بدعته, and you're afraid that person's innovation or fisqه, corruption, might spread to him, فلك أن تكشف له بدعته وفسقه. then it is permissible for you to reveal to him that person's innovation and his corruption. So if the Imam of your mosque is an innocent person and he's hanging out with somebody who's teaching him, and you know that that person who's teaching him has a particular vice or a particular incorrect doctrine, then it's permissible for you to mention to that religious leader that he should watch out for that person's inclination. Al-Khamis, number 5, أن يكون الإنسان معروفا باللقب يعرف عن عيبه كالأعرج والأعمش. And the 5th is where somebody is actually known publicly through some sobriquet or nickname. So somebody is called Ahmad the Blind, for instance, or Majid the Hunchback. If that's a kind of public name for him and he doesn't object to it, then it's considered permissible to use that name. السادس, this is the 6th of them, السادس أن يكون مجاهرا بالفسق. The 6th is the case of the person who makes his corruption public and is proud of it. كالمخنث, this is like an effeminate person or a transvestite. وصاحب الماخور, or the owner of a tavern. والمجاهر بشرب الخمر, and somebody goes about publicly announcing that he drinks wine. ومصادرة الناس, and confiscates people's property. وكان ممن يتظاهر به, and is somebody who makes a public show of it. بحيث لا يستنكف من أن يذكر له, to the extent that he doesn't mind if people mention it. فإن ذكرت به ما يتظاهر به فلا إثم عليك. So if you mention in public the evil practice of this person who's already making it public himself, then there is no sin upon you. قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من ألقى جلباب الحياء عن وجهه فلا غيبة له. The Holy Prophet says, whoever unveils himself as an immodest person, there is no backbiting against him. In other words, if he's already immodestly proclaiming a particular thing, making it public, then it's not backbiting if you mention the fact that he is subject to this particular vice. And again, this section goes on. There's still more about backbiting. I mentioned this is the most complex one. The last section, which again we won't have time to read through, is Bayanu Kafaratil Ghiba, an exposition of how to atone for backbiting. It's not just enough to know that you should stop, but how can you put it right? If you have wounded somebody with your words or done harm, how can you erase that sin? And of course it means putting it right, publicly reversing your negative opinion of him and other practices, including tawbah. But we don't have time for that. Al-Afatu Sadisa Ashara, defect number 16, An-Namima, which is tale-bearing. This is a good deal simpler. قال الله تعالى هماز مشاء بنميم, whispering, walking around with tale-bearing. قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أحبكم إلى الله أحاسنكم أخلاقا المطيئون أكنافا الذين يألفون ويؤلفون which means, this is a hadith, the most beloved of you to Allah are those with the most beautiful character, those who are in a state of gentle solidarity. الَّذِينَ يَأْلَفُونَ وَيُؤْلِفُونَ, those who are at ease with others and make others feel at ease. وَإِنَّ أَبْغَضَكُمْ إِلَى اللَّهِ, and the most detestable of you to Allah, الْمَشَّاءُونَ بِالنَّمِيمَةِ, are those who walk around bearing tales, stories about others. الْمُفَرِّقُونَ بَيْنَ الْإِخْوَانِ, who divide brothers. الْمُلْتَمِسُونَ لِلْبُرَآءِ الْعَثَرَاتِ, those who seek out or seek to discover faults in innocent people. So that's a good definition of what this namima means. And again, fast forwarding a little bit. I just wanted to mention this section, which is
what to do, this time looking at it from the other perspective, what to do if you are in the presence of somebody or some people who are bearing tales about somebody. Well, you know about Shaykh so-and-so, you know what he's doing now, and did you know, etc. It may not be backbiting as such, but it constitutes this tale-bearing, this kind of pleasure in casting ambiguities on others. So what should you do if you're in that situation and you hear these things? فَعَلَيْهِ سِتَّةُ أُمُورٍ. He should do 6 things. الأول ألا يصدقه. The first is that he simply shouldn't believe it. لأن النمام فاسق. Because the talebearer is a corrupt person. وهو مردود الشهادة. And somebody who in Sharia cannot have his testimony accepted. قال الله تعالى يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن جاءكم فاسق بنبأ فتبينوا أن تصيبوا قوما بجهالة. Allah says, O you who have Iman, if a corrupt person comes to you with a piece of news, make sure, ascertain the truth of it, lest you should afflict some innocent people through ignorance. So that's the first, you just don't believe it. الثاني أن ينهاه عن ذلك. The second is that you should tell the person who's engaged in this chit-chat to stop. وينصح له, and give him advice. ويقبح عليه فعلا, and to remind him that what he's doing is something ugly. قال الله تعالى وأمر بالمعروف وانهى عن المنكر. Allah says, command what is good and forbid what is evil. Response number 3, الثالث أن يبغضه في الله تعالى, that he should dislike him for the sake of Allah. فإنه بغيض عند الله تعالى, because this thing is hateful to Allah. وَيَجِبُ بُغْضُ مَنْ يُبْغِضُهُ اللَّهُ تَعَالَى, and those who are doing something that is hateful to Allah should be considered hateful. الرابع أَلَّا تَظُنَّ بِأَخِيكَ الْغَائِبَ السُّوء. The fourth is that you should not think ill of your absent brother. لِقَوْلِ اللَّهِ تَعَالَى, because Allah has said, اجتنبوا كثيرا من الظن إن بعض الظن إثم. Avoid much suspicion is a sin. الخامس, the fifth, ألا يحملك ما حكي لك عن على التجسس. That the stories that you hear about a person should not impel you to spy on them. والبحث لتتحقق, so that you can make sure for yourself. You shouldn't be intrusive, you shouldn't spy on people because you've heard these rumors. اتباعا لقوله تعالى, because we must follow Allah's word, ولا تجسسوا, do not spy on one another. And the sixth and last, السادس, ولا تحكي نميمته فتقول فلان قد حكى لي كذا وكذا. You should not pass on this tale-bearing by saying, well, I don't know if it's true, but so-and-so told me such and such a thing. فَتَكُونُ بِهِ نَمَّامًا, because if you do this, you will also be a tale-bearer, or مُغْتَابًا, and a backbiter. وَتَكُونُ قَدْ أَتَيْتَ مَا عَنْهُ نَهِيتَ, and you will be somebody who has committed the thing which you are condemning that other person for doing. In other words, it's very bad of so-and-so to tell me this, but did you know? Well, it's also bad of you to do that, so you are condemned in your own words. So those are the 6 responses which we should have, according to the Imam, to situations in which other people are being mentioned in our presence in a negative light. And that brings us to number 17, Al-Afatu Sabi'atu Ashar. The 17th defect. Kalamu dhil lisanayn. Literally the speech of the man with 2 tongues. And the normal English idiom here would be to be two-faced. الذي يتردد بين المتعاديين ويكلم كل واحد منهما بكلام يوافقه. Somebody who goes to 2 people who are in conflict with each other and speaks to each of them in a way that suggests that he's on his side, that he agrees with him. وقلما يخلو عنه من يشاهد متعاديين وذلك عين النفاق. And this very often happens. He says it's normally the case when you know 2 people who are in conflict with each other. وذلك عين النفاق, and this is the essence of hypocrisy.
قال عمار بن ياسر قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, the Holy Prophet said, من كان له وجهان في الدنيا كان له لسانان من نار يوم القيامة. Whoever had two faces in this world shall have two tongues of fire on the day of resurrection. قال أبو هريرة قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, the Holy Prophet said, تجدون من شر عباد الله يوم القيامة ذا الوجهين. One of the worst of Allah's slaves on the day of judgment will be the two-faced man. الذي يأتي هؤلاء بحديث وهؤلاء بحديث, who says one thing with one group and another thing with another. وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم, and he also said, أبغض خليقة الله إلى الله يوم القيامة الكذابون والمستكبرون والذين يكثرون البغضاء لإخوانهم في صدورهم. The most hateful of Allah's creatures to him on the day of resurrection shall be the liars and the proud and those who spread and multiplied hatred for their brothers in their chests. فَإِذَا لَقُوهُمْ تَمَلَّقُوا لَهُمْ. When they meet them, they're all polite and friendly with them. وَالَّذِينَ إِذَا دُعُوا إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ كَانُوا بُطَآ. In other words, they're friendly with a particular group when they're with them, but when they're absent, they're spreading corrupt words about them. And when they are summoned to Allah and His Messenger, they are slow. وَإِذَا دُعُوا إِلَى الشَّيْطَانِ وَأَمْرِهِ كَانُوا سِرَاعًا. But when they're summoned to the shaitan and his business, they make haste. قال ابن مسعود, Ibn Mas'ud said, لا يكونن أحدكم إمعا. Not one of you should be imma. قالوا وما الإمع. And they said, well, what's an imma? قال الذي يجري مع كل ريح. He said, the one who blows with every wind. In other words, you modify your opinions and what you're saying in accordance with what pleases whoever you happen to be with. And this, he says, is to do with the essence of nifaq. And there's more that he says, but we don't have time for it. So that's number 17, to be two-faced. He does have an interesting disquisition in the middle of this, which is a practical issue for some, which is what to do when you're with a ruler or with powerful people. Should you be a particular way with them, but not that particular way when you're with others? So you're with a ruler and you know that probably he's drinking alcohol and that he's really not particularly observant of religion, but nonetheless you kind of relax with him and you don't mention those things to him and you help him because maybe you want some money from him or a job from him or have a particular need. And he says this is a complex thing, but generally the way of the ulama is always to be with the rulers as they are with the common people, and not to go along with the court culture of politeness and time-serving and hypocrisy. Al-afatu thamina ashara, defect 18. Al-madh, praising. وهو منهي عنه في بعض المواضع. And this is, in certain circumstances, a forbidden thing. أما الذم فهو الغيبة والوقيعة. And it contrasts with condemnation. It's the opposite of condemnation, which is backbiting and insulting others. وَقَدْ ذَكَرْنَا حُكْمَهَا. We've already discussed backbiting. وَالْمَدْحِ, praising, يَدْخُلُهُ سِتُّ آفَاتٍ أَرْبَعٌ فِي الْمَادِحِ وَاثْنَتَانِ فِي الْمَمْدُوحِ. And as for praising, this is subject to 6 defects. 4 afflict the one who is praising, and 2 afflict the one who is being praised. فَأَمَّا الْمَادِحِ, as for the one who is praising, giving the praise, فَالْأَوْلَى أَنَّهُ قَدْ يُفْرِطْ فَيَنْتَهِي بِهِ إِلَى الْكَذِبِ. The greatest danger here is that he goes to excess in his praise and ends up being a liar. And that's always the risk when you're, even for the sake of politeness, and it's common in Oriental cultures,
endlessly to heap praises upon people when making speeches, and it becomes tedious after a while. And sometimes, he says, the danger with that is that you end up simply telling lies. الثانية, the second, أنه قد يدخله الرياء. Ostentation may afflict this or contaminate it. فإنه بالمدح مظهر للحب, because by praising somebody you are making a show of love for that person. وقد لا يكون مضمرا له, but in practice you may not inwardly love that person. ولا معتقد الجميع ما يقوله, and you may not actually believe all the things that you're saying. فيصير به مرائيا منافقا, and if you're like that, then you are ostentatious and a hypocrite. الثالثة أنه قد يكون ما لا يتحققه ولا سبيل له إلى الاطلاع عليه. The third is that you may be saying things that you're not really sure of and you have no means of ascertaining. الرابعة, the fourth, أنه قد يفرح الممدوح وهو ظالم أو فاسق وذلك غير جائز. The fourth is that you might bring joy, is that by bringing joy to the one you are praising, he may in fact turn out to be a tyrant, an unjust person, or a corrupt person, and that is impermissible. So those are the four defects of being a praiser. أما الممدوح, as for being praised, فيضره من وجهين, he is harmed by praise in two ways. أحدهما, the first, أنه يحدث فيه كبرا أو وإعجابا وهما مهلكان. The first is that it can bring about pride and conceit, and these are two mortal sins. And that's obvious, that's the obvious danger of being praised. الثاني هو أنه إذا أثنى عليه بالخير فرح به. The second is that when one is praised for a virtue, one feels joyful with that. وَفَتَرَ وَرَضِيَ عَنْ نَفْسِهِ, and therefore becomes complacent and becomes self-satisfied. وَمَنْ أُعْجِبَ بِنَفْسِهِ قَلَّ تَشَمُّرُهُ, and whoever is self-satisfied becomes lazy. وَإِنَّمَا يَتَشَمَّرُ لِلْعَمَلِ مَنْ يَرَى نَفْسَهُ مُقَصِّرًا. People who work really hard are always people who regard themselves as inadequate. So that's another way in which you're harming somebody by praising him all the time. You may come to believe this and may think, well, I'm all right, I'm a wonderful person, I needn't bother to improve my ibadah or to work hard. And that's another way in which by praising him you can damage him. فإن سلم المدح من هذه الآفات, if a praise is actually safe from these defects, في حق المادح والممدوح, in the case both of the praiser and the praised, لم يكن به بأس, there's nothing wrong with it. بل ربما كان مندوبا إليه, it may even be something that's commendable. ولذلك أثنى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم على الصحابة, and it was in this spirit that the Holy Prophet praised the Sahaba. فقال لو وزن إيمان أبي بكر بإيمان العالم لرجح. So that he said, for instance, were Abu Bakr's iman to be weighed against the iman of the rest of the world, it would outweigh it. وقال في عمر, and he said about Umar, لو لم أبعث لبعثت يا عمر. And he said, had I not been made a prophet, you would have been made a prophet, O Umar. And he says, but the reason why this was permissible is that قاله صلى الله عليه وسلم عن صدق وبصيرة. He said these things absolutely sincerely and with a firm awareness. All right, then he has a section which we don't have time for, which is a guidance on what to do when you're being praised frequently. How should your inner state be? And often an awkward situation. Al-afatu at-tasi'atu ashar. Defect number 19. Al-ghaflatu an daqa'iq al-khata' fi fahwa al-kalam. To be heedless of subtle mistakes that one can make when speaking.
لا سيما فيما يتعلق بالله وصفاته, especially in connection with matters of metaphysics, the divine nature and his attributes. ويرتبط بأمور الدين. This is something that relates specifically to religious matters. فلا يقدر على تقويم اللفظ في أمور الدين إلا العلماء. Only the scholars are able to speak well about matters of religion. العلماء الفصحاء, articulate scholars. فمن قصر في علم أو فصاحة لم يخلو كلامه عن الزلل. So whoever's knowledge or eloquence is inadequate or defective, his speech will be prone to errors. لكن الله تعالى يعفو عنه لجهله. But Allah, inshallah, will forgive him because of his ignorance. ما قال حذيفة قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم لم يقل أحدكم ما شاء الله وشئت لا يقل أحدكم. So the Holy Prophet said, none of you should say ما شاء الله وشئت. Allah willed it and I willed it. It's an expression that is periodically heard in Arabic. ولكن وليقول ما شاء الله. Let him instead just say ما شاء الله and then ثم شئت. So this is the Holy Prophet himself making this same point. You shouldn't say Allah willed and I willed it. You should say Allah wished for such a thing and then I wished for it. You introduce a word between them. وذلك لأن في العطف المطلق تشريكا وتسوية. And that's because putting them together is associating the divine with oneself and implicitly equating them. وهو على خلاف الاحترام, and this is at the very least disrespectful. And again, he gives some other examples of this defect of the tongue, which pertains to inarticulate people or non-experts talking about subtle metaphysical things. He acknowledges this as a danger. And finally, we've reached number 20, Al-Afatul Ishrun, the 20th defect, which is a kind of corollary of the 19th. سؤال العوام عن صفات الله تعالى وعن كلامه وعن الحروف وأنها قديمة أو محدثة. Questions from ordinary, non-scholarly Muslims about the divine attributes and about his speech and about the letters of the Quran. Are they uncreated or are they created? ومن حقهم الاشتغال بالعمل بما في القرآن. What is appropriate for them is to be busy with acting upon the Quran. إلا أن ذلك ثقيل على النفوس. But unfortunately that's heavy for the egos. والفضول خفيف على القلب. But idle talk is easy for the heart. والعامي يفرح بالخوض في العلم. And an ordinary person tends to love diving into scholarship. إذ الشيطان يخيل إليه أنه من العلماء. So that the shaitan deceives him into thinking that he too is a scholar. ومن أهل الفضل, and is a person of religious merit. ولا يزال يحبب إليه ذلك حتى يتكلم في العلم بما هو كفر. And the shaitan continues to make this delicious for him until he starts to talk about the religious sciences in a way that actually includes expressions of kufr. وهو لا يدري, and he simply doesn't know. وكل كبيرة يرتكبها العامي فهي أسلم له من أن يتكلم في العلم. Whatever mortal sin an ordinary Muslim might commit is less dangerous and is safer for him than to talk about technical matters of religion. لا سيما فيما يتعلق بالله وصفاته, especially issues of metaphysics, anything to do with the divine nature and attributes. وإنما شأن العوام الاشتغال بالعبادات والإيمان بما ورد به القرآن. What is right for ordinary Muslims is to busy themselves with worship and to believing in what is stated in the Quran, وَالتَّسْلِيمُ لِمَا جَاءَ بِهِ الرُّسُلُ, and simply to acquiesce in what the messengers have brought, مِنْ غَيْرِ بَحْث, without going into them in depth. وسؤالهم عن غير ما يتعلق بالعبادات سوء أدب منهم. And for them to question about things other than what is sort of basically necessary in their ibadah is discourteous in them. يتعرضون لخطر الكفر, and by doing so they expose themselves to the danger of disbelief. وهو كقول ساسة الدواب عن أسرار الملوك. It is like a camel or donkey drover asking about the secrets of kings. وهو موجب للعقوبة, which could well cause the king to punish them. وكل من سأل عن علم الغامض لم يبلغ فهمه تلك الدرجة. Whoever asks about some subtle and obscure scholarly thing and his understanding has simply not reached that degree, فهو مذموم, he is to be condemned. فإنه بالإضافة إليه عامي, because he is in relation to that an ordinary person. So even if you're a scholar, you're an alim, and you're trying to get into some really obscure interpretation of Ibn Arabi, for instance, you should know that that's reprehensible if you haven't studied that, and you are in that particular ilm, that particular science, not considered a scholar. You are just an ammi, just an ordinary Muslim. قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ذروني ما تركتكم فإنما هلك من كان قبلكم بكثرة سؤالهم واختلافهم على أنبيائهم. Those who came before you were destroyed only because of their many questions and their endlessly going back to in questions to their prophets. ما نهيتكم عنه فاجتنبوه وما أمرتكم به فأتوا منه ما استطعتم. Whatever I forbid you, avoid, and what I command you to do, obey those commandments as much as you are able. With that very important point, because nowadays in particular the boundary between authorized and unauthorized religious discourse has been almost abolished, and some major scholar might appear on a YouTube clip, for instance, talking about Al-Juwayni's arguments for the ontological status of the letters of the Quran, and immediately within a day every last kebab seller from Marrakesh has put his opinions on there, and you can see this is a real defacement. Somebody sent me just 2 days ago a video clip on YouTube of Shaykh Ali Jum'ah, the former Mufti of Egypt, talking about whether or not a wali is infallible, and he said no, a wali is not infallible. It's theoretically possible that a wali can sin and that he could possibly slip and commit a sin. And immediately all of these wild people start to attack him, saying, oh, he's saying that once you're a wali, it doesn't matter if you commit a sin. Complete misunderstanding. And there's already 60,000 hits on that particular out of context clip. And this is a real plague. We've lost our respect for the ulama, and we think that we can make things up for ourselves, and that everybody is now mujtahid. Everybody is authorized to have the definitive opinion on everything that might be historically debated or subtle. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to put us in our places and to help us to find the peace of mind and the serenity of heart that comes from humility. And this is a great gift, and not to feel put out or inadequate because we haven't studied something, we don't know something, and simply to say, I don't know, rather than allow the nafs to have its way and to pretend that we have a view on a particular subject, because that's lethal. And that's exactly the afa, the defect, the 20th defect, which Imam Al-Ghazali is talking about. What you don't see in the comments after the YouTube clip is Allahu A'lam or La Adri, I don't know. Nobody any longer in the Ummah seems not to know anything. We've all become allama, or become a great scholar. And this is one of the fitnas of our time, and it's foretold in the hadith of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So alhamdulillah, we've come to the end
of what I think is a very relevant and brilliant achievement of moral theology, practical ethics. Because there's hardly anything in this that doesn't directly apply to ourselves, despite the distance in time and place that separates us from the great Imam, his writing in Central Asia 900 years ago. That's a considerable cultural distance. This speaks to us directly, and that's part of the greatness of the Ihya, which is that it is still, as a book, a spiritual guide. It is still something that can change us, and one of the essence of what we are, it's of the spirit, its locus is in the ruh. So one of the ways in which outward theology and this inward theosophical science of illumination, of kashf, are brought together in Ghazali and in Ghazalian Islam is in this doctrine of the soul and its acquisition of certain actions. And the doctrine of kasb is where our philosophical theology dovetails with our mysticism. And of course the law as well, because innamal a'malu binniyat, actions are only by intentions, and the intentionality of an agent is one of the most important things that the jurists discuss. Whether simply saying, I intend to perform the prayer, constitutes a valid prayer or not, even if your mind is elsewhere when you say that. It's an issue also for the jurists. So this issue of intention, which really is the fundamental concern of the Ihya Ulumuddin, is the principle whereby Islam brings together these three very different dimensions, which are the dimensions of Islam, Iman and Ihsan. That is to say, the dimensions of outward practice, the Sharia, and inward affirmation, Iman, doctrine, and the spirit, Ihsan, doing things beautifully, recognizing the beautiful, and hence the spiritual, which is the inward tasawwufi dimension. And the Imam is our greatest theorist of how those three things come together. They're not in competition with each other. Oh, he's very Sharia oriented, he's not into tasawwuf, is a kind of misunderstanding of how Islam works. The more you have of any of these three things, the more you have of the others. And this is very much the perspective of the Imam, and it's the perspective of Sunni Islam generally. So this is why he spent so much time on these fine distinctions about what to do with praise, how to deal with backbiting, how to respond if somebody is attacking you or praising you. All of these things might seem to be small questions of pastoral theology, but in fact they're all essential. They're a part of his large package of ulum al-akhirah, the sciences of the other, the sciences which bring one safely to the real world, not this world of smoke and mirrors, but the real world, the world of haqa'iq, which lies beyond the curtain of death. And this book is simply a manual helping us to come to terms with the miracle of our consciousness, so that we use it rather than just allow it to slide around. Attentiveness is essential in his system. Intention is essential. What we do with others and our bodies, which is what the Sharia is for, and how we can, to the best of our capacities, conceptualize holy things, which is the function of the science of theology and metaphysics in particular. And the Imam in this book shows how all of those three things dovetail and become part of a single, not even synthesis, but a vindication of the Quranic vision which brings them all together. Because in the Quran, fiqh is not some kind of separate issue from what happens at the end of time. What happens at the end of time is not a separate issue from the divine names. It's not separate from the requirement of tawbah. In all of these things, all of these things are collapsed together and become a single principle in the Quran. And when you listen to the Quran in Taraweeh, you see how those subjects follow one another in quick succession, but in a way that's harmonious. And that's the essence of the Islamic vision. It's an integrated vision of religiosity. So we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give us something of that integrated vision, to make us people of balance, to make us people who are at ease with our beliefs, with our bodies, with others, and with our souls. And inshallah that the light that is transmitted to this ummah through the example of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and a spiritual connection with him will become manifest in our lives, in our faces, in our actions, in our families, inshallah, rather than just remaining a matter of speculation or of theory. Barakallahu fikum wal afu minkum wa assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. So I will be, as I said, be having a Q&A session at 10 o'clock this morning, inshallah, for those of you who wish it. Assalamu alaikum.